So I was just wondering why I'm glistening like a basted turkey. What was it that Solly said to me the last time? So that was Dora. Oh, and it's suddenly gone dark. So that was Dora Ifudu right there. Here is one man right here, and there you are right there, wherever it is that you are. So I'm not sure what's going on. So hopefully this thing settles itself. Um, yeah. So here we go again. We were meant to come out yesterday. We didn't come out yesterday, so we are out today. So that's just the nature of how it is at the moment. So. But then, good day to you anyway. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. Hope you're having a wonderful time so far. Hope the day is going your way and all of those things. So, should I leave this? Okay, let me just leave it like that. So I hope things are going. I just look so ill prepared. I always look so ill prepared, don't I? I almost slovenly, almost slobbishly. Anyway, hope the day is going your way at least. Hope you're having a wonderfully glorious time. Hope you're having a fantastic day. That's my wish to you. But good day to you. Good to be in your company. So a lot happening in the Nigerian political cycle, and we'll be going through all of the happenings within the Nigerian political cycle. So just as earlier on today, Kenneth Okonkwo was announced as the spokesperson for the Atiku campaign. Kenneth Okonkwo. So that's a big deal, by the way. So because Kenneth Okonkwo is one of the more articulate, in fact, one of the most articulate spokesperson up there. I don't think there's anybody in the Tinubu team that can match Kenneth Okonkwo in terms of the sagacity of his presence, his power of oratory, the force of his personality. So Kenneth Okonkwo is the exact carbon copy, is the exact identical of who a campaign spokesperson should be. So Kenneth Okonkwo has been appointed now as the official spokesperson of the Atiku campaign, which is a very, very powerful move. So is there anybody within the Tinubu camp that can counterweight that? The only person that can really take on Kenneth Okonkwo, by my understanding, is somebody like Segun Showunmi. But Segun Showunmi is not in the Tinubu camp. He's with the PDP. Kenneth, if they put Daniel Bwala up against Kenneth Okonkwo, he will wipe the floor with him completely. Which address the marginalization? I don't know. It's nothing to do with the marginalization of the. This is Ufoma Michael right there. The appointment of Kenneth Okonkwo is nothing at all to do with this. Can I reposition this thing to see if it'll give me better lighting? The appointment of Kenneth Okonkwo is nothing to do with the Southeast. It's nothing to do with him being an Igbo man or not. Him being an Igbo man might well be an added on extra. It might well be a bonus. But the appointment of Kenneth Okonkwo is nothing at all in terms of him. The guy is such a powerful personality. He speaks so excellently well, and is so forceful and assertive. Exactly. It just has that powerful presence, which is what you need in a spokesperson. So it's the exact carbon copy of what a spokesperson should be. So that was a master. In fact, it was the obvious choice anyway. It's not even a master stroke from Atiku Abubakar. Kenneth Okonkwo appointed himself into that role just by the strength of his personality and the advocacy he has been advocating for Atiku Abubakar. There was nobody else available. There's nobody that even comes anywhere near in terms of being the spokesperson for the Atiku campaign. And Kenneth Okonkwo is going to get Atiku a lot of votes just by the power of his oratory and the force of his personality. But is there anybody available for the Tinubu? This is not a Daniel Bwala thing. No, Daniel Bwala doesn't even come anywhere near. It doesn't even come even within the stratosphere of somebody like Kenneth Okonkwo. So please don't put up Daniel Bwala against Kenneth Okonkwo, because it will wipe the floor with him completely. It will wipe him out. So who has that force and that sagacity to go up against Kenneth Okonkwo? Actually, let's bring it up as the first story, actually. Is that it? Yes, so we bring it up as the first story. But before we get into it, I've said the good days. Can I invite you, please, to click on the like button? Can I invite you, please, to sub? We need 10 new subscribers today. There's never a day we don't need 10 new subscribers, but we especially need 10 new subscribers to get us over a particular threshold. If we get those 10 subscribers, then you will see us cross that. You will see us cross that threshold. So we need 10 new subscribers to get us over a particular threshold. So if you're not already subscribed, then be one of those 10 that tips off. It's just a minor little threshold. So tip us over that as threshold, and then we can set a new target for the platform. So if you're not already subscribed, then do us that solid and make sure you're subscribed. So subscribe, click on the like button, share the links. Not many people actually share this. In fact, I doubt if anybody actually shares the link. Oh, I invite you to do that all the time. Nobody does it. All you have to do is to copy the link and put it in your WhatsApp groups. It's not that difficult. And then we generate more traffic. That's the only way that any and every platform that grows, it is because of the active collusion of the followers of that platform. So if you want the growth of the platform, then it's entirely in your hands. And the only thing you can do, and you should be doing, is to share the links. If you don't share the links, then more people will not be aware that we're here. And we continue to get our 1,000-2,000 views, and that's just the way. And then we plateau there. And that's fine. But if you do want us to grow, then you have to share the links. So like, share, and subscribe. If you want to come and join me on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Say hello to me in the comment section. Let me just leave it there. I'm not going to ask you to super chat because nobody ever does that anymore. But do those things at least. Like, share, and subscribe. So those things don't assault your wallet. That's not holding an AK-47 to your wallet. All of those things are entirely free of charge. So I'm not sure why you're not doing it. Like, share, and subscribe. It's very, very simple. It's at no cost to yourself. It takes absolutely nothing away from you. So why the resistance to do it? You know, and if you're already subscribed, we say like all the time, and we don't see the like figures going up. But then when we look at the numbers the next day, the numbers are reasonable, but then the likes are not anywhere near. You see 20 likes on a stream that has had 2,000 views. So where's the correlation there? Doesn't make any sense. You know, it disincentivizes. It's a disincentivizer, that sort of a move. You know, you say, oh, I don't like the guy, You are permanently here. They are never away from here. The guy is a ego hater, is a this, that, and the other, but yet you are never away from the platform. It's like you're pickpocket. It's like you're stealing. In fact, you are stealing. But if you are not liking and subscribing and you come here routinely, you're nothing but a thief. You're like a pickpocket. But other. So it annoys me sometimes, you know. I'm not even asking you to part with any money. Just like and subscribe. Is that too much of a stretch for you? So as I was saying, the appointment of Kenneth Okonkwo is a masterstroke move. And Tinubu has to, and he knows this, so he should know this. Tinubu has to search near and wide to find somebody that can counterweight Kenneth Okonkwo. I cannot imagine anybody outside of Segun Showunmi. Only Segun Showunmi has that personality to rival Kenneth Okonkwo. Even Reno Omokri, somebody is mentioning Reno Omokri in the comment section. I don't even think Reno Omokri is as powerful as Kenneth Okonkwo. Because Kenneth Okonkwo will destroy you with a lot of his weaponry. You know, the only person that can outmaneuver him, I suspect, is Segun Showunmi. So let's see that. ADC article gives Kenneth Okonkwo appointment ahead of 2027 elections. You already know what the appointment is. Atiku Abubakar, the presidential candidate of the African Democratic Congress ADC for the 2027 elections, has appointed Nollywood actor turned politician Kenneth Okonkwo as his spokesperson. Correspondent confirms the development on Thursday morning, July the 2nd, 2026. So Atiku appoints Kenneth Okonkwo as spokesperson. Writing on his verified X, formerly Twitter account, Okonkwo expressed his delight over the new role. He wrote, "I give God all the glory to the appointment." That should be for the appointment, by the way. I was eulogizing him. He can't even write in basic English. I give God all the glory to the to be no, sorry, it's me actually reading it wrong. I give God all the glory to be appointed by His Excellency Atiku Abubakar as his spokesperson. I thank HEAA for the immense confidence reposed in me. This appointment speaks volume of the democratic credentials of HEAA. So HEAA, those are acronyms, of course. The HE is His Excellency, and the double A is Atiku Abubakar. So I think that's the coinage that they're going to be using for the elections. I give God all the glory to be appointed by His Excellency Atiku Abubakar as a spokesperson. I thank HEAA for the immense confidence reposed in me. This appointment speaks volume of the democratic credentials of His Excellency Atiku Abubakar, rather than pick offense against any of his associates for expressing genuine reservations of any actions taken. Atiku Abubakar always opts for dialogue and compromise that will engender solution to problems. So that second paragraph right there, it speaks to the criticisms that Okonkwo would have leveled against Atiku once upon a time. So he's now saying, yes, I have slammed and slaughtered you in the past. So thank you for overlooking that and still appointing me anyway. So that's what that second paragraph speaks to. Breaking, Atiku Abubakar appoints Kenneth Okonkwo as spokesperson. So there it is right there. Okonkwo reacts to Atiku's appointment. He added in a statement, "My gratitude extends to Mr. Ralph Nwosu." So that would be Ralph Nwosu. I don't know what Ralph Nwosu looks like, but in this picture here, we are making the assumption that is Ralph Nwosu because, of course, that's the picture he's put out for his appointment narrative. Pardon me, I think I have a bit of a runny nose. So if I'm sniveling and making guttural noises, that's me trying to set myself up. Yeah. Okonkwo reacts to Atiku's appointment. My gratitude extends to Mr. Ralph Nwosu, former national chairman of the ADC, for his continuous sacrifice, which has assisted in consolidating the ADC to face the numerous challenges put in its way since the formation of the coalition. My regards to Dr. Ekene Onwuka, SSA 2HEAA on special duty for his efforts towards raising a formidable team to ensure the election of His Excellency Atiku Abubakar 2027. My sincere gratitude to my family, fans, and friends for their support and prayers, which God answered in covering my errors and coloring my efforts to pave the way for this appointment. I still covet your prayers for wisdom, courage, provision, and protection needed to carry out this challenging post, which will usher in a glorious and great Nigeria. Correspondents report that before his association with the ADC in 2025, Okonkwo 57 was first a mentor of was first a member rather of the All Progressive Congress APC before moving to the Labour Party LP. So this is it. The prostitution carries on. Labour Party reacts to Okonkwo's exit. Correspondents reported that the Labour Party officially responded to Okonkwo's resignation. So this goes back to already old spaces. But that's Kenneth Okonkwo right there. Which I wouldn't say it would be a surprising appointment. It's not a surprising appointment because if you look at it, really, there was nobody else available outside of Kenneth Okonkwo to have taken up that post. And I cannot imagine that there is anybody to rival him in terms of capacity. But so that's Kenneth Okonkwo appointed right there. Let's go on to this. U.S. pulls troops from Nigeria after counter-terrorism operation. So it looks as though it's like a use and dump. It looks as though as a one-night stand with the American presence in terms of the military. The United States has withdrawn the majority of its military pass. This might well be them redeploying to Iran, because I think they are on the throes of a full onslaught against Iran. So maybe they are pulling all their troops in order to have enough numbers. U.S. pulls troops from Nigeria after counter-terrorism operations. The United States has withdrawn the majority of its military personnel deployed to Nigeria for a joint counter-terrorism mission in the Lake Chad Basin, whilst maintaining intelligence sharing and other security cooperations with Nigerian authorities. Commander of U.S. Air Force in Africa, General Dagvin R.M. Anderson, announced the development during a virtual press briefing on the outcome of the African Chief of Defense Conference, etc., etc. He said the partnership between Washington and Abuja remains active, particularly in intelligence operations targeting the Islamic State, Daesh. According to Anderson, the specific mission that required the deployment of U.S. troops has been completed. There was this story circulating a couple of days ago that they got some weapons, that the weapons they captured in northern Nigeria was more than they captured in Afghanistan or whatever. So they were making some great play about capturing quite a lot of weapons from when they did that operations in that Sokoto sort of area. They said they got just a huge cache of weapons. Commander of U.S. Air Force in Africa, General Dagvin R.M. Anderson, announced the development during a virtual press briefing on the outcome of the African Chiefs of Defense Conference 2026. He said the partnership between Washington and Abuja remains active, particularly in intelligence operations targeting the Islamic State, Daesh. According to Anderson, the specific mission that required the deployment of U.S. troops has been completed, prompting the withdrawal of most personnel. However, he noted that the United States will continue providing intelligence assistance at the request of the Nigerian government, and so that operations in the Lake Basin of Nigeria not only helped the countries in the immediate region, it also helped countries globally as it disrupted the ISIS network, Anderson stated. And so, it says, and then we have withdrawn much of our forces that were just there for that operation, but are continuing the partnership that Nigeria has asked for to help continue with the intelligence sharing and the understanding that it's necessary to be able to prosecute this difficult task. So the upshot of it is that the Americans have withdrawn the bulk of their troops from Nigeria. So most of them are gone. But what does that mean? We'll find out in due course. Maybe that will lead to a spike in insecurity. Who knows? Former Nigerian Minister Uche Nnaji arrested. The immediate past Minister of Science and Technology, Uche Nnaji, was arrested on Wednesday at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja, on arrival from Enugu via a chartered flight. Authoritative sources at the airport confirmed the arrest to correspondents, saying Mr. Nnaji would be handed over to the Independent Corruption Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, for interrogation. The ICPC had been on the trail of the former minister since he resigned from office last year following investigations that revealed he forged his academic certificate. Uh, in mid-June, a federal high court in Abuja ordered the ICPC to arrest Mr. Naji for investigation into the certificate forgery scandal. Beyond the arrest order, the court also granted the commission leave to declare him wanted through national newspapers, social media platforms, and other media. The ICPC had told the court that its ex parte application followed Mr. Nanji's repeated failure to honor invitations extended to him for investigative activities over the forgery allegation. It's actually not even corruption related. Is that some form of corruption? Because of course, when we talk about corruption in Nigeria, we think about money stealing. So this is a form of corruption as well, I suspect. The ICPC's investigation to Mr. Naji followed a 2-year investigation by correspondents published in October last year, which found that the then minister forged his University of Nigeria Nzuka degree and the National Youth Service Corps certificate. He had submitted the forged documents to President Bola Tinubu and the Nigerian Senate during his ministerial confirmation in 2023. Correspondence findings show that the forged bachelor's degree and the NYSC certificate were also presented to the Office of the Secretary, to the Government of the Federation, the State Security Service, and the Senate. The former governor later admitted that the UNN never issued him a certificate degree, an admission that validated the correspondence investigation. So that's Uche Naji. I was going to say Tony Naji. That's why I'm scrolling to check the name again. Let me not defame Tony Naji, so I don't hear from his lawyers. So that's Uche Naji right there now. The story came out from Premium Time, so they exposed him. So I think they're just following through, claiming their plaudits, claiming their laurels for what they feel they have achieved. Our Federal High Court releases guidelines for pre-election cases. The Chief Judge of the Federal High Court, John Toso, has issued a new guideline for the hearing of pre-election cases, introducing stricter deadlines for filing and hearing suits, whilst directing court registries nationwide to remain open on weekends and public holidays to receive pre-election filings. The Federal High Court pre-election practice direction seen by correspondents on Wednesday showed that the new rules signed by Mr. Tuso on June 26 took effect on June the 29th. Mr. Tuso repealed the Federal High Court pre-election practice direction 2022. He issued the new guidelines pursuant of Section 254 and Sections 285 of the 1999 Constitution, as well as Sections 29 sub 5 and 88 sub 2 of the Electoral Act 2026. A major feature of the new deadline is the directive that registries in all federal high courts, all federal high court judicial divisions across the country must remain open on Saturdays, Sundays, and public holidays between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. exclusively for the filing of pre-election matters. In consonance, is that consonance? I can't see this thing properly. In consonance, is that? No, that's cognizance, not cognizance. In cognizance of the pre-election case, let me expand this. Yes, that's cognizance. Is this light shining? Okay, yeah. Right. In cognizance of pre-election cases being time sensitive in nature, the registry of this honorable court uh, in all the judicial divisions in the federation shall be open on Saturday, Sunday, and public holidays between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. exclusively for the filing of pre-election matters. So there it is right there. So I think they're trying to speed it up in order to get to the cases quicker. So that's that one right there. 3,610 killed, 3,960 abducted by terrorists across Nigeria in 6 months. So I just brought this to you because it's quite alarming. At this rate, they will just wipe out the whole country pretty soon. So those are the figures right there. The International Society for Civil Liberties and Rule of Law, Inter-Society, has claimed that suspected Islamic terrorist groups killed 3,600 people and abducted 3,960 others across Nigeria between January and June 2026. The human rights organization also alleged that about 300 churches were destroyed, whilst 800 abducted Christian women and children were forcibly converted to Islam during the 6-month period. The claims were contained in the group's mid-year report signed by its board chairman, Mr. Emeka. I will attempt the let me even try Umar Gbalasi, Emeka Umar Gbalasi. According to the report, the organization documented what it described as 22 categories of international crimes allegedly committed by the terrorist groups, including killings, abductions, destruction of places of worship, and forced religious conversion. Inter-Society alleged that the victims included about 2,550 Christians and 1,050 Muslims killed, whilst 2,800 Christians and 1,150 Muslims were abducted during the period. You know, where I always find this sort of numbers dubious, because I always pay attention to this sort of reports. Why I find them dubious is always down to the numbers. It always puzzles me how the numbers always round up to like a whole number. It never ends up in a 3 or a 7. It rounds up to the next 10 digits. So 2,550 Christians. So that's quite an exact number, and it rounds up to the nearest decimal point, the nearest 10. So 2,550 Christians and 1,050 Muslims. So when I read figures like that, it always reads like made-up figures to me. Inter-Society alleged that the victims included about 2,550 Christians and 1,050 Muslims killed. Whilst look at this other figure as well, everything rounds up to like the nearest 10 digits. And when you are talking about exact figures, you have to be exact. Whilst and they are not even saying approximately, they are not even saying approximately, which infers exactitude. So they are not even saying approximately. Whilst 2,800 Christians and 1,150 Muslims were abducted during the period, the report also claimed that 10 Christian pastors were killed, another 10 abducted, and 300 churches attacked or destroyed. It further alleged that Plateau and Southern Borno states recorded the highest number of Christian fatalities, whilst Southern Borno and Southern Sokoto recorded the highest number of Christian abductions. According to the organization, attacks were also reported in Benue, Taraba, Niger, Kogi, Kwara, and Nasarawa, Adamawa, Bauchi, Oyo, Ondo, Delta, Edo, Imo, Enugu, and Abia states, amongst others. Of all of those abductions, how many of them are due to criminality? How many of them are due to IPOB? Because they lean it always towards the north and the Fulanis. But those are figures cannot be holistically Fulanese. So if you are saying 3,610 were killed by terrorists, or are they saying specifically to the Fulani figures and to the disregard of other figures like the IPOB figures, the unknown gunmen in the southeast, and all of these excesses that goes on in other spaces too? The report further alleged that at least 850 Muslim civilians were killed by jihadist groups during the period, whilst about 850 others were abducted. It also claims that about 200 Muslim civilians died in military airstrikes in Yobe, Borno, and Zamfara states. Inter-Society further alleged that dozens of Christians were killed in a military airstrike in Nayi community in Shiroro local government area, Niger State. So anyway, those are figures from the banditry. Quite alarming. I think that's one thing we can all agree on. So they're quite alarming figures. So this will be the last readout. So after this readout, we play the Kegite music. If anybody wants to come in, come in. If nobody comes in, we say good night. Let me send the link again so you have it to hand. Let's just so that's the sorry, I'm just sending the link now. So that's the link there. If anybody wants to come in. This now next one is going to be the last readout. Court rejects El-Rufai's fresh bail bid. Well, that's not the time to pop up. Court rejects El-Rufai's fresh bail bid over false medical reports. So this guy has been totally humbled. Now, it feels as though the country would fall if anything happens to him, but nobody's beyond the country. Buhari comes and goes. Abiola was in jail and died. You know, even Obasanjo was jailed. So I don't know who this little man from Kaduna State thinks he is. A Kaduna State High Court has dismissed a fresh bail application by the immediate past governor of Kaduna State, Malam Nasir El-Rufai, after rejecting the medical report he relied on as lacking in credibility following its disownership by the purported issuing hospital. So El-Rufai is now submitting fake medical reports. This is what, and by the way, they should even charge him for that. If he's found to be fraudulent, then that's a high crime. You know, if he's found to be fraudulent, if he's submitting fraudulent documentations to the court, then that's a high crime right there. So that should go into his charges as well. A Kaduna State High Court has dismissed a fresh bail application by the immediate past governor of Kaduna State, Malam Nasir El-Rufai, after rejecting the medical report he relied on as lacking credibility following its disownership by the purported issuing hospital. Justice Darius Kobo, in a considered ruling delivered on June the 29th, refused the former governor's third bail application, which was based on medical grounds in the ongoing criminal proceedings instituted against him by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Matter, etc., etc. The court held that the evidential basis of the application collapsed after the medical report tendered by El-Rufai was formally repudiated by the management of the National Hospital Abuja. According to a statement issued by the ICPC on Thursday, the report attached to the application as Exhibit A purported to state that the former governor had been diagnosed with advanced metastatic prostate cancer requiring specialized treatment, allegedly unavailable in Nigeria. So the guy is looking for an excuse he's looking for a window to escape to Turkey, never to be seen no more. However, opposing the application, the ICPC tendered documentary evidence from the chief medical director of the National Hospital Abuja, Professor Mohammed Raji Mahmood, denying that the hospital issued the report. According to the commission, the hospital conducted a comprehensive search of its electronic medical records and patient indexes and found no hospital number, patient file, billing record, consultation history, or any evidence showing that El-Rufai had ever been treated at the facility. So they had bribed somebody for a quick medical something, not imagining that the ICPC will go and investigate to see if it's valid. The hospital further stated that the report was issued without the knowledge or authorization of its management, thereby casting serious doubts on its authenticity. Justice Kobo consequently held that a document formally disowned by the institution on whose letterhead it was purportedly issued could not form the basis for granting the exceptional relief of bail on medical grounds. So that's is there much more? Okay, maybe about 4 more paragraphs. So let's take it to the end. The judge ruled that the judge ruled that with the credibility of the medical report fundamentally undermined, there were no reliable or institutionally verified facts before the court to warrant the exercise of its discretion in favor of the defendant. Despite refusing the application, the court directed the ICPC to continue granting El-Rufai unrestricted access to his personal medical doctors throughout the pendency of the trial. The court also ordered that the commission should escort the defendant to any specialized diagnostic or clinical facility of his choice within Nigeria whenever the need arises. Reacting to the ruling, the ICPC said the court's decision reaffirmed the principle that applications for bail on medical grounds must be supported by credible, verifiable, and authentic evidence. So that's El-Rufai, ever the fraudster trying to run a scam on the hospital system right there. So which one is the Agbaja Gate? Is it the one that is fighting with some guy that claims that I think we mentioned it briefly. If people want to talk about it, come up. I've not been following it quite intently. So, but if anybody wants to talk about it, come up and talk about it. Agbaja Gate. Let me play you the Kegite music. The link is in the comment section. If anybody wants to come in, come in.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé ṣọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby Master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹyẹ. ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. ìgbàlà tí ẹlẹ́. àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. ikú kò ní ríwà gbèsè o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Neruwa Gbesheme, that have nothing to do with us. Joining us, Thomas, with Thomas Bishop. So good to have you, gentlemen. If anyone else wants to hop on. So good to have you, gentlemen. Let's start it off, kick it off with our Bishop. Bishop, what's going on? How far? Oh, there was this headline as well. This was the all right. Carry on, Bishop. Maybe I'll come to this later. I've not even spoken about the headline or something, but good to have you, Bishop. Let's hear from you.
Maybe it's the headline you wanted to ask of. Which headline are you talking about?
No, the thumbnail itself, which
exactly that's what I wanted to ask you. That I did not. Maybe I missed it. I did not hear you talk about the reformer something created by the fourth something. I think it would be good to just go about over that one, so that if we have one or two other persons joining us.
All right.
All right.
Good evening to you. Let me bring it up quickly. It says just in Nigeria's geopolitical zone bill 2026. It says as of October the 1st, 2026, Nigeria's 6 geopolitical zones will become official and constitutionally. Let's do that again. It says just in Nigeria geopolitical zone bill 2026. As of October the 1st, 2026, Nigeria's 6 geopolitical zones will become official and constitutional organs of the government. This means that there will be 4 tiers of administration in Nigeria: the federal, the zonal, the state, and the local government. Nigeria will have 6 geopolitical zones, with each being made up of 7 states. Our constitution will prohibit the creation of more states after these 42. So what else does that offer? It says, as part of this restructure, we will abolish the federal allocation regime and replace it with resource control, under which states will remain the federating units. Revenue distribution will be as follows: state 50%, federal account 20%, geopolitical zones 15%, and national trust fund 15%. So that came out somewhat. I'm not quite sure the strength of that particular storyline, but there it is right there.
Okay, thank you very much, woman.
Did you come across that anywhere?
Well, I wanted to mention it because I did not take it serious at all. I mean, there are quite a few things about it that does not add up. So, and I have not seen it. I have not read it from any official quarters or any of the main media houses or stations. So it's still a gossip, but there are quite a number of things that will not make it possible. At least number one, I saw that they made all the regions, they created additional states in that document to make it 7 states, all the regions. Number two, I realized that they made Kwara State and brought it and added it to the Southwest, and still creates another 7 states for the North Central. They make Southeast 7 states. So quite a number of things in that place. It's just some people just playing their tricks the way they usually do. So I don't think it's anything to be taken serious at all.
All right. Somebody actually forwarded this to me, and I just took it on our gospel. It sounded attractive enough to wrap a conversation around, but does that, as a proposal though, is it an idea that you'll be on board with?
Absolutely not.
No.
There's a need for the reform, but that proposal is completely hogwash.
You don't buy into it at all.
It's just a gossip kind of a thing.
But we've been clamoring for regionalization So if we have a regionalized system, that surely then comes as a tier of government, doesn't it?
Well, I mean, it's going to be a little bit difficult if you're going to make it a tier of government. So the only way we can have that regional something is to tear down the current structure. We cannot say we want to go to regional and still be there and be creating states for those regions and still be operating. So we want to operate a federating unit, then we go regional, then we have sub-national in the states and the local government. So we're having 4 tiers. I don't think there's anywhere in the world that has worked. And I can't see it working. It's just going to complicate our already complicated matters. So, of course, there's a lot we
But
can
is this not part of the restructuring that people are clamoring
No.
for?
We are mixing it up. We are mixing a lot of things up in that restructuring. And that's one of the challenges we've had over the time. Some people talk about this restructuring thing. They don't even understand what it means. They don't understand where we were coming from, where we were going. I have said, I think maybe on this platform, this is the only place I frequent, that if we want to say, okay, we want to go to regional, restructuring, like everybody is pointing toward 1963 constitution. If we want to go to 1963 constitution, there are quite a number of things that has to be undone. We have to undo a lot of things that have been done in the past, and now give powers to those regions. Then we're not going to have a weaker center. Now, I don't think there is any president, except over a long time, that will want us to have a weaker center at this time, because it means you are going to be a glorified president, at the center there, because you have devolved a lot of the powers to the region. And one power that no power at the center would like to devolve is the resource control, full resource control. It's going to be, I mean, we can imagine what will happen if you grant a full resource control.
But an outgoing government might be able to do it now.
No outgoing government will do it. Some of the things we are suffering at the moment as Nigeria is some people feel like because power is out of their hand, they are no longer relevant. They don't want to consider the fact that, look, hey, how soon does it take for the world, I mean, for the years to turn around and come back? You see some people, especially, I'm sorry, I'm not being... not trying to be a bigot here. Some people from the north that are crying as if they've hardly been out of power for a year or 2 years before they started seeing their true colors. And some of our brothers too, that I mean, from the southeast. I mean, I don't mean to disrespect anyone. The southeast are always in the center of power for years over year.
But Bishop,
yes,
Bishop, the argument is that the way the country is structured at the moment is too opaque, is too cumbersome, is too slow to move, and is too centralized. So we had the same argument with the state policing, and that argument cascades through all of the tiers of how governance should impact on the lives of people. If we had that regionalized system, it doesn't have to be, we don't have to harken back to the past. So we can have some sort of hybrid suited to the times we live in now. If we have a regionalized system, then that divorce, one, it makes governance move quicker, and then it makes governance identify more with the people that they are governing. So if you have that catch-all system that we have at the moment, it just makes the governance so distant and so sluggish and slow to move. Yeah.
So we are saying something very close, almost the same thing, very different ways. I am saying I really want us to go back to that region, but I'm saying if we want to have the truly federal republic, and we want to have a strong center, even if it is a weak center, devolving power to those regions in the manner it is now. So we are now going to be having 4, layers of government. It's not going to work, because what you want to keep now, that is it. One of the strongest things that will make the regions to work is financial, not just financial autonomy, but resource control. But is the center ready to be that weak now? To be weak to the extent that because immediately you devolve that power at the regions are stronger than the center, I can assure you it's just a matter of time. The center will no longer hold. the center will no longer hold, because any of the region can start the center of the resources that it needs to survive. So it now become to your tent who is rest. So my thinking, I don't believe that if we want to do that, to achieve that, is creating another layer of government in that form of region 6 regions and creating additional states is what is going to get us close to it. First and foremost, why don't we just try and practice the true federalism? Let the center devolve power, not to become totally powerless, but at least to reduce its own body and devolve power to the. So that resource.
Well, are you not saying exactly the same thing? Hold on.
That's what I say.
Hold on. Let me engage with you.
Let me land.
No. I want to engage with you at the point you are in at now, so you can land later. If you are saying that that they should devolve power to within the structures that obtains now, that still weakens the center, which is the argument you made contrary to the idea.
So there are two different things you have to mention now. You can reduce the power of the center without necessarily weakening it. I am saying that regional something that they are talking about, creating 6 region, is not only weakening the center, it's almost totally eliminating the power of the center. That's what I'm saying. Because at the end of the day, we're still going to end with 3 tiers. So we are going to now be replacing the central government with the regional government, or we replace the state with those regions. So if to see we are collapsing the state into the region, but we are not creating additional states. We are making all the states, 7 states in each of the regions. So we want to retain the states. We still want to return the region. So we still now want to, so what's going to be the role of the center and the role of the local government? So we now have local government, state, regional government, and national government. That's what I'm saying. That is not my view. Maybe we have people that have superior understanding, better understanding or superior argument of it. I don't think it's going to work. And our constitutions as it is presently, we are clamoring that it's not working because of all the complications. Now we are going to make it more complicated. So one thing that all the regions will clamor for is that resource control. And it's going to have some super regions and some extremely weak and what do you call it now? Other regions that depend on the goodwill or the whatever of the other people. So I don't think, it's my view. I'm not an expert in those things, but that's my view. But so far, I think it's just mere rumor. So if we start put energy on it, we're just dissipating energy on something that's not been substantiated. I mean, there's no one that has said anything about it. But if you even see the suggestions of the states that will be created, like for example, in the Southwest, they are not creating any other additional state. All they did was to say, okay, we are adding, they give it one name, Kwara State, Ilori, added to the Southwest, they create 3 states. Remove one from the Southeast, Orashi State, something state. Okay, add 2 states to the Southeast, Orashi, and the one that this senator was always fighting for,
Anioma,
and Orashi State, and created additional for River State. I think to do something to add to the Niger Delta for the one they remove from. So it's not. It doesn't really add up. It doesn't add up.
You see, often when we see this sort of a thing, is somebody flying a kite to sample public opinion to see how the country reacts to it. So it may well just be rumors and speculation, but it's emanating out of somewhere. And my sense is that they are flying that kite to see what the conversation is around it. And if we're talking about a weakened center, an outgoing government can do that, so that the incoming government then starts on that slate. And I suspect we'll see a lot of that. When the next government comes in to succeed Tinubu, it will never be anything like all of the governors that we've ever had, because it is my anticipation that he will move the structures of the country so much that the potency of that Abuja might not be what we've always known.
I mean, I hope so too. I mean, but at the moment, I don't how do I put it now? I don't disagree with you that some people might be flying a kite. What I'm saying is that I don't see it working. And there are quite a number of things that need to be achieved, that we need to complete before. And I hope that the government will be able to do it. The government will be able to do it in the second time, and so that even if you can just achieve like 50 or 60% of the what do you call it? The restructuring, remove. Reduce the exclusive list to the PRS, reduce it. There are certain things that should just remain at the state level, at the regional level. I mean, I was reading a report yesterday about the reform in the Supreme Court that I was really hoping that we're going to have our Supreme Court in our regions or in our zones. That's another thing. Sometimes we mistake the regions with the zones, the geopolitical zones. The regions are just about 3 or 4 regions, Southwest, South. But when we are talking geopolitical, so it's been modeled up. So I thought that it would just say, okay, like what we have here, there are state Supreme Courts. There are certain cases, except their constitutional matter, that we benefit on that. Every traditional title battle, every land matter that gets to Supreme Court shouldn't be anything that will get to Supreme Court should be constitutional matter. So why don't you just leave some states have some, regions have some Supreme Court. So there are certain cases that we end up at the state level. All this one that we are fighting, who the state governor, and we are taking it to Abuja. No, let the state Supreme Court handle it. If somebody even win by 99-1, and the Supreme Court in the state say you don't win, so be it. I mean, there must be an end to litigation.
You're jumping one layer. There is appeal in the center. Why don't we maintain appeal and let there be one Supreme Court? What do you think?
No, it's still because every matter. Look, somebody said something in the good evening, Baba. How are you doing, sir? Somebody said something not too long ago. Said that he had a case with someone that was fighting for a property in his father's house, and that just one room or something in the father's something, and the matter has gone to the appeal court. He went to the man said he's still pursuing and he told him that for how long on this matter they spent almost 13 years fighting for one. What kind of nonsense is that? I think there are certain matters like marriage, like fight for land, like government election, like traditional. We have a king, one in the Southwest, one king position that went all the way to Supreme Court. I think the thing lasted about 22 or 23 years. For what? To get to the Supreme Court. Some people who have murder trial, they have given you death sentence. You still continue going to go to Abuja. If the state Supreme Court cannot handle some of such things, some of such little litigations, and that's why we keep encumbering the only Supreme Court in Nigeria in Abuja. It shouldn't be. That's what I'm saying. So like that one, we can easily dispense with that one. Say, okay, let's reform the judiciary. It is not all cases, except it is a constitutional matter that will get to the real Supreme Court. Every other thing should have they should either put it in state, but because not all the state can handle it and they can be bastardized, let's make it region. Okay, there is a regional Supreme Court, put them in their regional headquarters. So we can now begin to officially recognize, because constitutionally, that region and geopolitical zone, we don't really have them in our constitution. Some people can actually fight that the whatever this regional development, something that they created are not constitutional, and they will really win if they go to court with it. So let's just formalize it. Okay, for developmental sake and certain things, let's establish this region. But it is not for governance, it's just for administration. Okay.
All right. Let me take you to other matters, Bishop. And maybe we will even have more conversations around this. I suspect that we've not heard the last of this headline just yet. But let me take you to other topics, Bishop. So the appointment of Kenneth Okonkwo as the spokesperson for the Atiku campaign, I feel it's an inspired move. And I'm looking and struggling to see who will counterweight him in the Tinubu team. Do you agree that Kenneth Okonkwo's appointment is an inspired move? And do you also agree that there is not really an obvious equal weight within the APC camp?
I don't know what you mean by an inspired move. It just shows that Kenneth Okonkwo is a character that is fit better for living in bondage or Nollywood. He speaks before. He has no character. He lacks character. I mean, everything he said about Atiku in the past few weeks, all of a sudden, I mean, I listened to him today, dancing Palombo when he was talking with you, pouring all the ideologies of this world, almost, how do I call it, canonizing Atiku. The man that has the best vision, the man that has this, the man that does that. And I listened to him. He said the same thing about Tinubu. He said the same thing about Peter Obi. So all the people he's praised within the space of 3 years, he has abused them within the space of 3 years. That's a man that lacks character. That's a man that lacks conviction. That's a man that's only fit for the Nollywood. And I mean, look, I listened to him today, and I was driving. I was on a trip. I was laughing to myself. I said, "Can you imagine?" And look at the way he was downplaying the suit. I was talking about address. So everything he said was not. I mean, he was not coherent, even though he was eloquent. So there is a way you wrap nonsense and still deliver them very beautifully. And that was what he was saying. My friend will always say, my friend of Blessed will always say, beautiful nonsense. That was all he was able to spew out. If one moment he was hand in arm about, how do they call it, against Atiku for not picking the Southeast. Now he's justifying it that there are actually no competent people in ADC that could be. People cannot decap again. So it sounds so illogical and incoherent and I was just laughing. So for me, I don't see anything. Yeah, that was what he was looking for. He wanted
but do you not think that do you not think that Kenneth Okonkwo might well succeed in seducing people that are not most Nigerians are not as sophisticated or educated as you? Well, and most Nigerians are seduced very much by people like Kenneth Okonkwo by the force of their personality. Do you not feel that it gets more towards not your demography, but the demography that constitutes the abundance of the Nigerian population, which are highly gullible people?
Yeah, unfortunately so. You are right. Unfortunately, somebody said some time ago that there should be a law to be able to assess people. It's not everybody that should be able to have a vote. That you are so, I mean, you think, you rationalize, you have one vote, and there's one person somewhere that somebody can sell some kind of dummy Bob cockpuller story to buy it in 1 second, and all of you just have one vote. I said that is the downside of democracy, but that's what it is. I mean, that's how it is, and that's how it goes. Like one musician say. So we're going to have him. He's going to be able to convince his lies, and there's nothing anybody can do about it. But for anybody that can sit there, that can sit down, think, and rationalize, I don't think they will take Kenneth Okonkwo serious. And I don't think anybody will make him his chief spokesperson. It's going to cause them more trouble because it's very easy for him to say, this man, he has abused everybody that he has come to. So if the deal is good from Tinubu today, he will turn around and say abuse Atiku. Look at the way he was jumping up and down because dancing Palongo because of Peter Obi the other time. Say if it's either Peter Obi or nothing. If it anarchy looms, you remember that in famous is anarchy looms theatrics, which anarchy looms. If Peter Obi is not the president of Nigeria today, now he has done Peter Obi in the court. What is his excuse? Say Peter Obi did not represent it. They're just talking all kind of bullshit and bad on that.
All right. When we get closer to the elections, Bishop, and they invite Kenneth Okonkwo as the spokesperson of Atiku Abubakar, who would they invite on the APC camp to counterweight him? Who do you think will sit in the opposite side of him and be able to present in terms of just the force of his personality?
Unfortunately, I would have wanted our friend Reno to be the one, but Reno will not.
You think Reno can handle Kenneth Okonkwo?
Of course. I mean,
Reno, there is an agege guy.
Anybody can
will destroy him.
Even Keyamo will handle him. FFK will handle him.
Keyamo can handle him, but Reno cannot handle Okonkwo now.
Anybody. I'm looking at the space of anyhow. Let me just say, anybody will handle Kenneth Okonkwo. all you need to do is don't be swayed by his theatrics and his over gesticulations. Just calm down and puncture his points one after the other. It's not going to be a shouting match. It's going to be a conversation. So if he wants to turn it to a shouting
it's
match,
never a conversation with Kenneth Okonkwo. It's
and so you
usually
just need to continue to, you just let him rant and rant and rant. And if you have just 1 minute, for every of his 5 minutes, you just need 1 minute to puncture him. For every of his 5 minute rant, you just need 1 minute of response. So I'm sure there are almost everybody can equal up. The only thing is just be prepared for his theatrics, and that's all.
All right, let me take you to one more topic, Bishop. There's still several other topics, but we'll move it around and then come back to you again. And of course, you can interject with the other speakers as well. So this now thing of the Americans withdrawing their troops from Nigeria, what does that mean in terms of our fight against insecurity?
Did they say withdrawing?
Yes.
Was that confirmed in any way?
Oh, hold on. Let me bring it up. It's So there it is right there. It says U.S. pulls troops from Nigeria after counter-terrorism operations. Let me give you two paragraphs. The United States has withdrawn the majority of its military personnel deployed to Nigeria for a joint counter-terrorism mission in the Lake Chad Basin, whilst maintaining intelligence sharing and other security cooperations with the Nigerian Authority. Our commander of U.S. Air Force in Africa, General Dagvin R.M. Anderson, announced the development during a virtual press briefing on the outcome of the African Chief of Defense Conference 2026. He said the partnership between Washington and Abuja remained active, particularly in intelligence operations targeting ISIS, etc., etc. But it looks as though it might well have some veracity because they are pulling it from a big press briefing in some big conference of our defense chiefs.
I actually think I remember. I had something like that. But it was not like they are withdrawing completely. When they were coming in, there was this controversy. Are we giving them a space? Are we giving them a, what do you call it now? A base in Nigeria? And Nigeria government said no. They are coming for specific operation, especially in the Lake Chad region, to tackle some threats with intelligence sharing and technical backup for our forces. Now, to my thinking, to stand in truth to that commitment, because there was this opposition, especially from the north, that and you see, I'm sure you saw it online too, that no government has allowed a base for America in Nigeria. And Tinubu is now giving America a base, boots on the ground. If you remember the ranting, especially from Arise or his Asleep television. So now that they have completed that phase of the operation, I think it is just good for them to withdraw those 200 troops that they deployed. But they are still going to maintain their what do you call it now? Intelligence sharing and technical presence. Intelligence sharing and technical, because it is that intelligence sharing that they feed back to the AFRICOM, that they are able to deploy some of the things, arms we used and the eye in the sky. So technically, yes, they are withdrawing those 200 troops because it generated a lot of hullabaloo when they sent them. But are they still going to be there for the technical backing? I think so. So I think it is more of, look, this is what we promised, that this coming is not a permanent thing. Even if you are going to come back, for now, let's withdraw, because the immediate threat in certain critical areas have been neutralized. They've actually been able to achieve quite a number of things.
Do you not think they are withdrawing them just because they want to have like a boots on the ground onslaught against Iran? Is that not what they are doing?
No. I mean, if America is going to withdraw, you see from where they have 200, not where they have 14,000. You understand what I'm saying? If they have just 200 and they have 14,000 in some places, in Germany alone, they have about 16,000 troops that are there in their Europe, whatever. They have in other places in Africa, 200 troops is 0 point whatever percent. I don't think that is where they want to withdraw from. If they are, I'm not giving any credence to what your assertions, what you just said. I'm saying if they need to, I don't think it is where they just have 200 that are not 100% combat troops that they are not going to be withdrawing from. I don't think so. 200 is insignificant. It's an insignificant number. They have more in South Korea. They have more in Europe, Northern Europe. They even have more in Africa, in their central command in Africa than they are thinking of withdrawing 200. I don't think so. I think it's just the agreement they had have an issue that, okay, this is what we're coming to do. And to a great extent, even though we are not giving enough credit to that effort has actually neutralized a whole lot of these what do you call it, terrorists. It has neutralized a whole lot of them. They really achieved. I mean, as Nigerians, we are not giving enough credit because we have this attitude of it is either whole, total, or nothing. Even if there is one single attack today. I mean, there was one attack that was averted somewhere in America yesterday, and it will have been a very, very massive, bloody one. And, so sometimes some of these things succeed. Sometimes we're able to, to get the couple that climbed the, what do you call it, in New York yesterday. If it was terrorism attack, they wanted to carry out, that would have been what would dominate this. So I don't think their withdrawing has anything to do with. I think they've achieved what they wanted to achieve, and it was time bound, and it is time to go. If they need to come back, why not? If we still need them.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Bishop. So, Bishop, stay with us. Let's move it around a little bit. We'll bring it back to you. We do 5-7 minutes, just so everybody speaks quickly. We go Larry, Baba, Rational Mind. So Larry, Otojo Meta, Shejawati Kwarini. Larry.
Oh man.
Okay,
I've just been busy on one.
I know. Go easy.
Yeah.
All those dollars must be made. America and every single don't leave a dollar behind.
It's better now. Don't worry. When we launch, I will let you know.
Brilliant. So what's going on? What have you been looking at in the policies? Bishop was very quick to dismiss this idea of this fourth tier of government out of hand. So are you for it? What are your thoughts on that space?
No, I think the problem I have, right? It's a lot of things are not well taught, and I think the Tinubu government, they want to do things, they want to put out a lot of policies, but I'm not really seeing them being thorough with some of those policies. Right? That's what I just think. When you look at, you see these tiers of government, right? I think what we need is not really, everybody wants to, let's do restructure, let's do this, let's do that. No, I really do not really think that's exactly what we need. I think there is need for efficiency in the ones we currently have. There is need for accountability. If there is a better way for us to make the things we have more functional, I think that would probably be the best thing. Right? I understand when Tinubu started, local government autonomy, blah, 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 blah. I was actually expecting them to put more focus on the local governments. It's not really just giving autonomy, and just, you just said autonomy on paper, right? It's not really you going deep into really ensuring that thing is efficient. Because let's not deceive ourselves. If we can actually get those local governments to be efficient, it's going to be easy for things to really develop in that country. I've been following some local government recently, and Agege, this Obasa's boy, I've been following things he's been doing. And if most of the local government are actually even doing something, we do not really need, because 4 term of government and all those things, at the end of the day, if you look at it, it's just still increasing the cost of governance. And at the end of the day, most of them are not going to even do anything. Okay, take for instance, look at Southeast Development Commission, right? with the money they gave them when they were auditing that guy, what exactly have they done? Oh, they do seminar, they do billions and everything. And at the end of the day, what do you see? You employ people in those places. We are also still increasing the cost of governance. We are also still increasing our recurrent expenditure. And these are money that are being borrowed. So for me, I do not, if fourth arm of government, I believe more in accountability. I believe more in value for money. If they really want to do something, they should focus on the things that we have, make it more efficient. If you like, organize 7 arms. If it's not going to be efficient, it's not going to be efficient. Sit down. If it's just one policy, ensure that you're able to follow that policy till the point that we're getting value from it. That's what I just think. I think it should focus more on those local governments. He has started it. He's gone to court, and I think probably because most of the governors moved to APC, they were not really following up those things, and it's just more on paper than in reality. So for me, I do not really think that's going to solve any problem. I think it's just going to still increase cost of governance. That's what I think.
All right. Is there anything else you're looking at in the news today? Do you have any thoughts on the Americans withdrawing from Nigeria, Kenneth Okonkwo's appointment? Again, Bishop dismissed it, but I thought it was an inspired move for Kenneth Okonkwo as the spokesperson of the APC. So I thought that was very clever. And then El-Rufai being refused bail and etc. etc. So give us about 5 minutes of your thoughts.
For Kenneth Okonkwo, I think everybody needs a Kenneth Okonkwo. Every presidential candidate needs a Kenneth Okonkwo in their team. Forget about it. You know, that guy might actually be this, he might actually be that, but he's doing his job. You know what he's doing. During Buhari's period, look at how Buhari was. There was still this Lai Mohammed that was almost everywhere for Buhari's government. And that's exactly what I think is missing in this Tinubu's government. Sometimes when I listen to, what's this guy? Ononuga Adenuga, what's that man's name? I think that man is just too slow. You know, he doesn't really have, you know, what it takes. You understand what I'm saying? You need someone. That's how it is. And you see Kenneth Okonkwo more. Let the campaign start. Let the campaign start, because that guy is just somebody that he knows that he doesn't have anything to lose. All he needs to do is to do his job well. You understand what I'm saying? He's not doing the job because, probably because he's passionate about it. He's doing the job because that is what he wants to do. And that's what is putting food on his table. That's exactly what's happening. When he was doing it for Obi, he wasn't just doing it for Obi probably because he loved Obi. He was basically doing it because he felt that that's what is really going to put him into limelight. Don't forget,
Larry, that engineer that speaks, what's his name again, woman? The engineer that is all over making rounds now in the media. I thought he worked directly for the government.
Which one?
What's his name? It's like it's very good.
Is it the one fighting with Bajabi Amila?
No. It's like it says it's not paid by the government, but it's making media rounds now.
No, I know. Is it this guy? That's not an engineer. This is that political scientist.
Yeah.
Honorable Judge.
That guy.
Yeah.
He's pretty good. He's very good.
Yeah, he's good, but you understand? For me, they need somebody. You understand what I'm saying? Somebody that is going to do the dirty job. That's just it. That guy has been helping them.
He's like a bruiser now. That guy is not a bruiser now. You know, Kenneth Okonkwo is a street fighter.
They need someone that will do the dirty job. Don't forget about this thing. Kenneth Okonkwo will do a lot. And Atiku knows it. Kenneth Okonkwo is a good material.
Do you have a name? So if you want to, can you suggest a name for the government?
I don't know. They don't have people that I felt, you know, before Bwala joined them, Bwala was almost everywhere. Immediately Bwala joined them, I don't know what happened. You understand what I'm saying? Even Bwala was silent. I don't know what Onanuga did to Bwala. Because, you know, at the point, Bwala was everywhere.
You know, there's a guy that can take on Kenneth Okonkwo, but he's gone, he's disappeared from the surface of the earth. Do you remember that guy, Ajuri Ngalali?
Yeah, but...
he's too civilized. He can't take on Kenneth Okonkwo.
No,
no, that guy is a street fighter.
Ajuri does not fight dirty.
Did
Ajuri
you
does not
does
fight.
it.
did you not see him on CNN when he was fighting?
Who could have taken Cornet to Conquer if not for the fact that they gave Dele Alake minister? If Dele Alake were to be minister for information, Dele Alake is also brutal. That's another guy. But
no, it's too civil. The only person that the only it's only one named Larry, but it's not. It's on the other side. I know, but
probably you've not been following that bros.
No, it's too polished. You need people like Shegun Showumi will be the only person I can think of.
No. Uncle Shege will not do that.
That's the only person that can match.
No, Shege will not do that.
Anybody else, I don't.
For me, I actually think Tinubu, they need someone like that. Let's not deceive ourselves. And look at where Koko started from. He was formerly in APC, but he knew that in APC he was not going to get his way. Immediately Obi came, that was an opportunity. That guy, jumped to that side. Before you know it, you understand what I'm saying? It was almost everywhere. Clicked into the obedience space. They were hailing him and everything. And when he saw that, this obedience, there are a lot of them, right? Aisha Yusufu is there, all of them is there. So he was not going to be the main guy. What did he do? He put away from that side. Because if he had been in that
Feminko, FFK.
FFK is now gentle now.
No, I'm saying if he had chosen to go in that direction, it would have.
FFK is now more. I think FFK is now more matured. He's done that dirty. What Kenneth Koko is currently doing is what FFK has done in the past. You understand what I'm saying?
He's an ambassador now.
He can't even do that. Because for me, call Kenneth Koko whatever you want to call him. That guy is just basically doing his job. He's basically doing his job, and he will do more. Because what Atiku just did for him was just to save his face. Because immediately Atiku picked Amechi, the Obigians have been trolling Kenneth. They've been everywhere because of Kenneth and everything. So I think Atiku just saw that, this is an opportunity to save this guy's face. And this guy is going... So look at the way he was praising Atiku, like... Atiku is just a saver. And for me, because the Tinubu's government, they are leaving a lot of holes that is easy for anybody to penetrate. They are leaving a lot of holes that is just easy for, if you are just smart, go into them, hit them hard. You understand? Look at what is happening with Gbajabiamila and this issue of packaging. That's a hole that you've just left. That if they don't, and that
I'm hopeful that Gbajabiamila doesn't survive beyond this administration.
And that hole they just left, if they are not careful, you're just giving, it's just a pass mark that you're just giving the opposition. Someone like Kenneth Okoko, if they can eat into that place, that's going to eat deep into them. That's going to eat into them. Because for me, though personally, I do not really believe for how much is 400 million for Gbajabiamila. You understand what I'm saying? I do not really believe Gbajabiamila will not stood down to that point of 400 million. No. Even small boys in Abuja will not even do 400 million. You understand? But
but he was also asking for a percentage of that portfolio's budget.
I'm not even speaking for, because Gbajabiamila, right? He has one or two things. Because for me, he's done a lot of rubbish that I do not really support. You understand what I'm saying? Remember when they started this issue of ministerial nominee? Gbajabiamila was the orchestrator of those, they will put name that even the president is not even aware. Before they will cancel. They say, no, this is not it. You understand what I'm saying? So I do not even trust Gbajabiamila to, but for me, 400 million, I really do not think 400 million is, Gbajabiamila will now, because of 400 million, you understand? I really do not, but still, there are boys around him. You understand what I'm saying? There are boys around him. Some of those things might not really be Baja himself. It might actually be the boys.
Larry, do you see him returning for second term?
So the thing is this: you don't understand. You see Tinubu as a person.
No, I'm only asking. I don't know. I'm not just.
I don't know. Tinubu, sometimes you say this and he doesn't even listen. He wants to use his guys. That's just it. But what I see, probably in second time, they'll probably put more people around him. That's what I think. Probably, when he started, they brought Muri Okunla, they brought some other people around him, at least to reduce his power. That's what I just think. For me, that role, yeah, probably they have brought someone
It
else.
has toned down a lot. Do you remember when it first started? It was always it was like a photo op sort of, but now it's just faded into the background.
Yeah, because
Which is what his role should be.
they brought a lot of people, they whistled down his power. They brought a lot of people around him that could actually do those things. So it's just more of, he doesn't really have that power like he used to have when they started the government. So he doesn't even have that much power. So that's what I think Tinubu might actually do. But I think this thing, if they are not able to, I was not even expecting Ononuga to quickly come out and say, yeah, they've exonerated Bajabe. No, 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 no. It's not going to die like that. Probably they felt it's just something they could just say, that was just going to die like that. No, it's not going to die like that. Do you know that after that thing, people started bringing a lot of things out? And you're like, yeah, why are you going to defend this? How are you going to defend allocating a space for that guy in federal secretariat? How are you going to defend there's budget, provision for that particular space? How are you going to defend every other thing? How are you going to defend that guy? I was watching something this evening, right? Where they had a ceremony, the ambassadors, all of them were there. How are you going to defend all those things? Probably what I think is that thing. Some guys just they put that thing, the thing burst, and they were just looking for somebody, and that guy, I don't know. Probably they just need to look for a way, because if that guy goes to court, that guy is going to talk. He's definitely going to talk in court. So probably what they would just do is to.
You don't want him to talk?
Yeah, why? I want him to talk.
So let him talk.
I want him to talk. I want him to talk because that's part of why I said, you see, a lot of things are actually happening. That's why most of all this policy, we bring this policy. No, I think we are not really doing due diligence to those policies, right? Because we need to do due diligence to those policies because let's not deceive ourselves. Most of the money, even though they said we're getting more revenue, but most of the money, that we're still getting are still being borrowed. So there is need for us to be able to audit those money, to be able to know how much we're really spending. Are we really getting value for money? That's why for me, I really do not support all this policy. We are creating this, we are doing this. No. Let's with the ones we have. Let us make it more efficient. Before we are bringing NYSC policy, we are changing this. No, all those things. See, as far as me, I'm concerned.
Do you not approve of the NYSC reforms?
No. One man, I approve of reforms, but I think they need to do more, take their time, think it through, look for better, because at the end of the day, you see these civilians, you understand, all this, we are removing regimentality, we are making civilians to head it. I don't even trust them. The only thing that makes NYSC still stand today is that discipline. That's the only thing that makes NYSC still stand today. Is that discipline. An average person goes to camp, right? That time in camp, that's when you see that a little bit of discipline. After that, what do you see? Even if you go to NYSC camp, when we were in NYSC, the only people that will have a little bit of fear for is the military guys. And it's because of the regimentality that is actually there. Now, if you're not taking that thing out, you're not bringing these politicians in. Politicians, what exactly are they really going to offer? Politicians that at every point, it's all about, is he in for me? Am I an APC member? Am I a this? Am I a that? I'm telling you, in as much as you point it, you write it, it's going to be the best, it's going to be this, it's going to be that. At the end of the day, if you look at it with politicians, I don't even trust them. They will just kill that whole thing. That's just it. You can make things better, right? Without yanking every great thing off it. There are a lot of things that you can do. You can make NYSC better, but don't remove all those regimentality. Don't remove that aspect of military coming into that space. Don't remove it. Make it better, reform it, but reform it around what is currently existing. All these issues of, we are removing khaki, we are bringing Adire.
No, they've debunked. I think they've come out to say that's fake news,
Yeah, I don't know if all those they are, but they said it's fake news. Where is it coming from? Is it not coming from the Minister for Youth?
Did you hear him say it?
No,
He
it
may
was
well be coming from the obedience.
no. I think I was watching something. I think there was an interview that I was watching. He didn't really mention Adira. He said they're looking for something local, one of our local thing. I think I watched something like that. For me, right, it's easy for want to do all these things because most of the policies, right, that we still have, all we are still doing is to still look at the economic policies, right? It's not like we've really gotten to that point that we can close our eyes. No. The foreign exchange thing is we're still trying as much as possible to maintain stability. And that stability, the stability we have in the foreign exchange policy, it's not like we have that stability that we can close our eyes. No. We have a tele-guided stability where we still need to keep managing things. So,
I mean, let's. I'm sorry. Can I come in?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I really was trying to understand Can we pick specific policies or reforms of the government that you disagree with? So let's see if we can dissect and look, because you seem to disagree with everything and nothing in specific.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm not disagreeing with everything, but I think there is a lot coming out at the same time. We want to do a lot at the same time.
But the same way you are saying that they are doing a lot, some people are saying they are not doing enough.
No, see, there is difference between, you see, policies. Policies are always easy for us to say, oh, we are changing this, we are changing this, we are changing this, we are changing it. This. You understand what I'm saying? I think they still need time. Do one, let's look at how it's going to work. Because the way it is now, at the point I was even reading something, they said, oh, it's not going to slow down. Yeah, it's just like you go into a house. A house, is an old house, and all you think of, we are thinking, oh, let us even yank off the whole house. Let's build new structures.
3 more minutes, Larry.
Let's put new structures and let it be as beautiful as we want it. Right? Yeah, in as much as we want that, that's what we desire. But it's not, in reality, it's not really going to work like that. Because even if you change everything, you're still going to put people, and these are the people that personally I do not even trust. Tinubu might have the good intention to do some of all those things, but what about those people? Do you even trust them? Okay, let me give you an instance. Look at this student loan scheme. Do you know the scandal in student loan scheme now? That the non-students, the non-president is trying to open up. Imagine a particular school where tuition is around 120,000, and the VCs of those schools will now quote 300 and something thousand. Get that from student loan, the student loan.
Yes.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
Not knowing, because at the end of the day, it's still the student that's still going to pay back that loan.
Now, can we? Sorry for this. Now, you have pointed out a specific example. Now, I will say that the fear of failing or making mistakes and not starting at all is a very dangerous thing. They have started. The scheme is about a year plus now. We can weigh it side by side. What are the downside? Where can we improve upon? What adjustment do we need to make? The fact that maybe we have 100 institutions in Nigeria, maybe the one we are talking about 10 or 20 or even 30, we're not going to demonize the whole rest. We're going to say, okay, let us arrest those people and make an example of them. Gradually. There is this saying in one of the books we read, say, by jumping from tree to tree and falling, the monkey learns to jump without falling. I don't know, I'm paraphrasing now. We can now improve on those areas, and that's why I wanted you to point at specific the reforms they have done and the downside or the challenges, so that it can be fixed. For example, this one you just mentioned now, it is not because of the project itself. People will implement it. It's just like you building a hospital and you hiring a nurse somewhere down the ladder, and the nurse is not doing his or her job, or the cleaner. You cannot fault the idea that backed the hospital. Somebody must be able to do oversight and put the nurse or the cleaner in order. So if one rector or vice chancellor or leader of any university is abusing the process and they are perpetrating this fraud, let there be a system that will go and check them and put them in jail. We will not, because of that, now demonize the whole program or the idea itself.
All right, let Larry respond and then we'll move
We're
on.
actually saying the same thing, right? We're actually saying the same thing. When you have a policy and when you're able to look at that policy to grow, you're able to sanitize that policy to the point that you start getting value from that policy. That is how there's difference between, putting out a policy and ensuring that that policy is being implemented to the point that we're getting value from it. That is exactly what, this is a new policy, right? And for that to come out, are you so sure that that's not what it's really been done across the country? So you need to be able to let the policy grow, look at how to really sanitize the policy, take out the bad guys in that policy to the point that that policy is now yielding what you really want. But if you are not really done with that, you went into another policy, you divert attention into something new, you started that one, you divert attention into another one. I'm telling you, it's not really gonna be the best. That's what I think. Yeah, woman, you can go to another next person.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Thank you, Larry. Stay with us, Larry. We go to Baba. See if Baba is ready for us. Baba.
Yeah, woman. Particularly, a lot of things actually are going on in the government and governance circle. I'm excited, you understand, and because I like new things, I like things being pointed, and I like bold people. But in this fourth tier they are trying to create, I think it's too complex at the moment. It is too complex for Nigeria as a nation formatted as we are presently formatted. I just think they should drop it. The idea they have on the table, which is 27% of the listing derivation, increase from 13 to 27%, should be pursued vigorously in the next government. As soon as they come in, let them slice, because the net is wide now. Ogun State is now an oil producing state. There could be several other states coming on board. So that 13% is not going to be enough anymore. That 27% is part of this, is part of the restructuring. Gradually, those that are slowing us down will get the message. For instance, the commission basin. I like what is happening. He created one for every zone himself. I mean, Tinubu created one zone, and I knew that the zones will mess themselves up. NDDC of the Niger Delta one, they got their own too. And if you look at their example, it's not a perfect organization, but it's done very, very well for that region. But look at what happened, which I was not surprised. I'm not surprised. I knew it would happen. The Southeast one, 150 million gone down the drain, and yet they will be looking at the center. That's an extra layer of governance, for development, infrastructural development that they laid out to your zone. And look the mess they made out of it, just the initial deposit. So people should put their focus properly on their region, because a lot of money is going down the drain in most of the regions. Take, for instance, also what Larry talked about in terms of the local government administration. It's no more. The system is so faulty, because apart from the government, giving money to the local government, even the states, there is a 3% statutory allocation from the state allocation, all the things the state generates, to add to that FAC allocation and give it to the local governments. But then, unfortunately, there is a joint account situated at CBN for each of the local government, run by in partnership with their individual states. So it goes to the federal government account, to their joint account. The state government put its own 3% and push it to the local government. But look at it, when the states will put their teeth, they don't even show receipt for the 3% they put in there. But states that are respecting the law, they are enjoying. Look at Ushomulu local government. Look at all the local governments and local government areas of Lagos State, which is even very difficult to administer because the constitution doesn't recognize about 31 of the LCDAs, I mean. But they find a way, they get everything done to the extent that some local governments are matching even some state governments. Look at what the Agege local government, for instance. I mean, something is going on there, a kind of revolution. I've not been there though. I've seen some clips, but I'm happy for that area of Lagos State. So the thing is, politics has come to play in that aspect. And I think the president, of course, he has put it out there. They've given you a gun. If you don't want to shoot it, that is your headache. But I think he will put his foot down after the next election because the new governors will come in. The old ones have to be very careful because they kind of got the cooperation of the former Minister of Defense through the Governors Forum. And of course, he helped them with the CBN accounts and things like that. So the president, there isn't much he can do. It's like a gang up. It's been there from time. I mean, there was time Amechi was doing it. There was time Fashola was doing it at the Governors Forum, and a lot of things are key when they were governors. So he has to be very careful. I can understand where he's coming from that one. But for instance, this when we are talking about Kenneth Okonkwo and anything, well, Kenneth Okonkwo has his Sten gun pointed in several directions. It's not just a direction of APC. He has to do it against NDC. He has to do it against APC. And the APC, of course, have a race of guns. There is Sunday Diary. If anybody remembers his last outing at one of, I think it was, I can't remember the TV station. He did brilliantly well. Brilliantly well. And of course, those ambassadors that have not taken their stations, they will come on board too. So APC is not going to have just one spokesperson. They are going to have arrays of them. It is a kind of, it's going to be whatever, all those whoa, it doesn't really work. Because this government is going to campaign on their achievements. They are going to campaign on their achievements, and they've achieved a lot. They've achieved a lot. If you don't see it, then let cataracts finish your eyes. They've achieved a lot. Because people who say, oh, they are not doing anything, I mean, that it is laughable. It is laughable. So for the government spokesperson or anything, they may not be articulating whatever it is now. But let the campaign, like Sunday Diary said, let the campaign starts. There is sufficient ammunition. There is sufficient money. They know how to play the politics. I sent a clip to you about a week or two ago when even the women of APC, they are arranging, they are marshalling the women to mount 2 women at least in every polling booth. That is just one out of several arms of the APC electioneering superintendents. So in every booth, they could have about 10 people. They could have about 10 people. And those that are thinking they could do one thing or funny stuff on the internet or anything, we all know what internet costs money. So if they want, for every of that 10 naira, APC is ready to produce 100 naira conveniently to match them to buy this best equipment. And there will be consultants. There will be consultants who the polls are, the polls, private polls have been taken, and there is nothing. Keyamo is there. So whatever bile they are stocking in their listing, it's just their problem. It is their problem because what this man have done so far, nobody has done it. People are dog whistling and, oh, we can't survive another war. Let them, whoever wants to war, let him war, bring it on. because this is we are in the valley of decision.
Baba Jedariko, who is the one saying that?
Babawani, dog whistling and things like that. Let him bring him on. After he was a general.
He's been talking about the triggers of the Civil War. Did you see him?
We know what he does. We know what our father does. We know what our father does. So, but it doesn't really matter. You understand? Whatever it is, he thinks he is capable of doing. But he should carry a bullhorn. He should stop dog whistling. He should, because all the things we are suffering today. There is no man. I've not seen any man live. I've read Lincoln and all the rest, a lot of autobiographies and biographies. But Obasanjo's grace is out of this world. Out of this world. And what did he do with the grace? Because whatever we are kicking down, he kicked the can down the road like every other person. He foisted Shagari on us. Though Shagari won that election fairly, I won't deny that. It took me about 10 years to wake up to that reality. I was like an obedient then in the 70s, disagreeable. But Shagari won. He foisted Shagari on us, like he foisted Yaradua on us. So he was like building and destroying at the same time. So if at all he built something in his second coming as a civilian president, he kicked the can down the road. The police, state police, he could easily have done it then. But he panders to other people. This Mr. One Nigeria, though, well, whatever it is, he thinks he owes them a favor. But will that favor be sacrificed on the altar of a non-performance or doing the right thing? And you wake up every day now, you are ending up the whole thing and talking about the civil war. What kind of civil war? Those who want to war can bring it on.
So, all right. Give us 3 more minutes, Baba. I don't know if you want to speak on Kenneth Okonkwo and all these other things, or the Americans withdrawing.
Yeah, they are technical people. They are not really boots on the ground or anything. You know, the modern warfare now, I'm sure they put everything in place. And all they have to do, the AFRICOM will take over everything. It's all about screen and equipment somewhere on the ground, in the air, in the ground, on the air, and even the air we breathe into. It's a technical warfare. And our troops are doing wonderfully well. You understand? They are doing. Look, these people are like what we call in local parlance chinch. They want to die. They don't care whether it's in their DNA or it's their religion or I don't know. They just don't care. So if they don't care, it takes time to finish them or soften them. We saw them in Afghanistan, we saw them in Iraq, we saw them in Syria, and a host of other places. Now it is Nigeria. The only quarrel I have with this government is that we should not look at their faces. Like I've always said, I've seen plenty of rain in my life. I've seen sunshine. I've seen happy days. But one of the happiest days I will live to see in the remainder of my life is to see the caliphate, the sultanate, the sultan himself in jumpsuit. I want to see him in jumpsuit. And the Gumis of the North, I want to see them in jumpsuit in an American jail. This man kept quiet for so long until one obscure Miyetti Allah Fulani was killed in Plateau State. Then he came up with his full chest and asking for investigation, that the people should be held and dealt with. Meanwhile, that same period, children were kidnapped by his Fulani people or his terrorists in Borno State. He didn't talk about that. Now, because of that one, he's now talking about, oh, terrorism is not in our religion. It's not part of our religion. He's complicit. That America deliberately sent Tomahawk to that side of the country, not even the theater that is hot in northeast. It shows that they are trying to deliver a statement to him. And I'm sure it's on the radar. This president should create a special court. Ekpebolo is doing it in Edo State. I want special courts created. Don't bring these miscreants, terrorists, dirty looking people into our high courts. 200 of them and choking the place up. And one day they will overwhelm the place and embarrass the government and take their people off in an operation that they did not envisage. So when you create a special court in a special compound, put them there and start dealing with them. What's wrong with creating special courts? Why is it wasting time? They are sponsors, they are money launderers. All those things have to be killed. When you starve them of those needs, then we'll start making progress. When their bullets run dry and their source of supply is also cut off. Look, this is where my anger at the president is. That is where you should focus. America is safe today because they are like hawk, because the price of liberty is eternal vigilance. The price of liberty is eternal vigilance. America is not sleeping. They don't want to be embarrassed again. So everything it takes, they even go to afield. They go afield, far afield, to even make sure they stop it, like what they are even doing in Nigeria. They've killed Manuki or Manuaki or whatever that one they killed in the Chad Basin a couple of weeks back, because it must have been on their radar for some time. So this president should wake up to his responsibility. As for Kenneth Okonkwo, I've said, look, to me, I'm not losing sleep. For Kenneth, I'm not losing sleep. For the next election, I'm not losing sleep. Honestly.
But before, can you just quickly touch on, sorry, for 10 seconds, because it's like we've moved on from the Oyo thing, kidnapping, like nobody's talking about those girls anymore, those school children. It's been over a month now, right? Is it 45
it's
days?
Going on 2 months even now.
It's like we've moved on and nobody's even discussing them anymore.
I don't think we've moved on.
Okay.
This is just a conjecture. I don't think we've moved on. What they are trying to do, I think they don't want to pay ransom. So it's like, okay, let me finish. They don't want to pay ransom. They bog them down in that forest. Okay, you will not release the children. Okay, you too, you will not leave this forest, and you will not get supply.
So how did you get supply? How did you survive it?
Exactly. But for this,
you see, I've watched or read, I don't know where I come up with this, but I think I can't really remember. There are instances at times, the government themselves, they could be supplying them food because of the children. Why they pin them down? You say when you are tired, eventually you will surrender. You can't be there forever. But governments do that. It's an operation. You understand? Because look, whether we like it or not, only God knows how many trillions we've paid in ransom in the last 10, 12 years. Monies that are supposed to go into health, education, road infrastructure, and several other things. We paid trillions. People have made fortune. And yet the little we have, people are even using it to send terrorists to Mecca, to marry and breed more terrorists, to give us. And those people I'm dividing my resources with from the south. They have their own resources. They appropriate them privately. We don't know what is going on with the gold in the Zamfara side. For years, we don't know. It's only in the last 3 years we've come to realize that, oh, a lot is going on in Zamfara, Sokoto, with gold. The lithium, we woke up to it on time, even though they are still taking some and selling them privately. But the national government, fortunately, is a Dangote executive that forayed into governance, and they are opening a lot of factories. They think in Nasarawa state alone, there are about 3 lithium factories at the moment, and more are being built in that region. So a lot of things are going on, and I'm excited. for those who see and for those who want us to continue. But for those who want war or the country, they should bring it on. I yield, one man.
All right, brilliant, excellent. That's the excellence of Baba. Baba always speaks with passion. That's really.
Can I just say something for 10 seconds before?
All right, then Rational Mind next. Yeah.
For the sake of this administration, they need to wrap this thing up within the next couple of months. This idea of we're gonna wait this out. No, you cannot have this go on for 2-3 months. So that's just what I'm gonna say.
I agree with you actually. Either militarily or paying them, they should just end it. Whichever way it ends, they should end it.
Please permit me to just add to it also. I was having this conversation this afternoon. I mean, allowing this to linger for this long is sending a very, very dangerous thing now. I mean, what we are saying is that, look, I mean, Southwest is also conducive for the kind of mass adoption that lasts months and months and months and months. I think we should have been able to take some very decisive decision. Of course, it might have some consequences, but it will be sending a greater message that, look, this Southwest forest is not a safe haven for terrorists to come and kidnap children and remain there for months and months and months on ending. It's very sad that it has gotten really this long.
They should go and pay. They should pay and release those kids.
Yes, whatever they have to do, they have to. I mean, these are children now. I mean, killers are going.
Release them literally. Go and pay and release.
Yes, either by force or by paying them. They have to bring those children out. Rational Mind, if you're there, Rational Mind.
Hello, woman.
Ogagwa, kilo ijawati to. Baby, but we never see you again.
Well, it's just life, my brother.
Well, is it work that's beating you down? Your voice sounds like, are you tired or?
I'm not following Portland, no far.
Very soon he'll pick up his passport again, go to some Scandinavian country and impregnate 10 women. Papa Jasko, do you remember Papa Jasko?
Yeah.
This I know you about Jasko. Now Dauda the Naxin guy.
Remember Naxin? Dauda. They keep it super happy. Anyways, yeah. Woman, I've listened to everybody. I just sold my piece here. Take my time to listen. I just want you to feed me those topics as you have them.
Yes, we were talking about Kenneth Okonkwo being a formidable spokesperson for Atiku, which I feel, but not everybody seems to agree. But I certainly feel that. And then we were talking about the Americans withdrawing the body of the main bulk of their personnel in Nigeria, and we're wondering what that means for insecurity. Our former Nigerian minister, Uche Naji, has been arrested, the one of the fake certificate saga. And then they've tried to tighten the rules around electoral litigation, with them making it, try to fast track it somewhat. And then 3,610 killed, 3,960 abducted by terrorists across Nigeria in 6 months. This is coming out of Inter-Society, and it's quite an alarming headline. Our court rejects El-Rufai's fresh bail bid over fake medical report. So this guy has gone to the National Hospital in Abuja to bribe for a letterhead paper, and it's just written there that they said they had cancer. They went to the hospital. They said he's never been there before. So I mean, they've rejected his bill on the back of that. But I thought that should be an additional charge to be leveled against him. So we're talking about that. And then they are flighting the kite for an idea of a 4-tier form of government. So you have the federal, and then you have the regional government, which is based around the 6 geopolitical structures that we have at the moment. So and then you have the state and then the local government. So we were talking about the practicalities of that, and Bishop especially did not sound especially impressed. So we're talking about those or whatever else interests you.
Well, let me start with that, the original thing. You see, we're talking about the society that people run today in most countries. They are trying to create leaner government and more leaner kind of government system that is very efficient. Our own is to uh, look for political offices that we can create so that we can create food for the boys, like we know this guy, Tinubu does. We've seen so many things this guy's done. He happens to be the only president in the history of that country that has opened so many portfolios for so many people. For some reason, he does that. And when I come here, I call him Akpa. People think maybe I'm just insulting your president. He has always been that kind of a person because it's not his money; it's taxpayers' money. So what does he care? As long as he can create a chop chop for the boys, and these boys he can use them, bring himself back or rig himself back into the office. That's all he cares about. So what's the use of a regional government? And then you have in the states and the local governments. What's the point of that? Those people who refer to as the founding fathers, when they created regional governments, we know we never had this state thing. We have legislators, regional legislators who fight for their own region and their own provinces, their own areas to bring about developments. And the premier will blaze a trail for what the government of that party, like the party of Alpa later Awolowo back then, they said they blazed a trail that we want to, in every part of a region, southwest, southwest, western region. This is our policy, and everybody keys into it. So we don't need government, so we don't need governors to do that. We don't need all this crap that they are doing. So you see, Tinubu for me is just this guy is just a phony guy. I've said it here many times. I'm just so sick and tired of sounding like a broken record every time when I come here. I say this guy has nothing upstairs. It's just like he said, he wants to be president. He wants to be not be the president. That's what he said. So what's new about it? So let me go to other topic. I want to talk about. Listen, when Baba was talking about, he's ready to challenge anybody, and I'm ready to also probably debate you on that. You said this government is going to run on their achievements. I don't know what achievement you're talking about, Baba. What are these achievements? You just
Well,
heard
if
when
one man is listening to you, let him arrange it and he moderates
yeah,
it.
one man,
I'm
please.
ready. Any day, anytime.
Okay, all right. So
Are you sure you can handle a debate with Baba? Baba is a very knowledgeable man.
no problem.
Although you are knowledgeable too, But
Well,
no. Let's have it. Let's have it tomorrow if you're both available. Anyway, I have both your numbers. We'll set something up.
We'll find time. Man. So I've been talking about. You just spoke about insecurity under this man. Nigerians has been slaughtered like any other time. We've seen wars under Bubu. We don't even know that this one that was coming after Bubu was even more clueless than even Bubu himself. We were talking about these kids in the forest. I'm sure there were one more Sheyi Nogbe in grandson. Whether they would not have used their so-called Pegasus or whatever they call it to track those people in the bush there. But then because it's my own child, your own child, we don't about we are not related to them. They can just forget us in the bush because we don't matter. When I say this guy is a narcissist, he doesn't care. Even any of you here that are supporting him here, I don't pray any of you or your parents or anybody or somebody family member gets kidnapped. They won't care. Yes, some of you will come here, you will just praise this guy to high heavens like he's some kind of the best thing after sliced bread. For me, it's just I don't know what achievement we're talking about when farmers can't even go to farm. The food basket of that country, the middle belt, it's a killing. It's just flowing with with the red liquid. I don't want to mention it just not to trigger anything here for you, one man. But what I'm just trying to get, what I'm getting at is that what's the use of so-called APC manufactured prosperity when there's no there's no security? What's the use of it? I don't even know why you're even talking about when you talk about prosperity. Why is this prosperity when we have 140 million people in multidimensional poverty? So people come here, they talk about macro economy achievement by this. What are you talking about? How has that translated to common people in the street being able to pay their house rents, put food on the table for themselves, secure their own lives? I don't know. We come here, we just throw all these numbers around. Like, I don't even know what planet that some of us are from. And I want to see that. I want to hear. I want people to come and tell me what Tinubu has achieved over time that has impacted the life of Nigerians.
But he has totally remapped the whole of Igbo land now. The first, sorry, Bishop, the first time in the history of Nigeria that development has actually.
What development are you talking about, woman?
Is built the whole of the infrastructure that is building in Igbo land.
Audio thing that you people like to do.
But even the Igbos are reporting it now.
What are the Igbos? I mean, woman, I bet save me that Igbos. What are the Igbos? What Igbos are you talking about? What Igbos are you talking about?
You don't see all the clips that the Igbos are releasing.
Was it Baba or who was that person? Was talking about the money they allocated to their southwest, southeast development, whatever they call it. The guy could not account for that money. What is that?
Who could not account for it?
Whose fault?
No, it could be accounted. It could be accounted for. Now they just misused it. Let me show you this.
It's their money.
Let me show you this.
Your mandate we shall stand. On your mandate we shall stand. On your mandate, Bola, on your mandate, Bola, on your mandate we shall stand. This is the Enugu Onitsha Express Road, like from Enugu to Onitsha. Hey, who would have thought? Who would have thought?
Now road we go chop.
So for the first time in the history of Igbo land, development is coming.
Come on.
For the first time in the history of Igbo land.
This is the same you when the Mumu from Fulani land, what's his name? Bubu. When they did the third mainland bridge, the second Niger bridge, third mainland Niger bridge. You people were praising some APC idiots. They come here and they were praising him to high heavens here. What are you talking about? What is the use of infrastructure when people cannot even feed? You see, you people like to do this.
How do you mean people cannot even feed? How do you mean people cannot even feed?
How will people get to feed? So sorry, go on, Bishop.
And by the way, please, let's keep the insult to the other side. You have dished out more than 20 very insulting, whatever now. So let's keep the insult one side. This one, this one, this one, this, that. Please, let's keep that one aside. How is it that people are not feeding? That's just a simple. Things are difficult. Things are difficult almost everywhere in the world. How is it that Nigeria is just suddenly?
That's what people like to do very well.
Don't say you people don't do this whatabizing.
No. I'm not.
Woman. Good night. Okay, I know. Don't let this detect that level. Don't go.
Don't let him defeat you. Stay.
Don't go about this.
That's what you want.
Let's have a constructive conversation. I only ask you a question. Put the insult aside. Let's talk.
Don't tell me. I don't like when people tell me what to say, how to say.
No. I mean, we cannot be. I mean, we should be having a decent conversation rather than calling people names and insulting. If you want
can I reclaim my time? Can I reclaim my time?
Yeah, you retain your time. I'm interjecting now, and
I listened to you.
People interjected. People
that was boiling here. I was boiling here when you were speaking. I mean,
well, if you did not talk, that's a problem.
Well, I understand both Michelle. So if I like, let me boil. So, but I'm saying, I'm just telling you. But I just kept quiet. I hold myself. I just had to hold my peace here because I don't know. I just don't want to engage anybody in any shouting match here today. So I don't want to do that. So let me just flow. When I use this insulting word and everything, it's just for the shock value.
I hope you're not going to use it when we are debating.
Oh, Baba, I'll never do that. I'll never do. Not you. I will not. I'm not. I mean, I can use it generally to the APC people, but not you. I will not. I will not.
Thank you, sir.
To be fair to Rational Mind, Rational Mind, you and I started this. You know, we go a long way back. You and I. And I've never once heard him insult anybody. He insults the politicians, and the politicians are fair game. You can say anything about the politics, but I've never heard Rational Mind.
That's not true, one man.
No, that's not true, one man.
That's not
one man.
That's not true. You are giving him the credit he doesn't deserve. That's not true. He has abused me in this platform and called me all manner of names. You shouldn't say that.
I called you all manner of things. What did I call you?
Zita, we're talking about Rational Mind, though.
No, it's okay. And
that's exactly the person I'm talking about.
He will insult, he will say Tinubu is a criminal, whatever. But I've never heard him say
he has abused me. One man, he has abused me. Me.
You are fair game now. You are fair.
Okay. Okay.
Let me just go on. Let's not go that route. I respect everybody here. The only thing I know I can say sometimes, I can say the APC Mumu and the APC Oloibruku and all those kind of things. But if you feel you're one of the APC, well, I'm not disrespecting you as a person. I'm just, generally using the term just to refer to people who support APC and whatever. But I know if sometimes you might get the impression maybe I'm referring to you as well, because some of you support APC or you come here to talk about APC and their crap that they do. But it's okay. But I have the utmost respect for everybody here, anybody and everybody here. But I know my word might sound like I'm assaultive. So I want Bishop to understand that. So let me go to myself. So my point is this: I don't know what we are talking about. This government is the most criminal government I've ever seen in that country. We thought we've seen it with Bubu, and his criminals are left, and some of them were prosecuted. I don't know even though we know that prosecution was just all selective, because even what this government currently is doing, we have said it here that sometimes you don't need to look at pattern. There's something they study in criminology, how they usually they profile people. You look at pattern, they study pattern. The FBI does that. Every other agency does that. They'll look at pattern. If you have a pattern of criminality or pattern of some kind of attitude or way of doing certain things, they can profile you based on that. I've said it here that like Abia Mila, that guy is a criminal. And you wonder why Tinubu surround himself with criminals. So the point is just, and then the other one, that one where they come from Jebu land, there was his name, that's Bayo Nuga. And he came to trivialize it. Like, you see, whenever you, like this guy said, whenever you join APC, you just lose common sense.
Sorry, Rational Mind. Just on that Bayo Nuga, do you feel that he's too dated and too old for that role? He's too stuck in them? Because the way things are now is not the way his expertise was, however many decades ago it was relevant. Can you imagine replacing Adruli Ngaladi with somebody like Bayo Nuga?
It's a woman. You see, it's okay. I mean, are we surprised? Even the family that rules that country, the Tinubu family. You see, even what the first lady was spewing out when we're talking about training people to become useful in these modern times. When we talk about machine learning and AI and all of that. And somebody said we should be selling kuli, and even the way even pronounce it kuli. I mean, it's just it's just to tell you that these people do not have anything planned for the people. All you plan is just to give them 20,000 naira, like the other one that Baba Agbowoni of Nigerian, the former vice president, that was just sharing NP, Shopee, what do they call it, sharing money to people. And same thing, they've started the same thing here. So these people know they don't have any plan. That was why they say people should go and be selling nakara, selling kuli. But besides all of that, my point is just that you just need to look Tinubu and look at all his policies. I've said it here. They only pay lip service to anything they want to do. Our friend here just said it. Larry was saying it a while ago, that they just create some kind of some buzz around some certain things they want to do. But they don't. How far-reaching is it? How far-reaching is it? That's the question we ask. You talk about the so-called even the money that the bursary or whatever they give to students. How far-reaching is it? That's the question. I mean, what's the accountability around that? Even the money they said they give to, what's his name, Edun was saying that they were giving money. They've given out about billions of naira.
Sorry, rational mind. On that Akara thing you were saying, you know that Tinubu was quite angered by it. You know he has come out to make commentaries.
That what? What did he say?
All right. Let me play to you.
Okay.
Gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen, my dear wife, the First Lady, Yalakara.
Okay, Yalakara, and so after that, what happened?
Abi, woman, you're a very funny guy. So what does that one mean?
No, that's the comment. That's his response to all of you. Now I think he's somewhat mocking you. Is that not what he's doing?
Yeah. So you see, hey, woman, you see when you do all these things, sometimes I just don't even know where you. I know where you stand, though. I'm just saying, I just don't even understand what to even say to you in response. But my point is just that these people, they just don't. They don't care. You can tell. I just don't want to go into all this. My same the same thing I say here every time. But my point is just that. I think Nigerians have seen all these things, but I doubt if Nigerians will be allowed to freely exercise their franchise during that election, because we know these people, they've already, I heard Baba was saying that this Tinubu's government, they've put things in place, how to rig the election. Because I'm sure Nigerians know Nigerians going to vote for these people. Even though I'm not saying no Nigerians are going to vote, but I mean, there will have some Nigerians that will vote. But the people that are
those
going to
vote, sellers, they are lacquerers, they are the ones that are going to vote.
Okay, I hear you, Baba. I hear you. So, I know with this, with what's the Tinubu's record of how he has mishandled that economy of that country.
No, when me and you now, when we come, no problem.
Well, no problem. So, my point is just that I don't know how Tinubu. I don't see any path for victory for Tinubu. That's why they have to employ this rigging, because that's what they want to do. INEC is already, they planted all their people in there just to rig the election and to turn the whole thing aside. And just case in point, you could just say like, well, look at what happened in Ekiti State. Some of you come here, you promote APC like APC something after the sliced bread. What has Oyebanji has ever? What has he achieved in
rational? Sorry. When you just mentioned Ekiti State, it's not Ekiti State alone. There has been Bayelsa, there has been Bayelsa, Edo State, Kogi State. So it's not just one.
But then the point is this: who is the leader of that of the APC? You would think that Tinubu being some of you promoted him here, that he brought innovation into Lagos State when Lagos State after the military era. He brought this in. This guy doesn't care. As long as
has he not brought innovation to Nigeria?
The woman sent me that.
No, has he not?
What innovation? What to whose benefit? That's the question.
Who is going to drive on all these roads or benefit from all of this education?
Don't give me that one.
No, who is it for now? Who is it for? Who are the roads for? The infrastructure,
the BRT or whatever they call it, those LASTRA or whatever they call them. Who runs everything? Who gets his own cut from that? I mean, what are you talking about? He set up all these things just for business, and you're telling me he does something for the people. What is the people? Even though he brings the facade of I'm doing it for the people who benefit.
But BRT is being run at a loss. Even the blue line at a loss.
Well, have you seen the financial balance sheet of
that? I know. So, definitely.
Is Lagos State better or worse? Hold on, rational mind. Is Lagos State better or worse off without those BRTs and all these things?
It's a good thing, woman. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I took BRT when I was in Lagos a few times.
All right. Let me ask you another question.
Don't give me this. You see, don't.
Is Nigeria better off with or without the coastal road and the NEL funds and all of these things?
You are annoying him, woman.
Is it progressive or retrogressive? All these things that we talk about. Is it a backward step? The coastal road, the NEL fund, the tax reforms and all of this, are they all backward steps?
I have not said these things are bad in themselves.
Oh, okay. Then are they forward steps? Are they positives? No. You have to pick one now. It's either because you condemn all the time. So
I condemn because
this guy is doing.
Are
they for the people?
No, I tell you. Hold on now. I hear you. There's a sincerity behind it. That's what I'm saying.
What are you talking about?
I'll give you an example. I'm saying. I'll give you an example. We gave out 100 billion naira for the student to borrow, but how many of them really goes to those students? That's the question. Now you're talking about Coastal Road. Who is benefiting from the Coastal Road? Who's getting the contract? The three, I think almost the 5 biggest contracts in Nigeria: Coastal Road, the seaport.
Yeah, but is it about the contract or the infrastructure? Okay, go on. I'm frustrated me when not just you, but when I hear this argument, for however much they built that Coastal Road for now, if they build it, if we need it, if we don't need it, then that's an argument. But if we say we need it, for however much they are building it now, it's going to cost 10 times more if they decide to build it in 10 years' time. So if not now, when?
It's okay.
Woman, let me just say one thing that Rachana is saying. Rachana is making point that a contractor is doing majority of this job, referring to what's the name of this Lebanese man contract?
Chaguri.
Now let me remind Rachana man, whoever is meaning, there was a point in Nigeria, Julius Baja was handling more than 70% of our national projects. Nobody raised any eyebrows. We don't even ask what is the process like. We don't even ask whether it's a competitive bidding. More than 60% of the jobs that were awarded to
they were competitive for the most part.
Julius Baja. You say what?
They were more. They were competitive.
During the military era, I know. Rational mind, I can tell you.
Okay, go on.
I can tell you for a fact, more than 60-70% of the jobs that were given to Rational mind were one source.
No, don't give me that. No. I grew up, at least to understand in the 80s.
Rational mind. During that period, name other contractors.
You will open Daily Sketch. You open any of those newspapers at that time. You will see.
I say more than 60% of the job on national project.
This is what I don't like about UAPC people. You would like to go and look for one parallel. One parallel to make sense. Just to like. I mean, we're talking about conflict of interest here. Just like this one, what they hear from America, they do. I mean, I say maybe Grant himself and his children and everybody, all these criminal like himself. Except he grant them pardon. We're going to see how that is going to pan out in the next election when the Democrats they regain the house, both houses.
Are you sure?
We'll see how it pans.
We'll see. Rational mind. Sorry, rational mind.
I just want to whine you.
Sorry, Baba. You see, you can work and chew gum at the same time. You see these concerns that you're expressing. I share them as well because there's an established relationship between Chagori and the Tinubu family. There's also the narrative of Sheikh Tinubu being embedded even within that Chagori structure as a high tech, as a shareholder. And then there's the opaqueness of the value of the contract as well. We don't even know exactly the dollar sum exactly. So as a citizen, I alongside you share those legitimate concerns. But if you're looking at the overall of it all, it overwhelms those concerns because the value of that road and what it opens up to the Nigerian economy is vastly above any other concerns. That is not to delegitimize those concerns, but to say that the bigger, broader picture is quite impressive.
Woman, I agree with you that those infrastructures are needed. I'm not saying they're not needed. Don't get me wrong. But the question is the timing. Timing is everything. You don't want to, like Larry was saying a while ago, you cannot just say you want to do everything, Just take one thing. I remember this former, the current Emir of Kano. Maybe it was one of the Emir of Kano. I think they have to. So the Sanusi, he said something to Lady Yadua back then. He says, "This is your 9-point agenda, whatever you call it back then. The servant leader then, Yadua." He said, "Why don't you just streamline into 3? Just do 3 things." So when you call him, I mean, the other day I was looking at one of your topic here. You said the bold topic for the discussion that day. You said, "Oh, the reformists, Tinubu, the reformists." I was like, "The reforming. What's reforming about Tinubu?" Because all the thing he does, even we're all here when let me conclude this way, but I know other people are waiting. You were here when I was shouting about the what's it called, the local government. But is that the way they just went to court? Okay, that's a good thing. I would say that's a good thing. Went to court to challenge it, and court granted them. But after subsequently, what happens? Does it end there? So they just do something. They don't have the sincerity to follow through. Because if you really want local government autonomy, you control almost like 30-something state governors. You are the leader of the party. You blaze the trail for them. I mean, you have influence over them. Let your local government function. This is what our party wants to achieve. We want our local government to function. We want our local government to be able to handle project themselves, not you local, but he doesn't care. That's not his problem. He just want to create that impression that, oh, I'm doing something. Like we were hearing recently when some of your APC people come here, they'll say, hey, go and meet your local government, go and meet your governors. He has given them more money. What are you talking about? But this was not what they were saying when this guy was there, Jonathan was there. He says the box stoppers is there on his desk. So my point is you see, when it's convenient for them, they can spin things around. But when it's not, they just look for one thing and one thing. So my point is just this: one man. I'm not saying these things are not important and not good for the development of our country. But the timing is what we're talking about. Come on, let me.
Yeah, no, before you go, rational mind. Before you go, sample this. For instance, we're talking about corruption. The Lekki Free Trade Zone, for instance, when they were to plus the deep sea and everything that's there today, I mean, a lot of corruption, let me put it that way, openly took place, the land and everything. But today, despite that, today, from January to June alone, in custom collection for excise and all the rest, over 400 billion has been collected, which translates to, by the time the year ends for this year alone, it could be about 1 trillion. Has that not paid off the corruption or not compensated for it? Because it's going to be 18 forever. So 1 trillion every year, which is about over 700 million every year.
And that 1 trillion will continue to double. When you have the coastal road, that will double that 1 trillion immediately.
The beginning may be debt.
Do you get the point being made, though? Do you get the point being made?
Exactly. I'm glad you got it, woman.
This was the same
guy. But does rational mind get it? I know he gets it because he's a supremely intelligent man.
They're increasing revenue. We understand why they're increasing revenue. Because people have to pay more in Naira. They give the illusion that, yes, they are making money because Nigerians now are being squeezed to pay more because of the inflation and all the jacking up of, the value of the Naira. So they are raking in more money.
So it's nothing to do with the increase in trade.
No, it's not. But Mr. Woman, please, it's not. It's just the whole that way. For example, now you talk about when you go to Zimbabwe or when Ghana was having their cedis back then. You go carry like millions of CDs inside one carton. You go bank. You go like say plenty, no be so. But now that they've taken out the 2 zeros, how many zeros they took now? You can just hold like 20 CDs, and then you only that 20 CDs used to be maybe like 2,000 CDs before. That's what it is. So the point is this, woman. That's not even making more money now. They're making more money in revenue. Yet this guy is borrowing. Did you hear that? IMF, World Bank just gave them that same loan. That loan, IMF just gave them that loan. Despite Nigerians were shouting, were raking on IMF. I've been at World Bank's Twitter page, say they should not borrow Tinubu that money. You know they borrowed them. They borrowed them that
money. Nigerians were raking. You mean obedience were raking?
Well,
but before we move, that is what you do actually. Because we are Nigerians too, and we're not raking. It's the partisanship. I don't think any patriotic Nigerian is on IMF.
No. There were so many Nigerians that are not obedient that are also there that were also raking that do not.
How do you know that?
This Akpa president, don't give him money because this is the same guy. This is the same guy. You guys were just saying now that he makes more in revenue, but yet they're still borrowing. The other day he was saying wasn't about like how many like a year ago. Was saying I've made my quotas for this time I've been there for this year, and yet just few days after then he was borrowing money. What are we talking about? So it tells you that there's something inherently wrong with these their policies. It's very good. It's very good.
There's no correlation in increasing revenue and borrowing now.
One man,
There
can I
is
say something?
because
Can I say something?
Did you hear what World Bank said? Or is it World Bank? I think World Bank.
Let me the direction can I interject?
Please go on.
Go
on.
Carry on. He said yes.
Oh, I think maybe majority of Nigeria don't even understand what is going on. When you have a budget, if you look at the budget of Nigeria, let me use 2026 budget for example. We have a budget of about 58 trillion naira, and what is actually budgeted as our own internally generated revenue for the budget is about half of that. I think it's about 34 trillion. And then our debt servicing is about 16 trillion or so. So and the remaining half is going to be financed by borrowing. So if government now comes out and say, okay, our home target of 34 trillion, we have met it, does that mean they cannot borrow again? Because that 34 is just half of the budget. The target is to borrow half of the remaining budget to finance whatever they want to finance. So I think it's lack of understanding that is making Nigerians to think that.
Hold on. We get that point. You have a point there, and I agree with you that you have to borrow to supplement whatever you make in income. Yes, we understand. But the point is again.
So why are you not saying wait now? Why are you not saying that?
Let me learn. Even the one they make, even the so-called revenue that they are making, that people say it has increased. The question is, you heard, was it the Minister of Health some few months ago saying that the budget allocation that was supposed to go to him, all this money they've been borrowing, just ordinary health alone, we had about 30 million naira was disbursed to them. I mean, 300 million naira was disbursed to them. Health.
36 million. 30 million.
Okay, 30 million. So the whole budget, and all the money that Tinubu has been borrowing, including the revenue that they say they've been making, how is that reflected in the money that they disbursed?
Can I say something about that one?
So the point is don't use borrowing the money when you can also just use your.
Can I quickly say something on that Ministry of Health for 1 minute before you call the
Let me land this point, please. You might as well just stick to your revenue and borrow little. But the point is, how are they being administering even the money they've been borrowing alongside with the revenue that they've been making? You've been hearing
what about all these infrastructures we are seeing?
They've been running 3 budgets at the same time. What are we talking about?
Can I quickly chip in something before Simba comes? Good. Rashadama, let me address the issue you raised now. Unfortunately, many people have been, recycling this same thing. That only 36 million was released for the Ministry of Health in 2025 budget. There is nothing that can be further to push than that. I'm just going to ask a simple question. Recently, in so many hospitals, the federal government just finished equipping 6 or 7 cancer centers. Some of our teaching hospitals. Are you saying it's under this same 36 million that all were taken from? They have embarked on renovations, major renovations of some of our teaching hospitals. Are you saying it is there? The federal government is sponsoring the building of about 190 primary health centers. Are you saying all of these? Let me learn my question.
Okay.
Are you saying it is still from this? Now, there was a misinterpretation of what the man said right from the beginning. And because some people have been recycling it, that even in the Ministry of Health headquarters, the amount that was released for capital project in the headquarters. But we're not chucky that it is 36 million naira that the whole Ministry of Health of Nigeria have been spending for 1 year. What can be more ridiculous than that? If it is not either, it is complete ignorance or just being mischievous, that it is only, and Rufai keep recycling the same thing. Oh, 36 million. How can we be spending 36 million for the whole Ministry of Health in the whole of Nigeria in 1 year? And people that are rational mind,
Even
repeat that kind of figure.
a teaching hospital doesn't even
Just
get that one
one.
per month.
Even just one
Doesn't get that
hospital.
one per month.
But we
Can I say something
keep
very quick? Because
recycling it.
I
We
know
keep
people are waiting.
recycling the lies.
Hold on. You can say it's lies, fine. We can say it's lie, but we heard when the secretary of the PAMSEC, or who was that person that said that when he mentioned that we need that.
Sorry,
Hold on
You
now.
rational man.
Let me
Sorry, rational man.
You made a point
you
now.
misunderstood
I
what he
wanted to
said.
say something before.
All right. Make that
Okay,
point, Simba, and then Rational Mind respond, and then Rational Mind give us a few lines on Kenneth Okonkwo, and then from there we go on to Zita, and then we got two Niger with us as well. So Simba and the Rational
Simba.
Mind.
And Simba also.
Yeah, Simba is the host. I'm going to hand over to Simba in a minute.
He doesn't. I'm not part of the panel.
No, you are a team member. You are a team member. So yeah, your question to Rational Mind.
Okay, rational mind. If you are being sincere in your criticism, I think you listen to what I want to say. Before with the kind of budget that we operate in, just a yearly budget, whatever we fund, I mean, we are able to fund in the budget, whether it is 30% to 5%. People don't care. Next year they will roll out another one and they will start like that. But if you look at the budget during Buhari administration, that's what we are doing, just yearly budget. And if you look at the budget performance, I don't think we hardly exceed like 30-35% during Buhari regime. But when he came in, he said no, that we can't be doing yearly budgets like that we have to be rolling the budget over. Now, as at 2025, end of 2025, I think
Sorry, Simba. Let me drop you. Shut it down when you're finished. Super chat out loud. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Sorry, back to you.
So what because as I said earlier, the problem that we have is problem of revenue. Even that's half of the budget that I said that we want to finance by borrowing. It's not possible for them to get all the 50% of the budget from the borrow. In fact, they might not even get 50% of that 50%. So the remaining one is what they are going to now carry over to the following year. You understand? So it's because of that carryover that is now making them to be lagging behind because of lack of revenue. But people don't understand. They just think that okay, once you say budget, you have money to do it, and everything in the budget must be financed in total. I think that is the problem that Nigerians have.
No, that's
So
not
then for them to now wait, let me finish. And it's also, as Bishop said, I think it will be disingenuous for anybody to believe that in a year in Nigeria where we have so many teaching hospitals, so many health activities to be done, and you think that it's only 36 million that is now appropriated. Because in budget, you know that you have the current expenditure and you have capital expenditure. So for somebody to just come out and say it's 36 million that is appropriated to health in a whole year in a country as big as Nigeria, I don't think, even if you hear that, I don't think you should believe such a thing now.
Okay, let me just end it this way. I think I want to address that topic that one man want me to address, the Kenneth Okonkwo, even though I have my own opinion on that. So let me just wrap up this way. You see, you people don't understand how far-reaching Tinubu has destroyed the Nigerian economy. I give an example. Airtel, Nine Mobile borrowed $1.2 billion from different banks. I think about almost 13 or 14 banks in Nigeria. And they borrowed this money in dollars to upgrade their system and all of that. I think they were Etisalat at the time. Etisalat. They borrowed that money. I think that was at the early part of or second part of Bubu's presidency. Anyways, now Tinubu came in and devalued the naira. Now, mind you, as they have to pay these dollars back to the banks, they have to mop up more nairas to pay That was one of the reasons why Etisalat Dubai, or is it Qatar, or whatever, they pulled out, because they felt that this is going to be a real bad, it's going to tarnish their brand. They switched to Namo. So I'm just trying to make you understand.
That's information is not correct. Yeah.
No, if you have anything to contrary to, I mean, if you have anything contrary to that fact, go and bring it to me. I'll challenge you on that, because I have my own facts. So the point I'm trying to make here is this: you don't know how far-reaching Tinubu. That's just one of the so many companies in Nigeria that have that continue struggling to this very day. And now you are telling me because somebody devalued the naira, he did budget, and he just inflated the budget, because, like you are saying, he knows he's not going to be able to borrow all the money. But how have you managed even the one you borrowed? And you're telling me now that we're telling you that somebody, I mean, a health minister or whatever, said he only 30 million. You say, well, how can we say that? I give you an example, another example again on that. But Abia, they said is it Ebola money or whatever? They said recently, Tinubu billions of naira that he gave out for Ebola. But Abia was the one in charge. Why didn't that go straight to Ministry of Health? Now, this is just one of the many examples of the hanky-panky that Tinubu and his people are doing, all these criminals around him. Because how can you bypass the Ministry of Health? I'm not saying that maybe those people that got the contract to supply those hospitals, like those teaching hospitals you're talking about, but we're talking about the Ministry of Health itself. The money that was allocated to them did not get to them because they don't see it as relevant. Your own health, my health, is not important to them. But yet they can award contract to Badabi Amila to be in charge of Ebola crisis, whatever crap, when there's a Ministry of Health. In NTA, whatever you people come here, you make it look like, you see, Tinubu is not a good manager. He's not a good administrator. He just want to be president. He just want to go in the history or the annals of that country that I was once a president too. Look at all these people, all these boys that he has under him, like himself, like there's a criminal like himself.
To rational mind, something just occurred to me. If Patania, whatever that man's name is, saying they gave them only 30 billion, the money that you have to subsidize dialysis and chemotherapy or immunotherapy, which is being sold for just 2 million, dialysis I think is reduced to 40,000 per shot from millions, several millions.
What about the one for free cesarean sections?
Exactly. I don't understand the confusion. Maybe misinformation is just.
Some people are collecting the contract, but the money is not going directly. You see, you people don't understand the big Ponzi scheme that Tinubu is running. You don't know how change this.
There's no winning. Let me. You said you want me to say something about the Etisalat that you mentioned. I said that information you give is wrong. Number one, the contract, the agreement between I can't remember the name of that consortium, that Abu Dhabi consortium, Muda Lab or something, Muda something, that they entered. That contract, that agreement broke down in 2017. Yes, it is as a result of the fact that they could not refinance, with the consortium of banks. How many years is 2017 to 2023 before Tinubu came, attributing their failure to the fact that Tinubu devalued.
Come on, they were still paying. No, they were still paying the money. But now that Tinubu has devalued the money, don't
let us model it on. What I'm saying is that they pulled out in 2017.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think they don't. When did Nine Mobile? When did Etisalat change his name? That's the question. Can we Google that? Because I don't have a screen in front of me.
I don't have a screen either. Yeah. Anybody that has a screen can Google that. But
in the comment section, help us Google it, and we want honest answers, not just these APC answers. Please help us Google it. Because I'm sure Etisalat, they rebrand that name towards the end of, I think, towards the end of Bubu's.
Towards the end of Bubu, if it is towards the end of Bubu, whatever you are saying, whatever name you are calling it, I am saying.
Mind you, again, they switch from Nine Mobile now to another name now.
I don't know. I don't even know
what. Bishop.
Yes.
You see, a rational mind. It's not good to look at something from
the only micro perspective only. So
Yeah, the macro.
it is true.
Well, don't give me this your macro. I don't want to hear this macro.
Hold on, bros. Cool down. You see, one thing is this: in every government policy, there are some people that will affect negatively and some people positively. So it now depends on how you are standing. The question you ask yourself is this: that organization that went under or change or whatever you want to say, ask yourself, are they the only player in the industry? How come others are still standing? How come they are the ones singled out of that economy? You understand? So you have to look at the entirety. So that means that for that particular organization, it is allowed to go that way. Something were already happening, irrespective of the policy this man was bringing. Is just a matter of time. You understand? Then what you don't understand about the valuation of Naira you talk about today is we've had fraudulent subsidy just to serve the elites, all those people that became overnight billionaires. So that subsidy around our forex, it was not beneficial to anybody. So even when we want to play politics, we just have to know how to play, but not to the detriment of even the public, by misinforming the public so that the public will now take a very disastrous decision like the one we took in 2015. So we have to be sincere around that place. So my other point I want to contribute to is this again. You kept saying all this Lagos Coastal Road, which to me it is disingenuous, and we are not informing the public very well. You know quite well that Nigeria is short of infrastructure, and for that country to even bridge the gap, we need average of $150 billion yearly for the next 10 years to even cover some ground. Now, Lagos Coastal Road is as it is. I don't know whether there's any information.
Ola.
So, let me finalize this one. I just
he said we should check it. I think the thing is in favor of. Let me read what I've checked here. Let me read.
No, that's what I'm saying. Just give me 30 seconds. I will round it up because I want to round it up there. Now, Lagos Calabar Road, to the best of my knowledge, was conceived under the British era. When you are saying 2026, 2023 is not the right time, then it's not going to be the right time in our own lifetime. All those are the excuses that keep bringing the country backward. We needed that coastal road as far back as the British period, when British was still leading Nigeria, ruling Nigeria. And so in 2026, it's still not needed. I don't know. And initially, what I learned about that is that 70% of that funding will be coming from Shagori. Shagori will just go and look for that funding, and the government will just give 30%. As of the new information now,
have you seen the contract? Have you seen the contract?
Hold on. That's why I said what I learned.
You people will just come here. Oh,
no. I said what I learned.
Is anything in the public that we can see?
Hold on now, hold on. At least I'm saying what I learned. You've not even said what you learned. What I learned.
I'm asking you, where can we find that?
You don't counter me. Hold on. Don't say, have I seen it? Go and bring your own document and counter me. What I learned was that initially it was 70%. As of today, it's 90%. So that means the PPP, the private sector, is responsible for the 10%, 90%, while the government will be mobilizing the remaining 10%. So when we say this thing, sometimes
10% and your government has already put billions and trillions of naira. Is that the 10% of the project?
My own.
Come on, my God. Come on. Let's stop misinforming. You should stop misinforming Nigeria. You should stop misinforming Nigeria, because this thing you're just saying, you're just going by this APC talk line. And I'm asking you, where is that thing in the public? Because that's why you see everything has to be tender.
Okay, where did I read my own? Where did I read my own? Did I tell you that I read my own in the secret?
Oh, so where do you read? That's why I'm asking you. Are you telling me to go and
you have internet, bro? You have internet.
No, I've not seen anything online. I've not seen anything credible online except
because
for
you didn't search.
Here you go, my brother. There's nothing. There's nothing. Okay. There's nothing. Besides the trillions of naira that we heard that has been given out, are you telling me that Shagori will bring 70%? What have we seen?
Rational mind, can I read it? Can I read something?
There are other people waiting.
On this
I'm sorry, please. I yield.
Rational mind.
No, rational mind. Sorry. Before you go, let one man say you should talk about Kenneth Okonkwo. So say something about Kenneth Okonkwo before you go.
Oh, let me just say this one on the issue of the coastal. Rational mind. Just Google what is the contract agreement like. That was where I read it from. That it is 30%. They call it EPC, something, whatever. It is there online. The scope of work, the agreement, the contracts, the whatever, the standard and the rest, the recouping.
Don't waste your time. They know. They are just
some people even applied to join in the funding last about a year or 2 years ago.
Bishop, do you know why I attack? I respond to Rational Mind. He said it's into construction management. And he know that what they call deferred payment in PPP, because when you are talking of different kind of funding, that's the model being adopted for that Lagos.
No, this one they even do EPC and F or something.
I know, yeah, that's why I said deferred payment, yeah, EPC. So exactly. It's a model of funding. So it's there publicly.
Okay, it's okay, guys. It's okay. Okay, so Rational Mind just says something about Kenneth Okonkwo. And then we'll move to the next person.
Yeah, I think Kenneth Okonkwo is just he is who he is. I know some of you are happy that he's not only against against Obi, which he has his right. That's why I say it's a free word. Anybody can turn against anyone. After all, we saw Daniel Bwala. There's no unpredictable thing that he has not said about Tinubu, but yet he's working for Tinubu today, right? But I hope you APC people, you'll be glad about that. That now that he has turned to Atiku.
We say you should talk about Kenneth Okonkwo. What it concern Bwala is Bwala not?
Hold on, I'm talking about what's his name? Kenneth Okonkwo. I'm comparing him to what Bwala did when he left Atiku. And even while he was with Atiku, all the unpredictable name he called Tinubu.
When he was with Obi?
No, I'm talking about no. You understand what I'm saying? I said I'm comparing.
No, because he said unprintable things now when he was with Obi against Atiku. Now he's now
that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that what is Bwala did the same thing. So why is it of difference if Okonkwo is doing the same thing that Bwala did? So of what difference is that? That's my point. So, but I trust you APC people now. You'll be happy now that somebody has turned against Obi, but yet you people cannot find anything. The only thing we can find is this one, this guy from Labour Party that they were using, that you APC people are using. What's his name?
RM, do you have information for us on Oshutokun?
I don't know where Oshutokun is right now. I don't know. Is any latest about him? Real quick before.
And I don't kill him now. From LP now, kill him, finish him.
Also, I mean, literally they killed him.
No, not killed like that.
No, I'm just joking.
He has been silent since he left.
Well, LP I mean, anybody will be silent because as OP is jumping from one place to another place, nobody knows what's going to happen and all this. Although, and the thing about him is, he's just a spokesperson and he's somebody who manage a campaign. So if Obi still want to use him, Obi is at liberty to use him, but I don't know. But talking about
do you Rational Mind, do you hear what Dino is saying about Obi? I don't know what is actually going on in that ADC.
Well, I'm hearing that they want to. There's a coalition that is going on. I don't know how that coalition is going to between ADC and NDC.
Because Dino is not talking glowingly about Obi. Is it trying to? Is it
no. Doc is trying to get the attention of Atiku.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. That is it.
But because he think Atiku is a fool. They gave you money for gubernatorial election. Billions they gave you for your own election. You appropriated into your pockets. You didn't even go to vote on your own election. You think Atiku will be foolish again? Then we are now coming and ranting and talking glowingly about Obi, thinking they will come and beg you. They will not beg him. Forget.
Are you saying they fall apart? Dino and Atiku, they are no longer together. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, now he's now praising Obi. So somebody that is working for Atiku praising Obi.
I don't know what's going on. You see, that's the thing. All these people are just attending yellow map on people or just it's just what they are going to eat. That's what it really matters to them. Can it to anybody? I know it's just. I mean, look at Boala now. Boala that was saying all kinds of crap about Tinubu. Well, let me just leave it at that, my friends. I think everybody. I thank everybody tonight.
Okay, thank you.
Just stay here in the background. Thanks.
Yeah, I think the next person is Zita. Oh, is Zita there?
I think Zita or this guy, what's his name? Forefather, what do they call him? Yeah, African Niger.
Madam Zita, are you there? Small time now, she will come back and is telling us that it is her turn. To Niger, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. You can take your time.
Oh, it's my time. Oh my God, that's a good time. I see. Greetings, the host and the panelists and the viewers. I think the one that caught my eye first was the road that was shown where they were celebrating the good road between Enugu and Anambra. But one of the roads I witnessed this year was between Benin and Asaba, and believe me, I've not seen anything that bad. And from what I gather, that road has been bad for a very, very long time, and they still haven't sorted it out. I don't know why the federal government is busy building new ones when they cannot even be bothered to fix
it. I think there is a construction going along Benin Asaba Road now.
The only construction I saw was in Asaba, and this thing I think they were building a flyover or something. That's it. They are not actually fixing the roads. Now, this is something I saw not that long ago.
Is it not that road that the plane landed on illegally?
Whatever lands on that road, I don't know. Maybe a plane may have landed there, but trailers and all kinds of vehicles go through the road, and it is horrible. I've seen things in my time. It is horrible. And when I went, I was telling them then with the people that were around me that, when I went to Port Harcourt and even by Ulsa, you hardly see such devastation on the roads. I don't know why it is like that for the life of me. And that's one of the worst roads in Nigeria. They show it on the news, on YouTube all the time. You go, like when trailer is sinking into a road, that is the road, that road. And they still haven't done that road till today. I find that remarkable.
To Nigeria,
yeah.
Because I've watched a lot of video online that that Benin Asaba Expressway is under construction. So I don't know why you are still saying
that. I didn't see any sense of construction. I didn't see it, and I was there less than 2 weeks
because
ago.
Even the name of the company is Asaba Expressway Concession Company. Vehicle.
They are calling names, but I'm telling you what I saw less than 2 weeks ago. I don't see any sign that they are constructing anything. I don't see any. The only sign I saw is towards Asaba, where they have they wanted to build flyover, and it's not even. I think it's not even by the federal government. It's by the state, because they want to be able to cross the road easily using the flyover. That's what they were doing. I didn't see that, and I find that really strange because that road has been like that for decades. Like it's been bad, and I'm sure maybe once you get into Onitsha, it's going to be better and all the rest.
So let me come in
Benin to Asaba, the road is horrible.
Let me interject you briefly. There are several routes in that axis, but I don't know which specific one. But David Umahi, the Minister of Works, responded to a particular concern raised by Daobi, and it is still on that Benin Asaba road. And he did give a detailed response as to what is going on that road. The section that is being done by the government, the section that is being concessioned, and the portion that is bad now, but actually work is going on there. But of course, when there's construction is going on, you can still say it's bad. But is it bad as in it is completely neglected, or it is bad because construction work is going on. So,
sorry, Bishop, I have a clip on that. Simba, can I send it to one man and then you pick it?
So
you can send it to Ola. Ola, you know how to play it if
what you are saying is that yes, the person.
It's only one man I have his number because it's a lot of work going on there right now.
We admit
if you can get in touch with Ola. I don't know why. Me too, I've watched a lot of clips.
We admit
even it's
that
been to light, so I don't know why.
We admit
Nigeria is
that there are bad. We admit that there are bad portions. 1 second, please.
Yes.
We admit that there are bad portions, but we should also be good enough to admit that work is actually ongoing. And I have seen people go there to do.
Hold on.
Let me land in a minute. And I've seen people come with video. I've seen people come up with video that they've never, because it is rigid pavement now, that they've never seen that quantum or that volume of work going on at the same time on that particular road.
Simba, sorry, can I interject for a minute before Nigeria continue? Simba, I want to ask National Mind. The road you are
no, sorry, it's Nigeria. So if Nigeria granted it, Nigeria is the one.
Okay, Nigeria. Just a minute.
Yeah,
okay.
Go ahead.
Are you talking about Lagos via Ore to Benin towards Asaba?
No. It's Benin Asaba. It's Benin Asaba, okay. Not Lagos.
If it's Benin Asaba, I just checked through YouTube now. There's some section of it that is under construction. A lot of construction is going on along that axis. Maybe the particular area we are talking about, because there's so many things going on, many roads going on in Edo State now. By federal
it is 125 kilometers Benin Asaba, 10 lane road.
That one is concession.
And they even voted about 60 billion naira or something like that.
I have it, the construction work on YouTube.
Hold on. Be careful when you start watching YouTube. I don't know what you are watching, but I'm telling you on the road I travel.
There will be commentary and you will listen.
Can I finish what I'm saying? I'm telling you about the road I actually traveled on less than 2 weeks ago.
How long? 2 weeks ago.
Are you from? So you are from Asaba? This one.
I'm telling you, I traveled on that road. The road clearly shows, and that is what surprised me. I expected more.
But you acknowledge that there is construction going on.
According to Umahi,
there is construction going on. I told you, once I saw. Okay, let me put it this way. Maybe there is construction going on the way you are describing, but I didn't see it as construction. What I tend to see is driver will be driving on one lane, and the lane will get rough and dirty or whatever it's called. They will change lane and start driving on the opposite traffic. This happens like
the question is, do you see any form of construction? Do you see any form
I didn't get any sense. I didn't get any sense of major. I didn't get any sense of major construction being done. The area I got the sense of major construction being done, and I told you about it already. Even the last time I came back from Nigeria, I said in Port Harcourt and Bayelsa, I was shocked by how much road there was there, because not that the roads were wide, but they all had solid bases. Even the side roads, they had concrete on them. And that wasn't the federal government. I think from what I gather, it was NDDC that was doing all those things in those areas. And I see that the NDDC is doing quite a lot of work.
I don't even understand you. Wait. You say, so if the sub-nationals, regional governments, the state government are doing projects, so if it's not coming from federal government, you can't give them credit for that.
No, I'm giving them credit. I'm telling you what I saw, and that's
for you to say that you don't think that the federal government is doing it. That is
because they say it's NDC now. That's what they are saying. They are saying it's NDC.
No, wait. A normal road, straight road from Benin to Asaba, you cannot traverse it without passing through Uguashuku, Onisha Ugu, and all the rest. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, wait. If I'm correct. The plane I saw landed on a concrete road on the stretch of Uguashuku side of the Benin Asaba road. Yes. I saw that concrete road clearly. That was why that private plane could land on it.
In fact, do you know the excuse of the pilot? He said he thought it was the runway of the airport.
See, it's like you expect a road. When they say a road is bad, everywhere should be bad. No, that's not what you.
No, we are saying
that's
that
what you are saying, rather.
I'm telling you that when roads are bad, generally in Nigeria, all through Nigeria history, When roads are bad, you have patches of about 1 kilometer that is terrible, and you go forward another 20, 30 kilometers, or even 10, you see another patch of road
Okay,
that's 500
I
meters.
think maybe we should just.
That's how it works. That's how bad road work. And
but eventually they join all of them together.
You can't see, if you know how bad what I'm describing is, you will not be saying what you are saying. Like if you go to some areas where they have these trailers, like the driver wanted to move from one side of the road because the other side of the road is not navigable anymore. They're navigable anymore. They wants to cross the road to go to the other side of the road, so that he starts driving against the traffic. Even between the roads, the kind of unlevel nature of the roads, it was almost impossible for.
Let me ask you, why do you wait now? Wait. You will flow. Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
Let me finish what I'm saying, then you can carry on. So this driver wanted to drive to the other side of the road. He couldn't even get there. He was almost stuck in between the roads because the road was so uneven, and all those, the red soil with all the water, because rainy season, into all the water and everything, trying to get to the other side of the road. Then he managed to cross through to the other side of the road before he carried on going in the other direction again. So I don't see the idea. I didn't get the impression of there was a massive construction going on. Please go ahead. I'm just recovering from it.
Okay, so no, just I've lost my thought. What is your point now? So I want to know, what is your point now?
My point is that my point, when they showed that video, I'm trying to. The idea was that it's not all Nigeria that's like that, because what I experienced shocked me, because I thought
so
when I went to River State,
let him
the roads were being fixed. When I went to River State and Bayelsa, I thought the roads had already been sorted out. So I was shocked to see that one, because that one is one of the oldest ones that has been in Nigeria. We've been seeing them on this thing on YouTube. I would have thought they would have prioritized those ones and fixed them by now, given that we see good roads in PH and this Bayelsa too. So that is what surprised me, and that's why I thought I should mention that. So if we want to move to another area, in terms of the reform that the government did recently to the NYSC, for the life of me, this is what this government should just stop doing reforms, because every time they do reform, they bring costs into the country. Like, why did you have a country that is under insecurity, and many of the people that spoke before now were talking about even converting the NYSC to a military service. But what did he do? He decided to just do the 360, the opposite direction. He went 360 the opposite direction, even removed the participation of the military inside from the NYSC. Even removed that and said they should go and do entrepreneurship and all the rest of it. And most of the people that were supporting them, that I was listening to on the news, they say, oh, they are trying to prepare people for entrepreneurship.
He didn't remove the military the way you are talking about it, bro. It took them away from the management, while they will now concentrate on providing security. There's a difference between you putting military at the top of the hierarchy and now saying, okay, you are not going to be on the top of hierarchy, but you will be doing your function of securing, which is even better.
You see what I mean?
So
that you are making my point.
You
are making my point, because normally what the military does, they do military
I'm not making
training.
your point, so I'm just correcting.
They do some military training when you go to NYSC. They do some military drills when they go to NYSC.
To Nigeria, sorry, it's obvious that you didn't school in Nigeria. I don't even know whether you're a graduate or not. But we that we serve in Nigeria, that service, it doesn't have anything to do with military training at all. There's nothing military. It's just jogging. It's just like exercise. That's what we do.
Thank you. It
doesn't give us any incline of military training at all. So forget about it.
It doesn't even give communities.
Yeah, the only two things we normally do: jog for about 1 to 2 kilometers, and then find on the line and do some simple
teach you how to match. That's all.
Somebody. People were just kidnapping on your state, but you are covering for the guy that didn't prioritize security over this entrepreneurship.
What are you talking about?
Hold on, let me finish my point. Hold on, let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. No, because that's what you are doing. You don't know it, but that's exactly what you are doing.
I'm modeling it up. You do not.
No, because people were kidnapped in your state. I'm telling you that last year they were suggesting that the NYSC should be made military service. Most nations do this. Many nations do this type of stuff. But yet, in a country experiencing such severe insecurity, one man just read out about altogether.
Why would you train your children?
Sorry.
Why you train your children? All just to come back to the military when we are not short-staffed, that people can just come willingly. Why would you do that?
Yeah, thank you.
People will no longer go to university if that's what you want to do.
Yeah.
Don't force people.
Let me add to it, please. I beg you. I don't understand what the gentleman is talking about. Annually now, we turn out more than 500,000 young people in NYSC. Just being conservative is far more than that. Are you saying, for whatever is what, that we should train 500,000 people annually in arms bearing, in military tactics and weaponry, and just throw them out? Not because we are going to absorb them into the military and just throw them out in the open there. Is that what you are suggesting? You train 500,000 people every year and just drop them into the population, and they now know how to handle gun. They know.
Yes.
Bishop,
Nations
2 weeks of orientation. Is that 2 weeks of orientation that you want to
that
turn
we
to
used to train them, turn them to military?
They extended it now. You see, they doubled it. I think it was 3 weeks. They extended it to 6 weeks now. So, let me finish the point I'm making so that you can understand my criticism here. Because this is actually serious for the nation.
For clarity purpose, the 6 weeks they extended it.
Let him flow, please.
It's not about military. What they did now is very fantastic. They are now going to structure your major for you to acquire the necessary skills that when you graduate or when you pass out, it cannot be of beneficial value to you to continue with your skill. But what we have now is just a jamboree. Go there for 2 weeks, march, just run for 1 kilometer, come back, and then they invite some people to have a talk with you in the afternoon. You have your lunch, breakfast, and dinner, and it's over. And after 2 weeks or 3 weeks, you go back to wherever they send you to. But the way they are doing it now is for them to acquire the necessary skill in your field that you study in the university, which to me is good. So at the end of the day, maybe they're also going to give some of them grant to set up their own entrepreneurship when they finish. So you have to look at it from the unemployment situation in Nigeria as well. We are not at war with ourselves. So why do you want to, even if your son or your daughter go to the NYC, would you expect him to go and carry gun and then immediately push him to go and defend against banditry or whatever? Are you going to allow that? Let's be fair in our objectives.
You just said we are not at war with ourselves. Almost 8,000 people that one man read in the show today that have been kidnapped or killed will beg to differ. I'm not even sure Ukraine has lost that many civilians. So
are you
for you to be saying that, I'm telling you, Ukraine has lost that many civilians.
Remy, sorry, let him flow. You will talk
I'm
after
not sure
him,
Ukraine
please.
has lost that many civilians. Yeah, and I can almost guarantee Ukraine hasn't lost up to 3,000 civilians due to this lives lost because of Russian bombing. No, they haven't. And you are saying we are not at war. My point is that if people were already arguing that the NYSC should be moved towards military service, which was the right direction to go, because most nations that what they assault, this is what they do, especially a nation like Nigeria that is so strategically important. Your country is also already being under attack. Election is coming up. Your priority is entrepreneurship. Nigeria is one of the highest entrepreneur-based economy in the world, not just in the world. How is that our problem? We have excess of that already. The environment is not safe. We are losing almost $50 billion due to insecurity from our GDP every year. Why are you not prioritizing that aspect of our economy? Every time they operate, they tell Nigerians to stand down. That is basically what they are telling Nigerians. Stand down, stand down. Don't do anything about yourself. Leave it to us. And in reality, and one of the things I heard on the TVC news when one of the lady was talking, and I will tie that to some other thing I heard again from some other person's WhatsApp profile. This lady on this in TVC was busy talking about Nigerian youths don't have the skill for the world. I like, why you keep using, and she used that term twice, that she supports this thing because they don't have skills for the world. You should be worrying about whether they have skills for Nigeria, not for the world. And the reason why I'm saying that, because it's tied to something again. When she said it, I knew what she meant by that. Because I know the president has said the same thing. When he said, if they want more of our doctors, we'll send them more. Yesterday, I had another businesswoman in Nigeria also say that, you know what? Why do people keep complaining that Nigerians are going overseas? If they want 50 million of us, they will send them overseas. That some people build the economy like that. It tells you what is percolating within the Nigerian elite class. That these people don't understand that building a nation requires highly nurtured, intelligent intellectuals based on science and engineering. Iran is standing today because of the minds that they protect. North Korea is standing today. Even North Korea economy, they are saying it's booming now. It's standing today because of the minds that they protect. Do you know in Nigeria, when you are on YouTube or on any social media, they are busy advertising to you constantly about going to Canada, Norway, go to this place. It's like our people are still in the mindset of slavery. And I also tie it to the statement that Tinubu's wife made about Akara. You see, that is the way they think of us. They don't see, and I consider it anti-life. I will get to that point. They see us as people
I've lost you. I don't really, you've lost me right now. I don't really understand what you're saying.
You can rewatch it. You will see how the whole thing goes together. I'm just trying to follow the thread. They don't see us as people that should have.
No, how does this one? No. Don't move away. Now look at it this way. Let's say you spend about 10 million naira to train a child through school. Only for someone to now suggest that, okay, that's your doctor, that's your engineer you train, that had no ambition of becoming the military. You just, because of the reason for NYC, you package the person and you now turn the person to military and you take the person to Sambisa Forest. Do you think Nigerians are stupid? That NYSC program is just in a matter of time will crash. We crash. When you have people that are ready to join the military there, why are you not taking them? Why must you focus on people that were trained differently?
No. I'm not saying
why must you take them? Why not suggest that, okay, you take doctor, you must make sure that doctors serve in the hospital, you must make sure that engineers serve in the engineering firm. How come that you have to take them to Sambisa Forest or Mandala Mountain?
My point is that because they realize what they are in their country for. You see, there is something that happens to people when you actually have to defend your nation. You become your property. Like there's a reason why Israeli soldiers do this. They make it mandatory. Everybody has to do military service apart from the
Orthodox. Israel don't have a population. We don't even face what they face.
There are countries that are large. Many of them that have high population that do the same thing.
United States of America you are talking about, you should try to understand the issue of United States of America. How did they even get to all this gun rights? You say so. Don't see there are something that you want to bring into our country that there's no similarity. We don't pass through the same history footprint.
All of them, one thing they all have in common is that they are more militarized and securitized than Nigeria. And this goes to my point that I'm telling you now, that it almost appears we as a people have acquiesced to the idea that we are just civilians here to serve other people.
Okay. To Nigeria, listen to this. Now look at Yoruba land now. No, we have Iruhe Kuna, for example, that is ready to serve voluntarily without forcing anybody. The government approval is what they seek. The government approval to keep them is what they want. Now, if you have about 30,000 people that are ready to do that, why not focus on those people that want to surrender themselves willingly? Why must you force people that have no interest in that? Why? So what's your mission by ignoring? Because with time, if people know that, okay, by the virtue of becoming a graduate of university, then I will have to be going, because they will avoid university. Or they graduate fully and they will not come out. So we have to look at the consequences too.
See, now
so let me explain. You want someone now to spend 100 million on his children just for you now to go and carry them to Bonuso and buy them? Is that
if you spend 100 million?
There are some advice that is not good.
See, let me explain to you. If you spend 100 million on the children, generally they are probably not just going to end up as a lockbar. Even if they did, it's not the worst thing under the sun, because you have the best minds securing the country. Secondly, that $50 billion we are losing in GDP, 100 million versus $50 billion, that is a lot of money. That is going to save a lot of people in hospitals that are going for treatments, that is going to make our roads better, that is going to build our infrastructure so that the country will even prosper further. See, These things feed on themselves. And like I said, the man that I made that comment to, that put it on his WhatsApp profile, said, this lady is wrong-headed in her way of thinking. He tried to defend the lady by saying that's what India does. I said, that is what is holding India back. India had the same circumstances as China, but look at where China is today compared to India. India keeps sending its people overseas instead of building their own country. They tried a little bit to do some of the things in China did, like everything. But sending your people overseas don't help your country grow. It actually diminishes your country's growth.
Sorry, a quick interjection. China did not enforce their citizens to join the military. What they did was simple. They pulled a lot of people into the farmland to prepare food for the nation. That's what they did. And because it's an authoritarian society, you cannot say, you don't have that kind of freedom that you have in Nigeria, that you can just go on the TV and abuse anybody, your leader or whatever. They have a good, solid plan. And for them, they are also more than 90% of the nationality is just one nationality, the Han nationality. But in Nigeria, in terms of comparing,
what you are saying is true.
What I'm trying to tell you is that I'm not
disputing that point, but China has massive military already.
In a nutshell, what you are propagating here, I want to ask you a question. When most of our graduates are being trained militarily, so the skill, the knowledge they acquire in the university, can you tell me where are they going to use it?
The knowledge they have acquired in the university, they can use it in industry. If you look at Israel,
how can they use it in the industry?
Oh my God! Can you let me finish this statement?
No. Just a follow-up question. Just a follow-up question, and I'll keep quiet. Just a follow-up question. The follow-up question is this: when you said they train them military, and then you take them to your national park, what do you call it? All this where there is terrorists, so that they can help Nigeria to fight. They can use them to fight against terrorism, and if more than half of them were killed or killed during the battle line, if you are one of the parents of such a ward or individual, how would you feel as a parent? And I will
not objectively feel happy that my child is dead, but for let me
and finish you the point. Your own children,
you just want your narrative. You don't want me to finish what I'm saying anytime. You just jump once you hear what you want to hear. They jump.
Remy, please let's give him let him flow now, so that at least whatever he says, we will talk after him. I told you earlier.
If your child dies in front of in battle, objectively you shouldn't feel happy because you are directly affected. But the nation gains from it because what they are doing is protecting the interests of the vast majority of people. Because remember, that child, you like it or not, everybody dies. Whether you die enriching your people or you die impoverishing your people. So far, we've been dying impoverishing ourselves. That is exactly what we are doing. We like it or not, that is exactly what we are doing. And that's what I'm against. And when I said that, the man that posted that video of that lady saying that if they want 50 million, we can give it to them. When the guy tried to argue with India, I said, the reason why India is not growing as fast is because they keep losing some of their best minds overseas because they think that is the way to do it. Because they have this colonial mentality themselves too, where they think that coming to the West is the biggest thing under the sun. Why the Chinese don't have that qualms at all? As a matter of fact, the Asian countries don't have that qualms for some reason. Maybe because they speak a totally different language, I don't know. If the Japanese were not defeated by America or the Koreans were not also destroyed and South Korea taking over, they wouldn't even care about the West too. Like the Vietnamese don't care whether America comes to buy from them or not. They don't care. But the Indians do. And you see that their growth has been stymied because compared to the Chinese. So that was what I was trying to show the man, that is wrong. You can't keep sending your best minds overseas, and because what they are doing is that the minds are going to contribute far more to that country that they go into than any remittance that they send back to your country. It's not a fair trade that we should have learned that lesson from slavery alone. And the reason why I call that anti-life is because we have a judgment that our lives are not worth using to defend ourselves, that we should send them overseas to go and serve people. What kind of people think like that? We don't have, it's a sin. I actually think it's one of our gravest sins. That's why we are where we are. We don't value our lives. We send them overseas.
Well, where are you? You that you are talking. Where are you? You that you are talking. Where are you?
As I sit here right now, I'm actually in Nigeria. See, my point is that
are you not living in the same place where you're
I am currently in Nigeria. I know, see, if I was the one formulating policies, all those adverts that our young people are seeing, inviting them overseas, I will block it. That's a weapon against your country. I don't understand how we keep allowing this to be happening to us.
Let me say this thing. You see, when we formulate theory, sometimes we need to be very careful.
Now, there are some people in the backstage. Let me check. I want to do a roll call. Is Rational Mind still here?
I'm still here, but let me sign out. I just yeah.
You don't need to sign out now if you don't want.
I can go back. I can quit so someone can come in. No problem.
When is my turn?
You say? Is that okay?
You don't have, your turn is over. You don't have it.
I will speak before Madam Sister.
Allah, you got me there.
So the reason why I said he should not be doing reforms anymore, that's how he went and changed the Nigerian anthem to that written by a British woman. When Nigeria have musicians that we literally sell music to the world, and they went and did a reform and changed the Nigerian anthem to that done by a foreigner. And then even our tax reform that he did, he takes our tax information and gave it to the French. These are the problems. I feel like this man doesn't seem to see us as an independent people. I don't understand what is wrong with this leadership.
Hold on.
No,
hold on, Remy, please. Remy, hold on. My approach is different from yours, so let me just talk my own. Now, the thing is this. If you were a general now, and you are suggesting that people should enroll, okay, maybe there's some general, they put their children in the military. I understand. And most of these general that you see that put their children in the military, not after they graduated from university, they went for NDA straight away. That's why I'm telling you, how will you train someone for 7 years, 6 years, a architect, doctor, engineer? The next thing you want them to do is to go and be fighting in Sambisa forest. You are saying we don't need them in other aspects of the economy of that country. That's a wrong ideology.
But when we have people, has already left that one now. I think we don't need to.
My turn.
I don't want him to escape
I think he's talking about
and he was even talking of India.
No,
India you are talking
he
about.
cannot change his mind. He will still go somewhere.
Let me make my own submission. He has been on
just
for more than
wait. Let me. We can't just stop him like that now. To Nigeria, are you done?
No, I'm not done. I'm not.
You're not done.
I give you wait now, Remy. Round up in 2 minutes, please. There are so many other people.
Tiobala what's his name? Was talking for a while. No spinners or something. He was talking for quite a while.
Spinner, just don't worry. There, Tinaja, sorry.
Let me submit. Okay.
Submit, please. One man usually whenever it comes like that, you usually give him a long time to talk. So we can't be comparing him.
Yeah. Maybe I should be coming when one man is around then. So my point is that when my criticism is that when he's doing reforms, he does the kind of reforms that stands Nigerians down. Like our national anthem. No, Nigerians, you can't sing. The British woman sang it better. Let's do that. In terms of our tax reform, it takes our tax information and gives it to the French. When it comes to this in our health MOU, he went and signed our health information to Americans. And when it comes to reforming NYSC, he went to create something that we already have in abundance, more than the rest of the world, in Nigeria, than securing his country. Israel has most of the people that serve inside their country, inside the military, and they go on and found tech companies because they understand from the military. The thing about military is that when you're learning stuff there, you learn it at the very core, that you have to learn it at the highest level in such a way that because life depends on it. If you did science, if you did engineering, you are going to do it at the highest level in the military. When you come out from there, you go and found industries. And when you, as a former military person, when you found industries, you come with the discipline, with the know-how, precision that military training provides to you. You are more likely to be successful and create very, very big companies. That's why Israel is punching above its weight today. Look at this in Ukraine. That was a backward nation that didn't have that much advancement, especially in military technology. Now they are one of the leading countries in the world because they've been strengthened by being engaged in military activity. This is what builds nations. Iran today is built not because of the mullahs or the Islamic stuff that they do. No, is built because of the intellectuals that regime has created in that country. That is why Israel was going after them, specifically the scientists and the engineers. They was going after them because if you destroy the minds of the people, the nation is gone. We are doing the job for foreigners by ourselves. We are the ones doing it. We are destroying the minds by exporting them overseas to even do value-added production for our enemies and our competitors. And then the ones in our country, we don't want to defend them. We don't want to nurture them because we don't want to get involved in protecting our own country. What kind of people do that? You will never see progress if we carry on like this. And this is why I don't like what this government is doing. Thank you.
Okay. God. Okay. I'll just
okay. Sorry, Remy. Is it there?
Simba now.
No. Just I know what I want to do.
The voice is gone. We can't hear you.
Simba, I say you can go ahead.
Okay, okay. Actually, all those round things that Nigeria just made, to me, is totally irrelevant because every country is not the same. The way every country is are totally different. The plan or ideology of every country is different. What Israel is meeting in the Middle East is different from what Nigeria is having with its West African neighbors. And if you are talking about everybody should carry gun or should know how to carry gun in Nigeria, if you see most of the developed nations, you talk about Europe and America, I think majority of their citizens are not soldiers. And they are not into, maybe even they don't even have the knowledge of carrying gun at all. So I will start from the NYC. The proposal they have on NYC, they have not yet implemented it. They are talking about increasing the orientation to 6 weeks and where they will put people exactly where they belong. If you study engineering, we have to put you into engineering company so that you can acquire the necessary technical and know-how so that it can better you in the future. I think that is the way to go. Considering the complex country.
It's what they are doing now.
Please, can you not interject? And if you want to interject, can you not ask me?
With me now.
Hey, but I asked you now. I asked you before I interjected.
Oh, look at that. You interject with me.
I asked you before I interjected. I asked you for permission. You cannot just bump in like that. Come on, we live in a... Okay. So as I was trying to say, so they will put people in the right perspective, and which I think I like. Oh, actually, what I proposed before was that for us going to the NYC was like, instead of troubling ourselves, why don't you put these people for 6 months to government or maybe private, government or private entrepreneur or businessman can have huge chunk of land for agriculture so that we will build a kind of hostel for these people. Maybe the first 3 months, they will serve in this kind of farmland because that means we have guarantee of food to eat in the country and to also export. But with the new initiative they brought in, that is fantastic. Because Nigerians needed the necessary skills to survive out there. If you look at the rest of the world now, it's now changing from, it's about skills. The skill you have can make you to even live a better life. Instead of carrying gun all around, or instead of looking for government to give you a job. If you have the necessary skill, even in Nigeria today, if you want to sew a cloth, just maybe buba and shukuto, maybe it's already more than 10,000 naira per piece. So if you are a tailor, that even in Nigeria now, you can see that even the tailor there, they don't even have enough apprentices anymore. And what are they doing? What our young ones are doing? The boys are looking for Yahoo Yahoo. The girls are looking for whatever they want to sell their bodies to get money. So I think sometimes we should be looking at this objectively. And if we want to criticize, we should help offer a better solution, not criticizing alone. For the first time in the history of Nigeria, we see Nigeria turn to construction site. You that travel all the way from Lagos to Asaba, you cannot tell me you do not see a lot of road construction along the road before you get to Asaba or wherever you are going. Every region have road construction now by federal government, even by some, by states. That is the way to go, because when you do that, you are creating thousands of jobs for your people. And when you have enough infrastructural development, you are opening up your country for investment. For the first time in the history of that country, both foreign portfolio investment and physical investors, they are coming to Nigeria to invest. I sent a video to One Man and also to Simba, where Nigerians, major or big corporation, they are recruiting people. I'm talking about Seplat, about Bua, and Dagote. So many people are recruiting at the same time. Is that not to show you that the economy is back? Maybe not what we want. At least that's a semblance of that. Things are improving in that country. If you don't believe in that country, why are Chinese and the Indians and the rest of the world, they are buying acres of land into farmland in Nigeria? Even with this insecurity, they are buying about 300, 500 acres of land, trying to plant something, to do something in your country. Yesterday, I was looking at what, I don't know whether it's a Lebanese or Chinese country they were doing in Niger State, with about 5 acres, 5 acres or 1 or 2 acres of solar power light for farmland. And just yesterday, a lithium factory was commissioned in Nasarawa. I think sometimes we should just be looking at what are the positives
that will be the third one in Nasarawa.
Instead of concentrating all our effort on negativity every time. Government is a continuum, whether you like it or not. If Tinubu is lucky, he will win the second time and he will rule you for another 4 years. And by 2031, another president will come. And what you as an individual, what are you contributing? Are you still going to be ranking, making excuses, telling them they did not do this one right? Okay, if they do not do it right, what is your own personal solution? Or what are you offering to make it better? And if we all of us in this platform, we all staying abroad, what are we contributing to Nigerian development? From where is it just to come and degenerate?
If I may interject you for just 30 seconds, let me put a perspective to this. Look, it's not new that a country will send its workforce, you understand, abroad to go and learn. The Nigerians that are going medical field and all the rest, India did it, China did it, en masse to America. But the only difference is that, wait, they all go back home, or 3/4 goes back home. They go back home and they improve their place. That's why they are nuclear power today. So I don't see any reason why I can use small money like 5 million to train a doctor. You understand? A doctor that will cost maybe $132,000 to train there. If I send 10 and 4 comes back, they will bring the experience, which is what is happening now in the health sector. If you look, they are private though, but in cosmetic technology, prostate, kidney, liver, heart disease, you understand, diabetes, we are specialist hospital in all manners of surgeries. Beautiful building, beautiful equipment. They are coming back, not in their numbers. But these things are not done overnight. The success will not show. This is exactly, and for agriculture, there is a lie I want to put all of you to today. There is a mystery about this agriculture in the north with insecurity. A lot of exports of raw produce are being done. I can tell you authoritatively that most of the mango in the Middle East today, they are from northern Nigeria. Mango. On daily basis, they export them with aircraft. People are more export-minded than selling to the locals. Fact check me on that mango one. I know the farm. I know the owner of the farm. They sell to Middle East every day. Thank you, Remy, for the time.
Okay, in addition, even if your citizens are trooping out, let me give you an example of India. In all European countries, the Indians are controlling the IT business here.
And Baba, that mango that you say, you know how much we are buying mango here? One mango is about 4,000 naira.
You see?
I know the farm, I know the owners of the farm, the family, everything. And they are making a kill. And that farm, I don't know why terrorists are not going there to kidnap them.
So actually,
a lot of questions we need to ask ourselves about our country. Something is not right. Something is I mean, we are talking about insecurity. Our people are not going to farm, and yet people are exporting.
I think the issue.
Can I interject, Remy, quickly? Can I take 30 seconds?
No, Remy, please
okay,
give him
30
chance to
seconds.
interject.
Okay, 30 seconds. Of course, I will give you.
Yeah, I think Baba touched on something about sending people overseas. Vast majority of the Chinese return back, but the Indians don't necessarily return back as much as the Chinese or the Asians tend to do. The ones that don't return back, you notice that their growth is stymied because they are putting most of their efforts in developing foreign lands. In terms of the NYSC, I think Arogiri by saying something about this. There is no military thing. All the military drills have been scrapped. I don't know where he got the idea that there is military training going on, and that is my problem. Somebody has to defend the lives of your people. This is why I say we have an anti-life culture.
There's no military training in the previous scheme now. There's no military training in the previous scheme.
No, they do have military drills.
I don't understand. I served now, so you cannot be telling me what I did.
You're jogging. You go jogging whenever you are doing your mentorship.
Is that jogging the military drill?
Yes, it's a form of military drill. You don't know that.
Understand. I don't think that served in Nigeria. Did you do your NYC?
Oh my God! What? No. What? See,
I just asked you a question. Yes, I do.
NYSC. I don't share such information. I've told you I don't share.
Let me tell you, Nigeria. Let me tell you what we used to do. Okay.
Let me continue. Actually, Tunaja,
okay, let me go ahead.
Tunaja, you are wrong about China. Since early about 2000 or 2004, 2005, and the rest, from year 2000 upward.
Just for many 10 seconds. See, Tunaja, when people told you what they've done, don't argue with them. Jogging is what we did from primary school, in the secondary school. So how come that the one they are not doing in NYC, so all of a sudden become the military training? I mean, come on, let's come off this thing, my friend.
Okay.
The other thing I will see talk later is about that national item, but let me continue.
Okay, I just want to quickly repeat. Actually, in the 1970s or 80s or 90s or maybe early 90s, almost Chinese that have been sponsored abroad to study in various universities in the West. Some of them refused to come back, and the government handled their parent or whatever, so that they were forced to come back. But since year 2000, most of them that traveled abroad, they never come back. Most of them never come back because they also acquired their wealth. And then when they are okay, they also came back to their country. When the country started to improve, to contribute their own quota to the development of the country. What the Chinese did that I really appreciate is that they don't play with education. You can see a 10-year-old boy or girl in China, and you can see his room. That boy or girl will have read more than 1,000 books. And they don't play with the core subject. The core subject about mathematics and sciences, even including English. They expect their child to perform at optimal level every time. Because of this,
Remy, I'd like to interject for a little bit, but go ahead. I don't know how long you have left, but go ahead.
Yeah. So with this kind of situation, you are breeding excellent students at par. That mostly all of them at a par because the competition is stiff over there. But still, there's still a difference. When you live in big cities and your parents work in a good company, you have access to a better education than people that live in the interland. And coupled with the situation that the nationality of most of these people are just one tribe, which is the Han people. Everybody sink into whatever the government wants them to do. But when you now come back to the issue of Nigeria, we still have a lot of problems along ethnicity, along geopolitics, and so many other stuff. We are not united as a country. So sometimes when you criticize or when you are looking for better things for your country, I think we should just look at it holistically. How can we improve, considering all the factors that mitigate our growth? And if we see a government that is trying to develop infrastructures in both road, rail, and the rest. I listened to Fester Keyamo just yesterday, and he was talking about how Nigerian airline company now, they can now get wet leases from all these foreign aircraft manufacturers, and they are even paying their installment in Naira, not in dollar anymore, because it has a government-backed guarantee. And that is why you see some of these airlines now bringing in new airlines, and they are also opening a new route for them to travel to. This is development in your own eyes. And when you see all this road construction, all these things, what they are doing, by the time everything signed in, you will discover that this country is really moving ahead. But when you just fixated on negativity most of the time, it does not help the young one that is coming up. I think the most important thing, you can criticize, offer solution, and also offer word of inspiration. How can you tell a 17 or 20-year-old boy that will be graduate from the university next year, and you are telling him after we are going to train in the NYC to go and face terrorists in Sambisa Forest or wherever any criminality? Do you think they will be happy? I think this
which children will do it?
I think this is not the way to go. I'm sorry. I will stop here so that I give other people the opportunity.
So nobody will defend our lives.
You see, let me quickly debunk.
Let me please interject. You know.
Hold on. Let me quickly debunk what Tunaija said the other time. You see, Tunaija, don't do like a rational mind. It's not here now. It is not every policy. People keep saying, this policy is bad, all those things. Now, there are two things. I'll talk on the national item and that of the road that we keep talking about. Okay, national item. Have you ever just sit yourself down for once and go through the lyrics of both items? Now, the item that was taken away to revert back to the original one that we have, that item God forgot about our diversity. You understand? It took Nigeria as if we have no origin, as if we are just one homogeneous entity that way. No wonder some people have been trying to dominate everyone to think they have to impose their way of life on people. But when you look at the Nigerian Wihedi, it covers diversity. That is why you see, though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. That don't talk about how Nigeria is constituted, or like the old one that tried to erase our history as if we are just. So see, I challenge you just to take time instead of joining some TV activists that they just discard everything. You know, there are some activists on TV you see today, all they know is to criticize, but they've never got anything of value other than criticism. You know, we can't compare them to the like of Gadifa or the like of Enfala and Odisa Agbakoba. Because if those people stand for any activism, they fight legally to put something in place, at least to become the sources of what. But you see some people, they just talk into the sky and nothing is coming out of it. So go and compare the two national items. Hold on, you talk about this now. You'll be talking about this and I think you're versed me today because I now realize that it seems that
what I said is accurate. I'm not criticizing blindly. I'm not criticizing.
Yeah, I like to come in before Tunaija take over because you know
this government when they do something right, but when they are doing something wrong, you have to call it out.
Hold on, sir. You keep thinking of this colonial master. That's the problem. Let me tell you one thing.
No, I'm not just thinking about them. I'm saying that their actions are undermining us. You already said that we should not defend our people. Who is going to defend our people? That is an anti-life culture. You are basically saying anybody that defends our people is less than.
Simpat, are you there? Because you kept me in the background for like 3 hours. Then I come in, you guys will let me talk.
Hold on, I'm just interjecting.
Sorry about my prince.
Don't dwell too much just because you don't like colonial masters. Because if you don't like colonial master all those stuff, don't drive car, don't use
not
anything
because
Western.
I never said anything about the Western powers. I'm talking about our nation.
You can as well go and get the membership of Boko Haram because everything is not colonial master. Look, Oga, face the content.
Look at that. You are still using the term. Even the fact that at your generation you are still using that term just shows these are British people, French, and you are calling them masters.
Reality. Just stop all those things.
This is our problem. This mentality you have is what is killing our nation. Because you literally said you don't want to defend your own country. How can you be saying such a thing that you don't want to defend your own country?
That's
and you want your country to prosper. The kind of thinking you have is the kind of thinking that many of the people in power they have right now. They don't want to defend their own people's lives. And we have 8,000 people this year already involved in criminal activity.
You spoke for 30 minutes, so let me speak.
Yeah, but
please.
you are trying to say something that I didn't say. You are bringing the West into it.
Hold on. When you were speaking, I didn't disrupt you. I didn't disrupt you. Just hold on. Let me speak my own.
Don't try to state something that I didn't say. You are misleading
Allah, can you allow me to interject for like a couple of minutes?
No, Prince Daddy Benovez. Sorry, because this man spoke for 30 minutes. I didn't disrupt him. All of a sudden, he's disrupting. The question is this.
I'm not disrupting. I'm just correcting you.
Air is air. Air is air. If you like, call it oxygen. You understand? He is doing his job. Whether you want to use the word colonial master, whatever, their attitude, what they did was exactly the same thing. Their action was, they acted as colonial master. If you like, go brand them that you call them British or whatever.
The Chinese call them masters.
Hold on now.
Indians call them masters. Only us that do that. Don't wonder you want your people to go and fire Kara. Because you see yourself as less.
You are just playing with semantic. Playing with semantics.
It's not semantics. These are real words. You are a grown man having children, calling other fellow women's husbands masters. That is what is happening here.
Oga. When we say colonial master,
call me master. Then since you're happy to call people master, call me master. I am your master.
You are referring to the history.
You are so happy,
guy. This is the problem I have with you activists sometimes.
Why don't you call your fellow countrymen masters too?
This is the problem I have with you activists. Because what you are saying now...
Can we let President Daddy interject for a minute? Let him just break the ice.
Let me, Bishop Noves, let me conclude my listening. So the thing is this. You don't just come out and criticize. Go and take that Nigerian with AD and analyze your compatriots. Study it before you come and just and criticize blankly. The other one, you talk of Indian and the Chinese, you talk about, India took a different strategy. They decided to say, because if they adopt technology that is going to send people out of work, the academic publication is everywhere, little everywhere. At the end of the day, some people revisited it after almost a century that India were actually wrong in their approach. You understand? So stop saying it's just because they take colonial mentality, that is why they scatter litter everywhere. That is not true. That's not factual. Even if you want to be bold in statement, at least we should have authority to speak to that thing instead of misleading the public and you not grandstand and you make yourself authority. Thank you, Prince Daddy.
They have colonial mentality. They bleach. They do all kind of stuff that colonial
Prince Daddy, sorry, no verse. I beg, continue. Good luck to you, sir. Good luck to you.
All right. Thanks a lot. Thanks, Bishop. Just a quick comment to hello to Nigeria, by the way. Thank you for always bringing us content on a one-man show. But I was going to make a comment about your submission earlier about China and India. Okay, the reason why India is backward compared to China is because the Indians, like Nigeria, sends its citizens, its people outside of the country. Therefore, maybe they have brain drain. I think that's what you're suggesting. Well, okay, that is fine. So I did a quick search, and it shows that, of course, you're right in the sense that there are more Indians than Chinese outside of the country in diaspora, right? So about, let's say, 18 million Indians, about 12 million roughly of Chinese. But the difference, though, I think, like kind of alluded to it earlier, is the strategy. Your conclusion that because India sent its people more outside of the country than China, that's why it's not developed. I think it's an erroneous conclusion. It's not that simple. Okay, it's not that simple. If you ask me, and maybe Allah can chime in also, I think China is more deliberate in its citizens living in its country. They have more structured and government-sponsored programs. So the Chinese that live China are more of a quality candidates, if I may use that word, quality candidates. They leave China, and a lot of them, the quality ones return to China. Okay, so it has to do more of a deliberate government program structure that is helping China, as opposed to, and of course, a big part of it is that communist system or quasi-communist capitalist or democracy, however you want to put it. That system of governance is a big factor also. But India quote unquote the biggest democracy in the world. They're free. So the Indians, we have smart Indians and we have average or below average Indians. So don't tell me that an Indian that lives in India and comes to America or goes to Nigeria and open a restaurant selling tandoori chicken is a quality Indian. I don't think so. So they are larger in terms of their population outside of the country, but it doesn't mean that the quality of Indians outside of India is greater than that of China. It's a matter of if you ask me, it's a matter of again structure and deliberate strategy that the Chinese has that India don't have. And by the way, India is not brain drain. 1.5 freaking billion people. Okay, it's a lot of people. They still have smart people back home in India. And by the way, don't talk like India has this large job market, to accommodate all its graduates or its citizens. It doesn't have it. So it's actually the world like America and Great Britain and even Africa doing India a great favor, accommodating its citizens to go work there and have a living in the first place. Okay, India economy is fine, but it's not the greatest in their democracy and what they have going on there. So the world is actually doing Indians a favor, a big favor. They cannot accommodate or employ all those people. And again, if you go to India, they have smart people. Their technology is still booming. They are billionaires, actually, maybe apart from America and China. I think India may be the third or fourth country in the world with the most billionaires. So it's not a really brain drain society. They still have plenty of things going for them. But again, the main point is that don't use India and Nigeria as a comparison to why India is not as developed as China. It's not. It's a deliberate approach by the Chinese government that's developing the society. Come on, if you go to Harvard, if you go to Yale, there are more freaking Chinese people there sent by their government, and they return back home, just like Remy or Ola said earlier. So you got to put all this thing into a holistic approach to analysis.
I think, Prince Adi, I like that you try to at least address the points directly. And however, the point that I made was about relativity, that the Chinese is running cycles around India because of that. And when we loud the idea that sending your people overseas is a good idea, is because you are not understanding the fact that the Indians are being held back. And India also have an anti-life culture where they even have a caste system where they hate they treat some people like underclasses, and they don't mind sending their people overseas.
Okay,
because
certainly. Before I go further, I've already used that term quite a few times. So please just define for me at least your anti-life
culture. What I mean by that is the people that don't leverage the total and the maximum intellect of their people to develop their country. They would rather send those lives to go and serve other people. We've done this for centuries, and the results are in. We know the results, and we are still doubling down in that culture. If you look at like in Eastern Europe, when Soviet Union fell, many of them came to Western Europe to come and work and everything. But today, most of them are returning back because they've come, they've gained, and they've built their nations, and they've gone back. We make it a culture to a kind of encourage them to remain there, to be doing, to in a way turn our nations to some kind of benefit claimers where they just send remittance back to survive. How is that a culture of growth? How is that a culture of life? You send your people overseas. What is that? How is that different from slavery when you ship your people overseas?
Okay, to Niger, no verse. I think I have a little information about this, and if you want, and if you're ready to pay, I can give you a link to harvard.org, and you can get some academic this thing researchers said about this thing. I will give you some quick point without talking too much. Now, let me tell you one thing. This problem, the gap between India and China, was based on their past strategy. India that you see going out is just to lessen pressure on their labor market. Don't let us get it twisted. Now, as far back as when the British people, when they crashed the India economy, they were good in textile, but then they colonized them, they dragged the economy down, they started exporting to India instead, they crashed the textile industry. Now, when they were not coming back, now, as far back as the 50s, late 50s or 60s, thereabouts, they encouraged them to embrace technology. Because already China, they started embracing technology on their own. They were developing technology. You know what Mahatma Gandhi said that time? He emphasized more labor-intensive production rather than heavy machinization. You know what he said? He said, by the time you do that, you understand, you are going to displace so many people, many workers, and they will be deepened in poverty. Google what I said. You should be able to find it online. Then there's another guy called George Fernandez. You understand? I think that one was between 1960 and 1970s too, that strongly opposed the adoption of computers in the banking. You know, you understand? Okay, you understand the situation whereby you were bringing
I
computers
understand
to
what
the
you are saying,
banking.
that they are saying that they should not scale up.
Hold on, let me land, Oga. Before when you, I'm just trying to give you some names so that you will go and look at that thing. It was not until, you understand? It was not until the 80s when they started pushing Rajiv, you understand, started pushing for aggressive computerization and telecommunication. It was through that Americans now took a strategic position. You understand? Because you know this guy, they were doing instead of them still pirating their this, you understand? They took the technology there, you know, they formed some kind of a strategic alliance with India and they trained them. You understand? That is why you see America, all those Indians you see today, they were able to be coming to America. It's not as if they just woke up one day and started coming to America. That was as a consequence of what America did to them. You understand? So when we say they are sending their people, they are not sending their people out intentionally. It happened that what America did for America to have cheap labor, you understand? India is now their kind of pool of cheap labor. So, but what affected them initially was that when China was embracing technology, just to make sure that they scaled up, you understand? India was saying if we embrace that, it's going to throw our labor market into a deepening poverty. You understand? What I'm saying, like I said, is Googleable.
Before you go,
catastrophic
to
error
your
was
point. Hold on. To your point, you know, before the Indians in the I don't know 20,000 and up, before they dominated America and Canada, the Western IT sector, you know, in the late 90s and early 2000s, American companies or Western companies were doing what they call, you know, outsourcing, and
Exactly.
the outsourcing occurred in their home country of India, not outside. Okay,
exactly.
Most of the IT work were being done in India, not outside of India. It was later this quality workers or laborers started leaving India to go outside. Yeah, of course, Indians have always been around, but back then, again, they are planning in India, in Eastern Africa and across Africa and around the world, and doing their stuff, you know, because again, less pressure on the labor market. Sorry, go ahead.
Exactly. Thank you.
But they were not innovating enough because they were busy doing call center works and relatively low-level job, while the Chinese were busy scaling up and building at a higher level. Remember, the West also helped the Chinese develop. You can also argue that maybe Indians should have been more strategic with their relationships with the West, just like we should have been. And most of the things the Chinese do, they are not there
If I were to put my finger on one thing, it is that listen, India is a democracy and it's a mess. I think you follow India's democracy. It's a mess there. But the Chinese system is a more refined, more structured, and a more like a command and control system. So it's more efficient. You gotta admit that.
I don't think it's only that. I think it's also mentality. Look at the Japanese, look at the South Koreans. Why are they not behaving like the Indians? Why are they not behaving like the Nepalese? There is something about a people that don't value the lives of their people enough to use them to defend themselves, innovate, and do things that you pay a price for. Europeans do the same thing that the Japanese do, but these Indians and we, Africans specifically, we are the worst at this. We literally see ourselves as slaves.
To Nigeria, India and China, they develop differently. Now, when you see India generally, when it comes to navigation, you know, even before the British people, they've been there. They've been like almost 1,000 years ahead of any Western civilization when it comes to that. They were good in iron technology before even before the British people discovered iron. So in machinery, in something like heavy, in manufacturing, they've always been good. Why India generally they were good in textile, but that textile you see was more of manual. You understand? Even when those Indians were coming to Nigeria, then you understand what they basically were bringing to Nigeria was basically textile. That time, now Nigeria was even competing favorably. You see, this idea of technology oracle and this thing you are talking about today is the consequences that's resulting from that's the consequences of American partnership with them. I just wanted to know you just to know that. But
Yeah,
you know,
I
the Chinese were talking about they be dealing with machinery on their own. Hold on. They be dealing with machinery on
let
their
me
own. They
address
have
one
that capability.
point. I don't get the
Hold on, sir. Hold on. They had that
That's
capability.
fine.
What the like of America did to them was because they control this ship and all this integrated circuit and all those stuff. You understand? America was able to help them in what they had before. It's just like you have a capability to do something before, but you needed someone now to enhance you, and America enhanced them. That was why that's another area where, because already they've been embracing technology before. If you understand, they've been doing technology, they've been doing machine. They've studied how to the way oxen were used to farm. They converted that into some kind of tractor and all those stuff. You understand? They were building tractor, but America enhanced them. Okay, but India they didn't have that. They concentrated more on manual. So that's why when America will now go to India, what they could
They are
easily
not
catch up was
strategic.
they were strategy. Their strategy just
No, I was
worked
trying to tell
differently.
you that
See,
no, hold on. Their strategy was a strategy of saying, let's go and work for the West. I think Arogidiba highlighted in his post that
that's
60%
not
of the top
true.
tech
That's what me,
companies
I
are
Prince
from
Daddy, and
India.
as we say, we just debunk all this thing now. They didn't have strategy
Even
that we
if
should go
I
and work
think
for the
there's some
West.
truth to it. No, I'm addressing the point about 60% of top tech companies have Indians as their leadership. And where are these tech companies? They are in the West. The same thing, even if it's Nigerians, it's still the same pattern. You are building the West while you are leaving your nation. The Chinese are not prioritizing that. They are building their own nation. And this is why even in AI today, the Chinese hold more patents
Nigeria,
in AI than
you have to know one thing for
together.
sure. Do you know that the Indians, one thing that India actually did very well in the late 80s, 90s, and 2000s was that even before then, actually, way before then, they invested in technology, IT especially. So when the opportunity came for in the global market, they were able to grab that opportunity readily because they were well trained workers, IT people in India. So they did something. They actually did something. So you can't say they didn't just wake up overnight and became this IT professionals. So over time, yeah, it's not surprising that you have a lot of Indians dominating Fortune 100 or whatever companies with Indian leaders. Okay, it didn't happen overnight. Okay, it did not happen
But it's not
overnight.
optimal. It's not optimal. My point is that it's not the optimal way to run your
No,
nation. You are supposed to use those minds
to
to
Niger.
develop your own country so that you can be creating
Well,
the next
you're
Google,
making
the next
again. You're assuming that they have.
Niger.
You're assuming that they're going to have the same opportunity readily in India. And by the way, let me ask you: do you think American military
Why not?
engages in an anti-life culture that you're talking about? Do you think American military does?
Americans are one of the
No.
apart from some of their gun culture, the way
Listen,
they live.
is American military engaging in anti-life culture that you're talking about?
No, I'm actually saying it's the opposite. Americans are one of the nations that tap into their people's talent. That's why they brainwash their people like
No,
crazy.
the reason why I said that
Americans,
because obviously America does not fight war. It's not a civil war or fight war by itself. So all the expenditure on this military, in the reality, is for the
America defends
outside.
the life of these people severely. They encourage their people to do the best that they can, even if they have corruption as a problem. But they do. They actually make a lot of effort to make themselves the best in terms of media, movies, military, name it.
No,
They don't have
the point
an
I'm trying to
anti-life.
the point I'm trying to make is that a lot of American personnel, military personnel, are outside of the country. Why? Because that's where they are needed. Okay, we get so many of them. They have to be stationed
Oppress
elsewhere
other
around the
people,
world.
to control other people and make themselves richer, make their own people richer. That's the whole point. They make sure that the American dollar is at the top to give their people more life. That is what it is. If you want your people to have more life, you have to be ready to defend them, to give them more life and use their talent to build your nation. That is what it is. And this is why I keep saying, when I use that term anti-life, that is what I mean. We are the worst at it. We have a severe anti-life problem, and it's a natural this in sin, really, because we literally sold human beings that we could have used to invent our way out of problems. That's what we do, and we are still doing it today. And we don't want to depart from it. Look at,
You
we
know,
have a country that is, look, let me give you a clear example.
hold on.
We have a country that
Hold on,
generates
before you get the
music.
gun,
We
if
have a
I
country
sit on
that
the
generates
platform,
music.
hold
The
on.
president went and
My
changed your
understand,
national
hold
anthem
on,
to that of the
hold on.
British.
My understanding is that, hold on. My understanding is that back in the days in Nigeria, when they send all these Nigerians overseas to work or to study, they tend to come back. Why did they come back so readily? Because they are almost guaranteed the opportunity, and there's a labor market. There's a system for them to return, okay, and get and have jobs and maybe businesses and have a good life, okay. So, but now there's a reason why we do. In other words, right now as a country, we don't have the capacity to accommodate a lot of Nigerians, even if they choose to return. So if I know it wasn't Tinubu that somebody was making fun of earlier that say if they want 50,000 doctors or whatever, they can have it. Well, it sounds kind of crude, but at the same time, maybe that's the reality because we don't have the hospital now. Do we have the investment readily right now to accommodate a lot of these professionals? That's just the reality.
We do. If you want me to answer you that question, we do. We just don't want to do it. It's like, do you know how Western governments always say that there's no money, there's no money, and the moment COVID-19 hit, the UK government that was spending years on austerity measure to save $10 billion, $20 billion, borrowed $300 billion in 1 year. We do. This will see if your nation wants to do the right thing by their people, they will.
Hold
I've
on.
seen nations
Okay,
do that.
hold on.
Iran
You
has
talk to
done
that.
that.
If you say
South
we
Korea,
do,
North
I do.
Korea has done that.
How do we have? See, you. I heard it earlier tonight. You're complaining that the government priority is misaligned because what they're doing. They're building roads that people are not going to use. But if you don't
No, no, I
invest in
didn't say that. I
infrastructure,
never said that.
well, you were
How would
kind
I
of
be
alluding
agreeing
to
to
that direction. But if you
that?
don't
I'm
if you
just
don't
trying to
have
say
the
that there were bad
facility,
roads. That's all I
the
said. There
bad
were
road.
some bad roads in
Okay,
Benin to Onitsha, Asa, but that's what I was saying. I said there were good roads in Port Harcourt and Bayelsa. I'm not going to say what I didn't see.
So
So
but in your mind right now, you believe that Nigeria has enough institutions or infrastructures to accommodate if a bunch of people from the diaspora decide to return. Do we truly have the market? Can we accommodate
yes,
such a
we do.
large number of returnees?
Nigeria is,
Okay,
oh my God, Nigeria is one of those countries where people will try anything. It's one of the gifts of Nigeria. If you make water with stone, people will try it. They will buy it until they say, oh my God, this is killing us. Nigerians is one of the places to do business. Just secure them, make them feel like there is rules. You will see people will return. Nigeria is one of the best countries to do business in. You know that our people are very entrepreneurial. If you go to any market, they are willing to try anything. And Nigerians are so like they are so open. They exploit every niche. Any niche. Like, I've seen Nigerians. Somebody will be doing gate man. The place they are doing gate man, the next door they saw an open land. They'll go and farm it. While they are working there, they are doing
okay.
farms. The man
So
I
I
saw
think
yesterday. He was removing the beans
we
for
are
a
mixing
farm.
things up.
No, I'm
See,
trying
no,
to let you know that
you can
Nigerians
listen.
are very, very industrious when it comes to exploiting
Yeah,
opportunities
that
and
that
let
is
them return.
that point is incontrovertible. That Nigeria, okay, Nigerians are the reason why the country is running. I've said it many times because of the private sector in that country. Because the government is not really taking care of the people. They can't. We don't have the money. We don't have the resources to do so. So people are independent. They are industrious and they are driving that country. But we have to separate the labor market. What I was talking about more is that most of these people that leave the country and go to America, England, or whatever, if they were to return, my point is that to work in Nigeria, we don't have the capacity to accommodate such people. That's the point I'm making.
We do have them. We just think we don't. Like I said, all the countries that their people return back, they actually experience more growth, not less. As
Okay,
somebody operating in Nigeria, I can tell
where
you
are
that
the
people
hospitals?
going overseas is
Where are
a
they going to
bad
work?
thing. They're going to work in the institutions that you have in Nigeria. They are in the banks, in the telecommunications, and many companies will start returning back when the mines are there. When the mines are not there, they will not come into the country. I've experienced it myself. The quality of people we used to have in Nigeria in 2018 is not the same we have today. Many of the people that are in Nigeria today, because many of them are focused on serving people overseas, they are not working within the Nigerian economy. They are not so helping Nigeria. They are on YouTube, doing YouTube and making money from YouTube or working for people overseas. This is what is going on in Nigeria now. So sooner or later, we have to decide that we have to start building our own institutions, start owning our own Google, start owning our own Facebook, start owning our own this aircraft company. Those are the kind of things that builds nation. That's the back on the backs of those people. Like in Iran today, no matter what
it's always nice to talk about. It's always nice to talk. It's always nice to talk. Talk like you are in a laboratory or you read it from a textbook. Okay. That's how it sounds sometimes. Even though you make some good points.
I'm giving you an example.
The point here is that are we investing in the R&D or in such an economy that will bring about all these developments and these ideas you're talking about? Is it going to spend much money to do so? I'm asking you.
We have the resources. We have more than enough to do. Even with what we have now.
You come in there. Where are the resources? What is the Nigerian budget?
You have the human resources. First, you have the human resources that you can use to secure the country and make sure that the place is safe. Then the Nigerians can start returning back.
Is it you that you want to kill the graduates? You want to send them to Zambisa forest to go and fight after they get a doctorate degree and engineering degree?
You don't necessarily need graduates to go to Zambisa forest, but you need them to become engineers to build the necessary weapons that the Nigerian military needs to defend the country. You don't necessarily need graduates.
Do we have that industry? Do we have that industry right now readily available to accommodate such workers? Do we? What are you talking about?
We have it, but we don't have it at the scale we need.
What is it called?
We have companies that are manufacturing weapons. We have companies that are manufacturing ships. We have doctors. We have different. We have them. We are not scaling them up. We are scaling our people down. That's the problem.
See, I'm not talking about companies making 200 guns a year. Okay, are we talking about a massive scale industry? For example, in gun manufacturing or weaponry. That's what I'm talking about. Everything you talk about.
We have them. We have workforce. You can scale them up. That is what government is there.
That's what I'm talking about. Listen, you know very well in the West, the government spends a lot of money, supporting or investing in private companies. Do we have such opportunities? That's what I'm asking you. That gun manufacturing company that we have right now, is the government ready to spend $1 billion to help build a capacity and scale up? Do we have that available?
You asked the question, is the government willing to do that? That's the problem with Nigeria. Many of our governments don't want to do that. But they'll say that we don't have the resources.
We don't have the money.
That's a mistake. We do. We know we do. Actually, we do.
Okay.
We have the resources to do it. And one of the resources is the people too. We have so many people. We have so much, and this is the natural resources, and we also have the money. Our people, we have the economy is personally. I think the Nigerian economy, real economy, is more than 500 billion GDP.
Sorry to Nigeria. I did not see the cost advantage for Nigeria to militarize our environment because we want no. It's not cost advantage for us because
if you don't do that,
no
you
way.
are going to remain in poverty.
There is no way we are going to be competitive with those established countries that are into manufacturing guns and whatever. So
why not?
Why are you pushing us to that area every now and then?
Why not? No, why do you think we cannot?
No, it's not fair. We have other things. We have our own cost advantage. Why don't we leverage in our agriculture? Why don't we leverage on our human services?
You know that what you are saying, we should go and fry a car.
Let me finish. Let me tell you what Nigeria is leveraging on now. If you look at the African terrain, we have a lot of Nigerians who are into insurance, banking, oil and gas. We continue to expand our and then recently, in the last 10 years, we continue to expand our on the manufacturing sector like cement and associated cement products. That is the best thing for a country. Well, if not because
Remy,
of banditry or
Remy,
terrorism, why should
Remy,
we not talk about
do you see
this?
something that I noticed in Nigeria? You know how they say that the Southeasterners do a lot of trade? One of the things I noticed that the Southwesterners do, they do a lot of mechanized engineering, where like lathe and milling and stuff like that. Why is that not being scaled up?
It's already
You
been
don't.
scaled. Can't you
It's
see
not.
the?
You need to see where
Let
they
me
operate.
give
When
you
I
this
went to
information.
Abuja area where
Let
they
me give you
operate,
this information before you continue. For the first time in the history of that country, in the last 2 quarters, our non-oil export overshoot oil. We are exporting more agricultural products more than before. And why should we continue to think about in this 2026 militarize our environment? For what reason? A society
what do
that
you mean
seeing
our
development in
non-oil export is more than this in oil? Dangote refinery,
tell,
are we exporting more than Dangote refinery? Are
who
we
is talking?
exporting more
Is
than Dangote refinery?
Dangote refining exporting crude oil? Is it not
It's refining
the value
petroleum
chain that is
products. It's
exporting?
refining. It's doing value-added
What I'm
manufacturing. That's
trying
where
to
our
tell you is that
manufacturing has increased.
non-oil export. Go and check it from the statistics
Non-oil
bureau.
export includes Dangote refinery. Then have you bothered to ask
I don't
yourself
know.
why that is so high?
I don't think it's included. Yes. I don't think
If
it is.
it's not included, then where is it now?
Yeah,
Where is
yeah.
the Dangote figures?
How do you?
No. What I'm just trying to tell you is that, to me personally, this is my opinion. I think Nigerians should scale up in manufacturing and service industry. We shouldn't bother too much of about it in terms of insecurity. Just recently, Nigerian government passed out about 7,000 recruits, and they continue to recruit anybody that is willing to join the soldiers to go ahead.
7,000 is
Not using
nothing.
our NYC
By
for
Nigerian
what you are
standards,
trying.
7,000 is nothing.
So
7,000 is nothing.
we should look at our cost advantage, and then we should scale up our cost advantage. We cannot compete with those ones that are manufacturing gun or whatever. We are not in a state of war that we are
Why
our
can't you
neighbors.
compete? You see,
We
what
cannot
you are
do that. We
saying,
don't need it. We don't need it. Even the so-called.
why don't you
Look,
think
let
we
me give you
need
a very
it?
good
You
example.
can't build anything without
Let me
it.
give you.
All the successful nations have it.
Let me give you one thing. Look at the Iranian war against America and Israel. Look at what the Iranians did. Look at what all the military ammunition, warplane, whatever Americans have bombed them. At the end of the day, did they win? So we don't need it, and we are not prepared.
What are you talking
We don't
about?
need all of these things. What I'm trying to tell you, not
to Nigeria, I don't even know how
can you not
you.
need
Yeah, to Nigeria, I
don't-
wanted to interject you the other time. Sorry, no verse. Now, sorry, Remy, Jomabino. Now, you know,
Right.
when we're talking about those things the other time, do you know that Nigeria could have been in the situation of India as well? But the problem we had that time is this: we didn't have infrastructure, and we mismanaged our structural adjustment program because of corruption. So now, whatever, like we said the other time, like India deliberately, they are not sending their people out. India are just like our people. Is Nigerian government sending on us deliberately? No. It's just because what Nigeria does to us is that Nigeria trained us, and we now look beyond the opportunity within that Nigeria. You understand? We moved. But where the strategy of United States of America backfire, that India start going, is that their own capitalists, their business people, they were actually looking for cheaper cost of labor. You understand? So they now, when they started having their cost center, their remote manufacturing center, everything, they started sending them to India. You understand? Because India could not compete with China in terms of machinery. You understand? They rather move out of IT there.
Yeah.
So that is why that even look at the cost here. You understand? They could not be bringing us. There was a time we were going to UK for training, and so we go to America for training. But at a point in time where they know that sending people to that place, the cost will not be okay for many people, they moved their training center to India. So now, where the India gain advantage is the world of IT. That is why when you see the banking application today, like FlexCube, Finaku, they were developed in India. You understand? FlexCube, for example, and Finaku, they were developed in India. So they compete very well when it comes to fintech. You understand? But when it comes to hardcore manufacturing hardwares and all those stuff, you give it to the Chinese. That's your different strategy.
And when it comes to AI, which is part of IT, the Chinese own more patents than the rest of the world put together. The Chinese surpasses them on almost everything. The Chinese surpasses.
Do you know why? Hold on now. Do you know why? Because you need AI to run on hardware. You need software to run on hardware. So now those guys, they were able to produce the capability. That's why I said that when it comes to hardware machinery, you can never compete with even the United States of America can never compete with China today. When it comes to hardware and heavy machinery, you can never.
Exactly. You have to know.
You understand? So, but the thing is this:
where real power lies, and that
what I'm saying is that
Chinese understood that. If you look at Japanese, they manufacture
hold on. But you know all those things, Hold on. You see those heavy machinery they manufacture, since America manufacture them their own, they are not beginning from China. So America, sister is not here now. I can't see in the background. Oh, sorry. Is there? I miss him. I miss her. Sorry, sister. So the thing is this, because hardware and all those things is what China do. You understand? So they don't need to be traveling across. But you know, when it is software, I can stay here now and be managing application for someone in India. I can stay in Nigeria and stay. So that's but hardware, you understand? If you are living China, do you have the same opportunity in America? But if you're an Indian person, leave America, leave India and come and stay in America, you can still manage the solution everywhere in the world. But you cannot stay in America and be manufacturing car physically in Japan. So it's not as if India intentionally pushed the people away. It's just because of opportunity. Nigeria did Nigeria push us away? Nigeria did not push us away.
Nigeria I'm not saying it's intentional. But it's wrong conclusion. They are reaching the wrong conclusion that sending your people overseas is beneficial, when clearly the evidence shows that the ones that are not doing it are the ones doing better.
No, do you know?
Okay, but that's what our leaders literally said. Tinubu said it himself that they will supply more doctors, and a top businesswoman in Nigeria was saying that if they want 50 million of us, we should send them away again overseas.
Can I speak?
We are reaching a wrong conclusion, but we think it's the right thing.
People have been speaking for 7 hours.
Madam Zita, we've called you more than 5 times.
With the narrative. Yeah, Madam Zita, please, you're going to come in. Let me just finish what I'm just saying just now. I will shut up. See, my issue is that we take something from the world and we misanalyze it for whatever reason. Maybe we are brainwashed to analyze it that way, that sending our people overseas is beneficial to our nation without them returning back to actually come and build our nation, like the way the Asians did it, versus the South Asians, like the Indians. The Indians are following our model, but because they are so close to China and they are doing competition with China, that's why they are even this advanced. But they also have an anti-life culture compared to the Chinese, the Japanese, the South Koreans, Vietnamese. You see how those people behave. Vietnamese, they manufacture hardware too. I see that even in the West here. They manufacture hardware. Even Vietnam, that just imagine. South Korea manufactures hardware. Japan manufactures hardware. But all these people that have this mentality of colonial mentality, they tend to want to come and live in the West. They don't want to build their own economies.
Anyway, let me make this statement and allow Madam Zita to come in. Now, you are not looking at it there. You learn a skill and you go back to your country and replicate the same thing. Who told you cannot do that? After all, there are more money to make back in Nigeria when you learn something there and go back to Nigeria. Ask yourself, why is it that people are not coming back, going back home? Nigeria is not pushing people away. But if you learn something there, you go back and replicate in Nigeria there, you become billionaire faster than you can become everywhere, because our economy is still virgin. Thank you. Madam Zita.
So what is the topic?
Madam Zita, you wanted to come in.
Okay, let me give you the topic. No, don't mind that. That is our usual style now. Okay, the first of all, they talk about the Kenneth Okonkwo being chosen as the spokesperson for Atiku. Then second one, they are talking about having the fourth tier of government. I think they are talking about the regional, all these Niger Delta Development Commission, Southeast Development Commission as another arms of government. Which other? I think those are the two major topics. So if you have other things that you want to talk about, topic of
So
interest,
what is wrong with Kenneth Okonkwo being a Atiku spokesperson?
it's not wrong. You just want to hear your opinion about it.
What is my opinion? Somebody is looking for a job, he got one. Then I have opinion about it. I don't understand. He cannot be a spokesperson. There is something most people don't understand about followership and working with somebody. Kenneth Okonkwo cannot work with P2P now. Why? Because P2B is no longer the ginger. According to you people, you said it was gingering in 2023. So all these ones that are saying you cannot defend that kind of person. Do you understand? You will look funny.
So
Defending the
are you saying that Vita Obi is a bad product to sell now? Are you saying Peter Obi is a bad product to sell?
He has always been a bad product to sell. When have I ever told you that Peter Obi is a good product to sell? I never said that. I've never. Even if the whole world said P2B is a good product to sell, I will be the only one that will say it's a bad product. It has never been a good product, but there are some things when they say it, you have argument and defense. But when it happen right in front of you, you will not find a way to defend it. You see, in 2023, when Peter Obi ran away from PDP and went to Labour, most people supported him. Like, it's South, blah, 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 South people, Igbo man, why is Atiku, they thought they would give it to a Southerner. Why didn't they allow Southerners to compete for the position the way they did in APC, even when one Northerners talking, blah, blah, blah. They have a lot of defense for him. He ran to Labour Party. They gave him the presidential mantle. Most of them didn't see the idea of him not wanting primaries. It was easier to defend it then, that this man doesn't like primaries. No, it was easier. They concentrated on what was done in PDP and ignored what was done in Labour Party. But now, it is obvious he doesn't want to face any primary. He doesn't want to. He doesn't want any, he just wants something that will hand over to him. And that's what Kenneth Okonkwo has been singing like Canary for a long time. And again, the young man needs money. You know what I mean? He needs money. Anybody who is going to pay him very well, he should follow him. Then what's the other topic you said, Biko? You said the fourth tier of government. What kind of nonsense is that? Hello?
It is not seen by, it is one man topic, okay? And
so what is you people talking about colonialism and that's diaspora? What is it?
I think they are, because of two Nigeria talking about harming our military corpers, so that in terms of need, we can push them to Sambisa Forest and all those places that we have banditry, terrorism, so that they can defend the nation. And it's also enlightening on using this kind of people into our maybe.
I can't hear you. Yes, I don't know if it's me.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, it's better.
I'm trying to say, True Nigeria is pushing that because there's a proposed NYC reform that the government is going to promulgate an act later in the year, or maybe I don't know. So, but True Nigeria was trying to say the best thing we should do is to militarize our corpers, give them military training, so that they can.
The way they do in Israel.
Thank you. So that they cannot defend ourselves when they will take them to Sambisa, everywhere they can take them to, so that they can defend the country. And also highlighting that maybe some of these guys can find their way into military, into companies or wherever, so that we can develop our own intelligence, develop our own armament in terms of guns and whatever you can do.
You
So
see,
that is what they are
Remy,
arguing about. Yeah.
Remy, you see, when I listen to the solutions people give concerning insecurity in Nigeria, one thing that comes to mind is that we are not even trying to understand the kind of insecurity we have in Nigeria. If you the kind of insecurity we have in Nigeria is not outside. It's not an outside insecurity. You want to use Israel model for in-house security. So what are you trying to do? I will keep saying it. Remy, when I call Remy, don't think I'm just talking to you. I'm using you as, you see, I'll keep saying it. If Nigerian government, if they don't take their time, they will arm more terrorists than any nation have armed on planet Earth. In the name of state police, in the name of this one you people are proposing, in the name of Amataku, in the name of this, every household in Nigeria will have a sophisticated weapon. If Nigerian government, if they don't take their time. And by then, it's going to be out of control. Nigeria will be run over. I've said this severally here. We are not matured for some kind of things we are asking for. You don't even have electricity. Oh my goodness. In a country where in some of the cities, you can be a house without water. You build a house, no access to the internet in a whole house. Hello, are you people there?
We are here. We are there.
You see, when I listen to some news outlets, when they say that a place is inhabitable, like a war zone, like when they talk about Lebanon, Gaza, you people's favorite, then they talk about some places in Ukraine, and they talk about some places too that having some security issues, and they use words like they don't have, they are out of water, they don't have regular water, their electricity is out, and they say there is no access to internet, that the place is unbearable, it's uninhabitable. Then I will ask myself, so what kind of life are Africans living? It means we've been living in a dungeon or something like that. Because most areas in Africa, these three things they just mentioned is not there. And the country, some group of people in a country don't lost it, and they're saying the place is not inhabitable, it's uninhabitable. We are talking about a country that doesn't have electricity. People build houses without water, without electricity in some of them. They don't even have a decent sewage system. And we leave all that, we jump into some certain things that we don't even know what the heck is happening. It's actually ridiculous. Let Nigeria, if they think they have a problem, and if Nigerians in diaspora feel Nigeria have a problem to be sorted out, I think let them have electricity, have access to the internet in every area in a house, and then have regular pipe-borne water. With that, problem will be half solved. I'm telling you, problem will be half solved. These are major things that will I call it development? Nigeria don't even have that as development. So what are we even talking about? That's why people will be sleeping in the night. No electricity, no internet, nothing. Network is not there. Somebody will run round and pour gasoline around the whole village and set it ablaze. Because of this, necessary amenities are not there. If you think,
Zita, this thing that you are talking about now, as you said, they are not actually present in most of the African countries. So how do you think you can handle that? How do you think you can solve that problem?
which problem? Every problem can be. Listen, let me tell you. When I was leaving Nigeria, there's a comment I made. I said for 2 reasons I will leave and I will never come back. I said number 1, electricity. Number 2, hygiene. I got that hygiene from my dad. Security and electricity and hygiene. That was what made me to leave Nigeria. It is so bad. Remy, I'm going to tell you people something that happened to me. And then it will answer your question because you asked me, what are we going to do about it? It's just like saying, I have big eyes. My eyes are bulky. What am I going to do about it? You are asking somebody, my eyes are, I was born with bulky eyes. Or I'm born a short man. Then you walk up to somebody and say, do you think I'm short? The person says, you are short. What am I going to do about it? That's exactly what you just asked me now.
Are you saying that there is no solution?
It's us. Let me give you an example. Why I tell you it is us. There are things, they call it standard of living. I've told this story severally here. There's what they call standard of living. If you tolerate that low standard of living, it's on you. It's not in any government. It's standard of living. If your standard of living is high, it's high. You cannot see a bad road in your street. Instead of demonstrating and fighting and writing petition for it to be repaired, you just find around to look for money and get yourself a truck. You are selfish. Your standard of living is low. Because even if you drive that road on a truck, for somebody like me, if you tell me I live in number 1 Ajakuta Street and I have a reason to come and visit you, even if you're Dangote and I'm driving into your street and your street is so bad, you're not going to walk anything in my eyes. Whether be it in Nigeria or anywhere in the world, automatically your standard in my eyes will drop. Okay, let me tell you something happened. That's why I said, if you are short, and maybe probably you didn't know you are short, and somebody will say, it's like this man is short, you walk to them. Do you think I'm short? To say, yeah, you're short. To say, what am I going to do about it? Let me tell you a challenge I had. That was 2 years before I left Nigeria. My neighbor, the next building, hello, are you still there, Remy?
Go ahead.
Everywhere is quiet. And I know
we can hear you. Go ahead.
There's something wrong with this. I don't know why my network keep knocking on.
But we can hear you.
Okay. My house in Port Harcourt, my neighbor was building twin duplex. He was a banker. I won't mention the banks. His wife, they were holding some strategic bank in one of the big banks in Nigeria. And they bought this massive land beside my house in Port Harcourt. And they decided to make twin duplex. The land in front of to tell you how big the land is, the front of that twin, this thing can take up to, I'm not exaggerating, up to 20 or 25 cars when packed. On the process of building their house, according to story, because I lived in that my house, how many years? 12 years I built it, lived it for 12 years before I left. Maybe they stopped building. The building stopped. I know them, they used to come to check their building. Beautiful couple. I'm saying this thing in a global platform. They have about 3 kids. The thing just went, before you know it, before you know it, these people packed into an uncompleted building. Year 1, pass. Year 2, they were not trying to finish it up. They just moved into one of the duplexes because it was at the roofing stage. Okay, they finished roofing, it is fitting, put toilet, put all those. That was the stage they were before they said they had problem in their bank or blah, blah, blah. The husband was even put to jail, blah, blah, blah. They came out. You know how all those kind of job and how Nigeria can be. They must have seized a lot of things. I don't even know why they left that one for them. So this year 1, year 2, year 3. Do you know what these people did, Remy? They converted the second duplex into a poultry. I'm telling you, standard of living. I don't know if any of you have owned a poultry before. Hello, Remy, are you still there?
Yeah, we can hear you. We understand the smell from the chicken, the poo or whatever.
Oh my God. My mother, to her blessed memory, used to have very large poultry. This thing, poultry in a residential area. Come on, man. And the poultry was on the duplex that was beside my own house. This thing was my bedroom. The master's bedroom was facing that side. I can't breathe. Okay. I tried to talk to this husband and wife. They told me, what do I mean? That can't I see that economy is hard? That is the only thing the wife knows how to do. It was a challenge. I was driving out of my house one day. I saw 2 of them standing in front of their gate. So I stopped. I came down, parked where, came down and started talking to them. They were what I call interactable, willful interactable couples. When I brought that argument, that's my wahala. So I quietly entered my car and drove off. At the end of the month, we usually have landlord's meeting. We went for my landlord meeting. Remy, you won't believe this thing. Chairman, I presented my case. I said, see me, see wahala. I no go fit sleep for my house. This thing stinks. I can't breathe. Everybody. It's only the chairman that kept quiet. Everybody, male, female, landlord in the whole of that enclave that were in the meeting. Remy, do you know what they told me?
What did they say?
How is it my business that they're doing business in their house? How does that concern me? That am I going to live in my own house and live in their own house? The whole place was rowdy. They were yelling at me. You know, Nigerians, some of them started using me. If I cannot stay, I can live overseas. That those here is Nigeria, that everybody has the right to do everything in his compound. Remy, for 30 minutes, it was a shouting match. And this man was as if they added fuel to his energy, to his car. In fact, hydraulic. When everywhere went quiet, they changed to talk. The shaman shut everybody up. The secretary said everybody, the provost, everybody, weep. Then everybody calm down. Do you know, to my amazement, they changed the topic. They went to the next agenda for the day. I no talk. I kept quiet. When they finish, is there any other thing? Matters are rising. Now I raise my hand. I say, Chairman, there's something I want to tell you as Chairman. He said, go ahead. I told him that you sat here and watched everybody say that my neighbor has the right to do whatever he wants in his compound. This ridiculous landlords shouted, yes. And I said, okay, tomorrow.
Landlord or your chairman?
Other landlords now shouted,
Okay.
yes. The shaman did not know. Shaman, no, the man is so rich. He can't even say, he doesn't meddle in that kind of thing. When they're doing that, their mind plays, he will keep quiet because he doesn't know what he will. He doesn't take size. He will keep quiet and be watching. Is the whip, chief whip, that will be saying order, order, that kind of a thing. The man doesn't take size.
And the troublemaker will continue to shout.
Now. So when I now said, I said, whenever I remember that incident, I will laugh.
Okay. Let me ask you, Zita. But what you just summarized, that is the way an average Nigerian behave to a situation.
Yes.
No,
We
Wahala.
don't.
Now let me finish the story first. I'm almost ending the story. You know, say I'm a very ridiculous somebody. I always handle people from what they say and what they do. I don't bring my own on top of it. We run with whatever is your opinion. Do you know that I said, Chairman, you heard them say that everybody here except me said that, and you don't take side. You said, they said this, we all have right to do whatever we want to do inside our compound. You know, Nigerians used to call it compound. These people shouted yes, including that man. Do you know what I said? I said, okay, no problem. You people have given me license to kill. They said, what do I mean by that? I said, because tomorrow I'm going to call for me a exterminator. I will tell him not to dilute it. The moment before, I'll make sure I tell him to come before 7 o'clock in the morning, before I leave the house for work, because that day was on a Sunday. Monday, tomorrow is Monday. I said, before I leave for work in the morning, he make sure he arrives so that nobody will be in the house. And I will tell him to fumigate my house, run round my house 5 times. Undiluted, I'll pay. Then I turned and looked at my neighbor. I said, then I will see how your fowls will survive. They started begging. Are you really gonna do that? I said, look at these people. You people are. Immediately I said that, the
It's
chairman
funny.
did. The chairman did. Like, I know you. I turned to the man and tell him, I smiled and tell him, then I will see how your fowls will survive. One of them looked at me and said, that is heartless. That is wicked. I said, really? We all have right to do whatever we want to do in our compound. Nobody is going to stop
What
me.
did you say you wanted to do to them?
She wants to exterminate this compound. I mean, fumigate it. I mean, what do you call it? Timber.
Fumigation.
Yes.
Yes. 5
I
times.
That's what you people call it now, fumigation. I said the man will come in the morning when I have gone to work. My brother and his wife has gone to work. So my gate man will have to excuse him. So he will enter my compound with his workers. I will tell him to fumigate it, going round my house 5 times. So that even 4 houses away, any ant where they there go die. And I will warn him not to dilute it. So by the time he finish it, he will do it by 8 o'clock. He will be done, and I'll be home by 5 o'clock. Then I will see how his fowls will survive it. The man went quiet. One of the men looked at me, and burst into laughter. And said, Madam, we said people should do something in their company. You won't do something that will kill your neighbor's business now. I said, just as my neighbor is doing something that will send my lungs to intensive care unit. That was how they finished the meeting. Everywhere we ended the meeting. I did not talk again. When the meeting, I was going, the man followed me. And Madam, auntie, I no answer him. Pam, I woke up because my brother used to be my escort then, my younger brother. He's tall and huge. You don't dare follow me like that. He might fling you into the forest. So my brother said, hey, what is it? He said, no, that he wants to talk to me. My brother said, as you can see, the way the woman there work, I no one talk to you. Now enter house. You know, reach 5 minutes, this man carrying wife and children. They knock for my gate. My gate man came and I told him, allow him to come. They came. He begged me, please, is there any way I can help? That this is what they do for a living. After begging and telling me how they clean it and everything, I said, now we are talking, we are communicating. I wanted to talk to you and your husband in the gate. That day I stopped, but you people were uninterruptible. I reported to you, got all the votes in the meeting. So why are you here? The man said, no, so that tomorrow I will not go and fumigate my compound. I said, anyway, I will give you a tip. Don't pay me, but make sure you do it. I said, you people don't know that I'm a master in animal husbandry. The man said, yeah, eh? I said, yes. My mother used to own one of the biggest poultry in my part of the world. I said, go and get charcoal, burnt charcoal. Mix it with the sawdust you put on the floor of the poultry. They said, I said, that's all you need. Mix the charcoal, pound charcoal, mix it with the sawdust, pour it on the floor, and that odor will vanish. Then in the evening, you know, all those people where they peel orange, she said, for road, he said, go they gather their orange peel where they throw away. In the evening, leave it when they dry in the evening, just put it in a pan, put light on it, drop it around the building, downstairs. And that's all you need. And they did that. I said, if you don't do it, I will know. Because my nose is very sensitive. I go smell them again. And you know what? This time around, I am not going to talk. I will fumigate my house. As they say now, where they have bread, they come from now. What thing I go do? So, Remy, the question you asked me, I think I've answered you. Is standard of living. That's our standard.
It is Simba.
Oh, okay, Simba. Who is the other? Is it not Remy that is talking the other one, the other time?
I think maybe Simba and Olawa are talking to you.
Okay. So it's the standard of living. There is nothing anybody can do about it. How can somebody live in a house? There is no electricity, there is no water.
But they don't have the capacity now. So what can they do? Would they not kill themselves?
See now, let me tell you. If the law said you don't put a house that doesn't have water running in it. Nobody can build a house that doesn't have water running in it. You see, as they push down house for Lagos, any part, even if it's village house, you build it like that, they go march and down. The standard go high. So when you be village boy,
You know why, Zita, the reason why I asked that question, let me tell you. Even the people that are supposed to enforce all those laws, they are not ready because
they're not.
they don't.
You
They are
didn't
not going to
understand what
do
I
it.
said. It is
Let me tell you
us.
this.
There
Wait
is
now.
nothing like ready now. Listen to me. It
Mm.
is only when you find out that thing is you first of. They said the first stage of solving a problem is identifying it. What do you mean by they are not ready? They are saying they are not ready. That means they know it is not good, but they are not ready to change it. Come on now. They don't even know
They
that you are
know.
not supposed to live like that.
They know. They
They
know. Let me
don't.
tell you.
No, they
People,
don't.
let me tell you.
They don't.
You will see. They know. Nigerians. I don't maybe because people have stayed long in abroad.
Simba,
Eh?
listen to me. If there is any country on earth I infiltrated, it's Nigeria. Because I didn't, in as much as I married
Let
off.
me give you example. Let me give you example, Zita.
Uh-uh.
Somebody will
They
start.
don't know.
Wait
They
now.
don't know.
Somebody will start building a house, and then the town planning authority will go there and mark it and say stop construction, and the person will still go ahead and finish that house. So you want to tell me that that person doesn't know? Even if he doesn't know, when they have already called your attention to it, why did you need to continue?
You see, Remy, when I'm discussing Nigeria, I'm not discussing Nigeria as Nigerian city. I'm discussing Nigeria in a whole. When I was talking about this, and I said, even your village house, in Nigeria, they have what they call family homes. Some of them were built decades ago. That's what I'm talking about.
Let me.
You can, excuse me, let me finish. You cannot just put down a structure. Some of those houses in the
I
villages,
think maybe
some of them,
something
there
is
is no
wrong with
wire. You
our.
know what I mean?
Wait now.
They didn't even wire
Let me
electricity.
ask you. Let me ask you. In US, wait now. Zita, wait. In US, does individual owns land? Like you say, okay, this land belongs to this family or something like that. They
Yeah,
do it like
yeah, they do.
that way.
Yes, yes, yes. Now,
So
why
and
not?
then that individual can sell land to another person.
Yeah, sure. Yes.
But sometimes
Why?
I don't
Because
know America, but in Europe, like where I live in Sweden, you can have a land, but in most cases, once you don't use that land, because most of the private land are agricultural land, once you don't use it, you start paying tax. If you farm with it, then you get some money from the government, and that is why most of the family will always try to at least to have one person that will retain that kind of skill
you know
within the
the
family.
reason why
No, no.
the reason why I'm saying
After
this. Wait now, Remy. In where I stay, all the land belongs to the government. So there is no family or individual. So and
Not
the
the
land
same
is
in US.
already the all the lands are already designed for a purpose.
Yeah,
You
that
understand?
designed that your land will be designed for a purpose. If you are lucky, your land is where the city falls in. It's still your land in the United States. If it's fair, it's not purpose, you
So
cannot sell high. It is still it.
it's government that allocates land, and they have standard, as you said, they have standard for the kind of a house that you can build.
Yeah, the same with the United States.
Simba, let me give an example of here in Finland. What they do here is that they will rent the land to you for farming, if you are going for farming, for 1 year, in which is renewable. It also depends how many, what you call it, square kilometer or whatever you want. But a small portion of land that you can use to plant something.
You know the reason why I'm saying this. You know, the way they do it, that land is already apportioned.
Yes,
So
I
you
know.
know where
So
the road
if
is. You know
Nigeria
where.
follow that kind of
Do
concept,
you know?
that kind of thing, maybe Nigeria will be more organized. But in which case, most land belong to people. The wahala is just too much. Okay,
Let
and
me
that is
tell
one of
you.
the
I
things
In the
mean,
that
if you allow me to
let me
come in
finish,
there, my
please.
brother.
Let me
Okay.
finish. That is one thing I really appreciate some Asian countries and some European countries about. Like in China, the land belongs to the government. Every land, every inch belongs to the government. If they already
Remy,
plan and
let me
organize.
tell you, even here in Nigeria,
Mhm.
you will see a land that is already even that is supposed to be. This is where school supposed to be. This is where the residential house supposed to be. But you still see even the officials of that Ministry of Land, they are the one that even they will go and build a house where a hospital supposed to exist or where a school
Excuse
supposed to
me.
exist.
Yes.
Somebody said he wants to come in. Go
No,
Yeah,
ahead.
it's
it's me.
Midwest.
Say what
Brother
you want.
Goodman. The thing is this: whether we have a private land or individual have land, the way it is in Sweden, does not mean you are the one to regulate your land. You understand? It's well defined. The right of ownership, being an indigenous people, is being given to you. In fact, the local government is the one that is actually in charge of land, not even the federal. Even the federal cannot even put federal road in any land.
I think the major difference Midwest is we
Are
don't
you
even
guys
have
hearing?
it. We can hear you. Can you hear me too?
Yeah, yeah.
We don't have a plan.
So
We don't have like a plan
Let me tell you,
for our
we
lands.
Midwest.
I don't know we were having because when it
It's
comes
like
to
we have lands that are not designed for anything. So people will just go
when,
and encroach and build anything there.
yeah,
We don't have a plan for all our land.
I think like somebody that grew up in Bende who understand the history of that place very well, because the whole of Nigeria, I think the mistake we made is that they nail everything together and bastardize even area where people have advanced. There was no single portion of land in Edo and Delta that was not properly surveyed. Reserve that is totally under the control of the government. It was well known, well mapped out. The individual village area, you see this proper crisis. That's why during that Bende era, it was not too much because those land have government have the boundaries already. But when they split the place, the document that speak to all these things, nobody cares because we're just coming from other militaries and all from northern part of Nigeria, guys that they appointed who closed schools, like almost 40 or 50% of the schools were shut down, and they bastardized the system to a point where people don't even have value for this document. That's why we lost everything. So it's not that the whole people did not plan. I think maybe in the West, you might have also have the same. That's why you have park. They tell you forest. It's not like something of today. They were documents. And most of these documents, they neglected them. They end up in a carousel. And that's why we have this problem today.
Let me tell
Land,
you something I
where I
noticed
live.
in the United States. Anywhere my papa tell me say anywhere where I go, make my eye open, make I study them. I noticed something very uncommon in the United States. Just as Remy said, he said, where your land is, there is a design you have to put that place. But do you know that United States went further? In some places in the United States, there are certain activities that should not happen there. I'm telling you, I was shocked. Do you know that you see this bicycle they ride? They call it lime or what lift. There are some places in the United States you don't park it. There are some places in the United States you cannot sit down as a beggar or as a homeless. There are some places in the United States you cannot demonstrate and pass. I am telling you, that is how that country is. Because there are some news I have situations and circumstances, more especially when it comes to African American and them. And then I begin to go deeper to find out why they did what they did. And on my research, I found out there are some places, not only that, there are some certain houses and some certain businesses that are supposed to be in that area. You cannot do some certain activities in that area. There are some places in Chicago, you cannot ride your bicycle, apart from okay, if it's lift or line, you can park. It has an anchor. But if it's your personal bicycle, you cannot park it by the wall of that business and walk into that business to shop. They won't let you. United States. So if my country can allow houses that they don't even wire electricity on, forget about the land. Let's talk about you building a house. After all, the ones that are pushing down in Lagos and other places, that is somebody's land, and it's the person that is building the house. Hello, can you people hear me? Hello?
Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
So we're not talking about who owns land and who owns what. Forget about the land. Let's talk about you are building a house. That is a house. Let it be that you're building it in a market square or you are building it under a bridge because your land is on a bridge. I don't want to talk about that one. Let's talk about the house itself. Is it a functional house? That's what I'm talking about. Is it a functional house? Because if you go in most cities, in most villages in Nigeria, you find out that a house is built, no water, no toilet, no electricity. There is not even a sign in the building where they say the wire electricity. Don't
you think that our standard is low because of poverty?
No, it is not. It is not. We have a generation that
I don't know what this person is saying. Government owns the land in the United States. The person that wrote that, what is his name? I don't know what the heck he's talking about because my in-laws sold their land and I got a part of the money. So I don't know what this one is talking about. Government owns land. It doesn't understand what matter is that. These people just talk rubbish anyway. Continue with what you are saying.
The thing is, when you have a society where or a strong educational system where bureaucracy is not valued, that's what you will get in your society. The bureaucratic procedures from government official, presidency, governors, institutions down is very bad in Nigeria. So we have enjoyed that privilege of waking up to do whatever you like.
Can we talk politics, I beg? Let's forget about this now. Wait till now they talk. They don't delete Obi from political party. Who waiting till Tinubu don't do again?
Land this point, so if we make a land this point, if we want to get a solution to our problem, we have to revive our institutions and we must put down bureaucracy that make things to work. Let me give you an example. If you think of poverty, like 14, 15 years ago when I traveled to places like Poland, Romania, the level of poverty I met in those countries, visiting them from other Western European countries, it baffles me. The entire Poland, there is nothing like expressway. Just carry the map and see. No dual carriage road. Most of the Soviet country area then, the kind of houses you see. But when you want to do something with these people, you will undergo serious bureaucracy. You are buying something from them, you're doing business there, and I could see how beneficiary that idea is to them today. Because when they finally enter European Union, even before European Union could release money contract development and all these infrastructures and everything. What they did is to look at their bureaucracy, how it functions, and they said, no, we will give you 6 months. This one must be, you must adjust this to this standard before anything can start. I think we should go and learn from there. And that is the only way we can move forward. This idea of Nigerian waking up every day to do whatever they like, you can rent a shop, you buy goods in the B position, you take to C, you start selling, you can buy a vehicle, just register, put in the road, carry people goods. In fact, we are training our future. These are things that are supposed to build tomorrow. These are the economic activities we're talking about. The employment we're talking about lies on all these economic activities. But unfortunately, it's a place where you do what you like. That is why people can go to a place, you go to a village, you buy a land, you start building a house. That is the government. What stop the government not to go and survey those land and give a number to it the way other people do it? I said it here, even a place like Senegal, African country, you can't sell one land to 2 people. It can never happen. Because of what?
Midwest, what you are saying, you are very straightforward, and it is unfortunate that the attitude of our government toward planning is going to create some kind of even worse ecological incident in the future. Was it like 2 days or 3 days ago? I was chatting with some people when they were talking of flooding in Lagos. I said, so they were blaming this. They were even saying, we say Tinubu build Lagos or those stuff. I said, guys, you are not even understanding what is happening in Lagos. It is not a matter for politics. And the person that asked me said, okay, what will you? I say, if I respond to you, if I respond to that your request, you won't like me because my response will be brutal. You see, if you want to rebuild Lagos, for example, you have to be firm as government, and you don't allow individuals to just build anyhow. And if you are going to rebuild a city like Lagos, for example, to avoid the future ecological disaster, I'm telling you, more than 3/4 of Lagos will be leveled down, and we have to be replanned. So we are when it's
as soon as no one talk politics, make I water.
So you can bring policies, madam. It's not say we don't want to. We have our own strength. So you can talk politics if you have our.
But is it I asked you earlier now? I said you can discuss any wait now, Midwest. Wait.
Okay, sorry.
I told you when I asked you to talk that you can discuss any topic of interest now that you have.
She has even gone because we are not stopping politics because me, I don't give there's so many people talk because there's nothing, when it comes to politics, I'm not really that good, so I don't bother myself. Now the thing is, yes, now the thing is, our country is not planned. Okay, look at all those illegal mining that is going on today. How many people are even asking questions? Those areas that became desert, how did they become desert? Some were not natural, some were just due to mining activities or maybe some kind of natural occurrence too. Where they are mining today, they are creating some kind of radioactivity, kind of induced disease for the future because everybody just go and do everything. The greedy people that they just go and mine anyhow. You don't even recover the land. You are destroying agricultural land.
If you go to some mine area,
primitive way.
The kind of hole that you see, some of them can take 10-story building.
Yes,
now. But they're even mining it primitively, very old way.
You understand? Because normally when you mine solid minerals, you have to recover the land. You have to plant tree eventually. But what is happening in Nigeria today is that, when I say I don't believe in natural resources, people don't really understand. Because the way we are going reckless in that country, that everybody keeps saying we are very rich mineral resources, many people don't really understand what they are talking about. Because it simply means that if 3/4 of Nigeria is full of mineral resources, you are going to destroy 3/4 of entire land in Nigeria. And what happens to the people there? You have limited land to live. You have that limited land is where you plan around your agriculture and some other things. You understand? So whatever you destroy in Nigeria today, you are not recovering all those things. Unfortunate. Even where we call urban area, it's not even well planned. You know, I make a joke like about 3 or 4 years ago that I said, hey, we just build like a Agman Koile BDA. You understand? You just build, oh, I got land, I want to build that. You keep building. You keep building, your population keep multiplying. When you don't build, you are having some kind of unethical mining, destroying your land. See, let me tell you one thing. See, people are not even looking at if you destroy this land and tomorrow you build everywhere, you don't have land for agricultural everything. If a country want to fight against you, they just use food and you are finished.
Yeah,
they just use food and you are finished.
But Ola, sorry to interject you. Because I noticed one thing that is going on, maybe Simba can, or you guys are also collaborating on this one. The prices of land, to acquire a land in the southwest now, the prices they are increasing every day. And because we're not also controlling the population, you can't believe your eyes. The southwest is more than densely populated. It's unfair. Everybody just swooping there.
I think what government should do now is this. Although the fear is just the fear of domination that I'm scared of, because some people, when you have good intention, some people, what they want to do is just to hijack you and chase you away without even without even thinking of the future. If I have my way, when you say government is holding the land in trust for the people, I think government should have a way in such a way that if a place a plan for residential estate,
that's what they should be doing.
There should be proper developer. All those people that just sell and go and build, don't do that. No, you are going to build. You are going to sell. Help people get mortgage. You build sewage system. You build the road. You build the electricity. That's how it's supposed to be. So some places they are supposed to be like apartments. All this one that maybe the plot of building that the plot of land that is supposed to be used to accommodate like 50 people. One person that want to show power, maybe they are just 3 members of the family of 4. They just take the same land and build one useless structure there to start showing their weight. You are wasting land, and serious as you are multiplying anyhow. And to make things worse, even the land that we reserve for the government, we have some aliens there occupying. I saw something through this. You know, there are many forests in our land.
All these Fulani, they just claim land there. They just leave.
Exactly.
You cannot even know inside the forest, deep inside, and they have a
I even saw one land there. I saw cocoa plantation. They've chased the owner of that cocoa plantation away, and they built their community there. So
but one thing that surprised me in your life is that by the time this guy get there, they already ran away now. So we should all just destroy their whatever that is there.
They didn't. What happened was that when they were going there, it was the people in the town, their elders, where they weren't taking them around. The only thing is that they were not showing that to the general populace, but the criminally minded among them, they ran away when they saw, because police follow Iruekun. So Iruekun didn't go there without the police. They were the police, so they went there with the police. But immediately those criminals spot them, they ran away. So the elders left. They were taking them around. So they kept different. Now the guy that recorded everything said they did that because of future reference, because they know how Nigeria can turn things upside down. So because of that, they say they didn't go into that place without informing their elders. They informed them that they were coming. But
how did the Fulani got that kind of land? They just went there and they created land for themselves, right?
Exactly. You know, I
No,
said that
Ola. I saw one, even if this one even happened in Igbo, it was one of the villagers that gave them the land.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Was the villager
Dr. Efrod, you are welcome.
Great to.
Yeah.
I wanted to say, I don't know if you guys have discussed this thing that is happening about what's the name, Adeni or Adeyemi, or is that Adeyemi or Adeni or his name? The one that.
No need. The police are already picking up now.
What if they don't need it? What if they don't need this need? That means Tinubu doesn't know what is going on.
The police already.
Wait, forget that one. Before police pick, wait. There is what police pick him up. Police are what they are going to do. Is it not the same? Somebody will be there. That they have a budget of 1.3 billion, and they say they didn't know they didn't know him. They are saying this and they leak it. But why is every fraud in that government is linked to Bajaber Amila? And he said he paid money to Bajaber to secure that position in the federal secretariat.
Hold on. He did not say he paid money to Bajaber. He said he paid money to a process. And that process, he thought it was linked to Bajaber.
No, it doesn't touch it. No, don't twist it, Oga. Don't twist it, no.
That is what he said.
No. Don't twist it. Let me talk. Don't come and twist it here.
Okay, no. Najama, wait now. Okay, so
it's still on phone this morning.
What is your point now? Just let us know. What is it now? What is the issue?
No, what is my point? This is Nigeria matter we are talking, not my point. This is what is going on in Tinubu government.
Let us know your opinion about it now. What is your opinion?
My opinion is that Tinubu government, every time they are leaking out people, people doesn't know what is going on in that government. He doesn't know what is going on. He's not in control. And how can a whole country, somebody we have office, and he said government appointed him. He didn't go to the SGF. They said they didn't know, and all of them are lying. That they leaked to Bajaber Amila. Better I do or leak to Bajaber Amila. Everything it must lead to Bajaber. The last time they appointed minister, the same thing they said they pay some pay money to get their ministerial posts. And now a government, a whole federal government, then that's somebody we have an office in the federal secretariat. It will be collecting budgets, and they said they are not the one, and it's a fake agency.
Probably
I saw
Jamia Amila is Mama Daura of
it's Mama Daura now. You just get my point. I want to land my this thing. You understand? They said, and you see the guy take picture with the EFCC boss. So EFCC doesn't know, and DSS cleared that person. And you see the guy take picture with the deputy speaker of the house. You see the guy with all these different foreigner hosting them in his office in the secretariat there, even United Nations. And they said they didn't do.
There is nothing hidden. When at the end of the day,
what is not hidden? What are you saying? There's nothing hidden.
Let me tell you.
No, let me finish. I'm not saying it is. Don't twist it.
You have not finished.
Okay,
go ahead.
Let me continue.
It's not about defending. I will just tell me my.
No, there's something hidden there. There's something hidden because if somebody.
No, you don't understand what I want to say.
Wait now, let me finish.
Okay,
wait now. If Tinubu is aware, if Tinubu is in control, because the last time you will see that during the ministerial appointment. You will even some appointments. You will see in the morning that we appoint somebody in the afternoon. They will say no, it's not the purpose again. Even during ministerial, the same thing. Some agency every time the same thing, same error. So something is going on. Tinubu is not in control of that government. This is what all Nigerians need to cry out. But we cannot let what happened to Buhari come and happen again. Some people hijacked the government. He was not in control. We don't know what is going on there. Because I never see this kind of thing in my life. How can they be there for good 3 years still doesn't understand how federal government work? How government work? Fine, we are a governor of a state, fine, just a state, but now it's your country. But 3 years is enough for you to learn. Some people they just be the one that but for people are suffering, somebody is getting 1.3 million in the budget. So the Senate doesn't, you're telling me the Senate doesn't know, the federal government doesn't know, all of them doesn't know. The guy said he paid 400 million to secure that is it. I listened to him yesterday on phone. On timing.
He said, did anybody believe he will just walk to Federal Secretariat and open office? Or so we have a budget that's sent to the National Assembly that who present that budget. So they will not, all this thing are live is they're giving the contract, they work, and nobody by the end of the day in court, everything will unravel. Which is true.
That's exactly. Now let me say my own.
But you're not saying that November the guy died. This guy died. What is that guy we need to find out?
Let me say my own.
Oh my God! Which kind of country are we? Somebody just looting. And some people will be here telling us that they are suffering. They are going to fry Kara. Go and fry this one. What kind of useless human being is this government? They are testing in fact that we don't Tinubu to resign, honestly. Because the incompetent is too much. Nigeria will never forget Tinubu for this one. The incompetent is worse than Buhari times 10. You just be God, they don't know what is happening. People are just looking up and down. I never see these people like this. Look at the stupid the other one. They can arrest a Sowore for saying calling name. That is not no law back it. But
can I come here and say something, my brother?
Not you. It's me.
Maybe when they do
no, Midwest.
Don't be so surprised.
Tell me one proper investigation that any result will ever come out of that country.
No, everybody, shut up. What is all this? We are not many on the platform now. And I don't know what you want to say that is so serious that everybody just shouts. Okay, let me go ahead. When you finish, then
No, it's me that talking. I only permit Midwest. I didn't permit Remy.
What do you mean?
Hey, Niger man. Nobody even asked you to talk before you start talking.
Now, more than
everybody keep quiet. I'm the one in charge.
10 to 15 agency. Okay.
Midwest. You cannot be talking when I didn't give you the permission to talk. The next person I want to hear his voice is Remy. When Remy finishes,
I didn't want Jerry to interject me. I don't want it.
I'm not giving you. Wait, you two are interjecting. Nobody give you.
I come in. I salute. Mr. Allah said I should go on before I go on.
Allah is not the moderator. I'm the moderator. You understand? Allah is the moderator. I'm the moderator.
You are not here. Why don't you tell me that time? Why don't you stop him?
I was there. So don't say.
You want to see what is going on in Tinubu government. You want to cover it up.
Let us talk now. What can you do? Are you going to close?
No, I don't even know. So when you talk now, what has it? What is the effect of what you are
doing? The whole world will know what is going on there.
The whole world. My friend.
Go and check it after you watch this video. You will see some of 1,006 or 2,000. So not many people have watched it there.
My friend, why are you?
The whole world will know.
Hold on now. Why are we turned to an online bandit and abusing people now? Calm down now. Take it easy.
Who is abusing people? Whoever abused somebody here since we are here.
No. Let people talk now. Just wait now. You will still talk.
Why are you accusing me that I'm abusing people?
No. Your voice is raised. You know the way you talk sometimes.
They say my voice is loud, but don't say I'm abusing people. That is lie now.
Calm down now, please. Calm down, please. I be quite a beg, please.
Let me talk. Who are you fighting?
You know, it's your voice. You get extra bars 14 now, but let me talk now, please.
But I did ask the big question.
The way he was able to talk here as if we didn't have. Did you have a sound sleep this morning before you wake up?
Yeah. I didn't ask Remy to talk. Now, what did you want to tell me that I didn't know?
Remy, is Remy?
Yeah, I'm ready. I am here. I'm here.
Because that is what you guys want to hear.
What I wanted, can you hear me, Simba? What I wanted to say is very simple. No matter how you shout, this story has been on since last week. Everybody already know what is going on. The guy mentioned that a proxy to Bajabia Miller collected money or whatever for them to give him that position. He also mentioned that a prostitute Bajami and Bila also wanted to collect money.
Remy, that is not the point.
The point is that
brother, forget proxy or no proxy. The main issue is how can a government allow that to even happen is the issue.
Yes, yes, you are right. And so that's exactly what I'm trying to say, that there's nothing hidden in this world. The truth will come out.
So
because the presidency came out and telling us that this particular government agency does not exist. When they take them to court,
Remy, here's the point to man's point or options point. This is my thing. How many more of these do we have in this government that we don't know of?
Thank you, Babati. That's what I wanted to ask them.
Babati, I will answer your question this way. In any government, especially in any part of the world, you cannot tell me for 4 years or 8 years of that government there will not be one scandal or another scandal.
Oh my God!
Unless we are lying to ourselves, that's the truth. And I'm not saying that I'm now here to defend anybody.
Just repeat what you said.
Let me say the beauty of it is that things are coming to limelight very quick, which I like. And anybody found culprit should be jailed. And if Tinubu himself does not handle the situation very well, Nigeria have authority to vote him out.
Remy,
this is not a matter of shouting or blah blah blah.
My brother, you know, why is he always the office of the chief of staff?
So they should remove him.
No, wait. It's not the first time, second time. Remember, even during the nominations.
Yes, it's true.
You know, when things start to happen with you all over and over again, at some point we need to look at you with sad eye. Like,
you know that after that incident the first time, they brought in Muri Okunla and some other people. Mm-hmm. You have seen that his power has been withered down for a long time. But this time around, I think probably they will just.
You know, Remy, on this show, even on this show, we prefer to have. It should have been for us. So it should have been Fashola should have been the chief of staff.
But Fashola excused himself. Fashola really excused himself.
They should bring him back. This guy has not been.
He's tired. It's not easy.
It's too much now. At some point, we need to. It's not about defending the government, because if you are leaking in one area, then I want to know where else is the country leaking money. Where else? Somebody needs to do the investigation.
But yeah, they need to do the investigation, and I will not be surprised if they resign his position.
Our country is leaking in all directions. It's a country that is leaking.
We know. We already know. It's not new.
Let me also say my own, because what you are saying, I will give you time. You see, Babati is trying to focus you on the pain.
You
are not trying to know. You try to justify the situation with other country has kind of nothing. I don't need to listen. Let me learn my point. If you're let other person talk, my brother. If Finland lose that kind of money, everything will collapse. If Sweden lost that kind of money, everything less than 1 year. I'm telling you, they are not super rich. They just manage their resources efficiently. And that's why they are up. In our own place, my brother, just look at this investigation. It involves Central Bank, it involves Senate, it involves House of Rep, it involves this authority for budget and everything. And that is why I said bureaucracy. When you look at Nigeria, they know how to design things on theory. Because we never really raised with practical system. When it reaches a point for them to synchronize something, they will put one person there. And that's all. And they talk about the benefits, how it was designed, what Nigeria will gain. But when it comes to transparency, practically, they've silenced the procedure or even totally eliminated. That is why I said let me add this one to it. Anybody you put in that office is under hostage, internally and externally.
Let me add one to it before we move ahead. Do you remember the first 3 months of this administration? What happened? Let me remind you. That girl that they fired from Delta, Ministry of that they scrapped.
finance front, Abi.
No.
That one is a cross river. That is a better I do.
Yeah, that case was linked to Femi also now.
Yes, that's what I said now before the free fire first one. It was linked to him now.
They covered the case
tomorrow,
now.
nothing happened.
So, Remy, it is getting too much. It is too much for. Come on now. Now only you did there. Come on now. You can't. Nobody can defend what's going on. You can't defend it.
Can't defend this one. It's too much now.
It has to.
Any corruption that must link to you. Anything must link to you. During the ministerial appointment, they said he's collecting money. People, but don't. I mean.
So for me, it's not about defending or for against the government. You know, when you make mistake in any government, you can always correct it.
I mean the ministry.
They're very close, but you have to do the needful. If a man keeps giving you problem, making you look bad, you must make corrections and you have to do that now. This guy keeps making the government look bad, and to be honest with you, Midwest, I will not be surprised if give it 1 month, they will come up with something for famous again. I can bet you, give it 1 month from now, somebody else will say that something happened with that office again. You will see more leaks from that office. It's a pattern now that I'm noticing.
I will tell you 100% that Tinubu was not even aware. Though I'm not there, he will never allow it. This is the problem we have. You see, they've created a strong network around the entire institution. Once they place you there, Tinubu cannot check the whole file that have to do with finance. They just have a team. And when they come out with some paper about this, like this, okay, the trust is there. You see this Bajamila, NDCC, he was also involved when it comes to Niger Delta Development Program.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes, and that's what I'm about to tell you to excuse yourself. I know it was the one that's supposed to be the chairman of that committee now. Yeah. That's where off your mind.
Let me ask a question.
Akpabona said all of us, they were so hungry. You see Bajamila Kent and
let me ask a question. Remy, sorry, let me ask do you have anybody in the government or you are related to someone? Because sometimes when we are
they're just gaslighting now.
Hold on. You see, Gbajabiamila is going to bring bad PR to Tinubu the way he's behaving, because truly, as a Yoruba person, you understand, when we are giving ourselves that praises that we are doing fine, we are better than others, you understand, when we see the like of Gbajabiamila doing this rubbish, we are supposed to mount maximum pressure to push the like of that away, because Gbajabiamila is not a representation of Yoruba people.
But that is his job before. He frauded the climb in Georgia before now when he was a lawyer.
No, that's what I'm saying. Now, Yoruba will, we'll be saying that, Southerner bill rebuild the economy of Nigeria, and some Janjaweed, Fulani, including Daura and Go, they brought us backward. So when we are talking of this thing, we shouldn't be laying the bad precedents. You understand? Even if you want to shop money in the government, that's not the way to do it. You understand? You basically committed fraud against the state. How now the question now we should be asking the National Assembly too. Are you really National Assembly? How will you pass a budget for an agency unknown to the Constitution, unknown to the executive?
So,
and now the presidency.
I believe it's sharing formula that brought this thing out.
Now, how did the presidency even give approval?
They are borrowing money, some people are looting it.
If you do not stop what Gbajabiamila is doing, allegedly, when others do that thing in the future, we won't be able to speak. And the question, now we're in this country when some people hold on now. We're in this country when some people went and got judgment against Nigeria and they wanted to slash our
he said
You understand?
Presidential something, presidential advisory council something.
You understand? The like of Gbajabiamila, if allegedly, if he has done that thing, we should not in any way even support the presidency. The presidency, they said they should come under Kubuku for even allowing that.
It should be handed over to the police immediately, and it should be investigated.
Exactly, that's what but you wanted to be defending it.
It's not now you are talking already. You wanted to cover it up before.
Ola, listen carefully. I am not defending him. When Nigerian said, the man said he gave Gbajabiamila 400 million naira. And I'm saying from what the man said, the man did not say he gave Gbajabiamila. He said he gave somebody like a process. He did not say, when he said somebody is a process. So that means that both him, that man that is talking, that is accusing Gbajabiamila, and Gbajabiamila himself, the police need to arrest both of them and interrogate them. Because they need to arrest
the Accountant General of Accountant General. They need to arrest the CBN government.
Anybody.
Because how can CBN open a government? CBN doesn't know. Accountant General of Nigeria release money.
It's not easy. Even when you are a president of a country, you will go and arrest CBN governor, though they have changed that one. You go for Accountant General. You go to all those, what's it called? Those body let me learn me. You go to Senate, there is a body they formed there that under this appropriation of budget and all of them, you go to question all of them. So you go back to the procedure to go and rent to put a government agency in the secretariat, national secretariat. Because all of them, you go the entire institution. Who is going to navigate that? It's a total mess.
No, look, Midwest.
Because of one person that will just destroy the country. I'm not support that one. Everything is a mess. People are doing well.
Midwest. See, in truthfulness, we don't expect the president to know everything going on down him. Because I've been one of the loudest critics of Obi when he was saying, okay, nobody buys gasoline except it's in the car. That is rubbish. In any team, even if not for you be, if not for you just there for team, you are not expected to micromanage your staff. You allow them to think, and all you want to do is you want to give leadership. You understand? You want to lead. So now, the president, I've never expected him to even know what Gbajabiamila is doing. But the question is this: there are some committee, you are sending that into National Assembly, and you have some committee that scrutinize all those stuff. And you cannot detect that. It's a shame on those people that are supposed to be in control. But now that the thing is in the public domain, the president cannot claim not to know. Because it's not by that. It might not, it was not even known initially, but now that it's a public domain, Better Edu, allegedly, his own was a public domain, and Gbajabiamila still kept the job, right? Now, this one is coming now, and Gbajabi is the same thing is talking to Gbajabiamila. I'm not sure that Mure Bruce did like this in the name of Koja before Basanjo begin the turn eye. So the thing is this. There is no way under the heaven and on the surface of this air that Tinubu will not hear this one. After all, Tinubu is not as like Buhari that they will print different versions of newspaper for to read. I'll be shocked if that is happening.
Action has already been taken. They have started interrogating the issue.
And when they are interrogating, then the man should go on suspension.
That's
the least I'm expecting.
You are right. Even if he does not go on suspension, they need to tell him
on this matter, Tinubu should distance himself. Gbajabiamila should be suspended.
Not so quick like that.
Let me tell you one thing. Distancing yourself.
Let me also give my own opinion now.
No, Midwest will give your opinion. Sorry. Distancing yourself is not enough.
The way that and thoroughly investigation, the president should use his executive authority to order it. That is to say, he has no hand on it. This is a national issue. It cut across the entire institution. So you cannot come and blame Tinubu. You cannot come and blame. Wait now. You cannot come and blame the president for everything, except if the president decide to be using this, what they call DSS and all these things they want to do. They want to arrest the man and start persecuting the whistleblower. My brother, if they do that,
this is not about whistleblower. What I think is happening is this: if this thing is really true, that man that is accusing Gbajabiamila, his hand is not clean. Gbajabiamila hand too is not clean. And at the end of the day, I see Gbajabiamila resigning that position. If truly this is what he has done this time around, I think that is
the man did not say his hand is clean now. How can his hand be clean? Why process collecting money and they want to demand for more? Who elected him? Who selected him for president? Who selected him for that position?
The normal process has been done now. The police already said, "Oh, you are the one that alleged."
You don't even need police. You need public hearing.
No, let me talk. Your own is always via approved brigade. The man has been arrested by the police, and then the police will now interrogate the man. Who did you give 400 million naira to? Let's go. This is the same manner. The process. Give us a name. And that the process will have a name. Arrest the process.
Okay.
They gave you 400 million. Yes or no?
Chief Remy, let me ask you something. Here's a question. Would you be shocked in the next few months if from that same office we have another scandal? Would that surprise you? Would it shock you?
It will surprise me.
Exactly. So why is he still there? So why is he in the office?
No. Look, let me be frank with you. Sometimes as a politician, you have people that have been with you for a long time that you trusted on some level. But unfortunately, when it comes to money, you cannot trust a human being 100%. And as a president of a country that you have a lot of things on your table, sometimes those people that are close to you...
But it's making you look bad.
Yes, exactly. They thought that this man would have changed. Remember when that accusation about Gbajabiamila came in, the president said everything lies on his table. And immediately he brought in Muri Okunla. They started to weather down his power immediately. And since that time, everything has been cool. But recently, this thing also came out. I think this is the last straw for him. I think he will be forced to resign, or probably if he does not want to resign, then the police will probably charge him to court. If this allegation is true. If it's totally true.
Because,
to me, I think
you see this Gbajabiamila, the way we describe him. It's like that, those kind of armed robbers that will go to people's house, they will take everything and start buying the people without mercy. The guy is so heartless. I'm telling you. It's even better to look for another.
When you talk, I just laugh.
My brother, there are other look, my brother, there are crooks.
Let me be frank with you.
Put this up on you, Remy. Put this one. I was in the hotel in Abuja, and armed robber came in. Group of armed robbers. They finished one police officer. I don't think that guy will survive it. They robbed the entire room, but they didn't enter my room and one other lady's room. In the room opposite my own. That's where they stopped the operation. You know what they did? I heard when one of the gang said, "Oh, see, fine body." It's like wanted to groom the woman. The leader said, "Get out there. Are we here because of that? My group don't do that. Don't touch any woman."
Why did you come to your own room?
God just saved me. You know, there was also one guy that, you know, just God saved, you know, time was against them because I was in the upper left chamber of that room. So my example is this. There are a group of people that are just heartless. This man is well blessed. He has been in the politics, but anything that leaks out, you hear his name.
I know. I told you something before. When it comes to matter of money, you cannot trust even the closest person to you. That is the truth. Looking at it from everyday life of human being, even if you give one of your family members a tax to do, you'll be surprised.
But Remy, if Gbajabiamila is actually a good person, he's supposed to resign honorably.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Simba.
And I think at the end of the
day, he need to work. He has a gang. He has a man on ground. So they will try their best to protect him.
I can hear you, but you know this mean where we not stop talking until when we stop.
You need to just go.
It's making
If
Tinubu look
but
bad now.
it's,
Even
in fact, it's
even I cannot
making us
defend this
look.
government. I can't defend this now, Ola. To your point, we can't
It's very,
defend
it's
this.
very,
Of course,
of course, Babati, you are right.
no normal person
It's
should defend
very
this.
difficult to defend. How can somebody just came up publicly and accuse you that I gave you 400 million without any
Because
fact? It would have had
even
some facts. So,
look at the international even image. Even forget it, but it's embarrassing.
yes,
Is
Now,
it's embarrassing.
is Femi's nephew from America, that played American football.
Do you know that
Babati?
Okay.
He came to Nigeria with his family to see Nigeria for the first time with his family. They spent 100K in Nigeria in 9 days. And they were with Femi in Abuja, and they were doing this work.
100K what? 100K dollar.
Yeah.
Eh?
Yeah.
So, Babati, I want to tell you something. And I want to tell you guys.
You can't have that kind of thing. Like in Popco, it's not making you look good. That's what I'm saying.
Do you know that
too many people make it?
Do you know that the cousin
many people don't even make half of that?
Did you know that the cousin to this Badabia Amila is my close friend? I will ask him today. He's living in London because we used to stay together for about 2 or 3 years in Lagos when I was doing some ICAM program. So I'll call him. He will probably give me more information about what happened, and I will let you guys know.
No, Remy, so, you were doing ICAN.
How can he be objective?
Don't know.
No, Remy. How can the man? No, Remy. How can that man be objective when that is his family member? What is he going to tell you?
No. No, he will be objective for one reason. I will tell you because I know them very well. One of his own big brother, the first son of his own of their own family, is now the vice chancellor of university, Isma University in Lagos. Is it Lagos or Abuja? Yeah. That guy used to be a top lecturer in the UK before.
Remy,
so they are close to one another.
Remy, you didn't get Babati question properly. Let me tell you one thing. Without even knowing you that you know Bajabi Amila, attempt for you to even defend Bajabi Amila, I started questioning you.
Your family house is not,
hold on.
It's not far from my family house in Lagos.
You hold on now. When I ask you, do you even know anybody in the government? Because the way you want to defend everything. You understand? Now, see what you just said now.
No.
You know someone.
Hold
on now.
Ola, you are accusing him now. He's also sharing the proceed there.
No. See, Simba, there's nothing even wrong. Hold on, Remy, Baba Farabale. If you know someone sometimes, 2 things you can do. When they are discussing that person and you feel that if you talk, you might offend your friend, then you do him. But when you now want to defend what is not defensible, you are only talking us that the remaining 5 of us here we are speaking. Hold on, sir. Hold on.
Let me say this and you continue. Let me say
now.
This, you know my line. You know what's in my mind.
I just asked you now that you did ICANN, so I expect you to be an accountant. And they are saying someone. Okay, let me put it the way it is now. What we are saying here is this: we'll just be playing with semantics. We are being nice. Femi Amila has been committing fraud against the state.
Yes,
that's what we are talking about.
You are right.
So there's no point
when that first incident happened to him, I talked to my friend. I said,
Ola, let me even ask you. Forget about that one, Remy. Forget about this. How did that guy manage to be the Speaker of the House of Representatives?
It's a Tinubu boy now.
Only God. But it was under Buhari now. Only God knows how much. The guy.
How it became is very simple. Because Tinubu stepped down as a VP candidate.
I didn't say how he became it though. I say how he managed. I'm not talking about that. I know how he became
good now. It's not that it's so bad like that academically or in terms of leadership something. It's not so bad. But the problem is that I think everybody can see now that probably likes money more than the job.
It's not decent. Anybody can steal money, but his own, it's not decent.
The way he does it is just
you can like money. Okay, let me give you an example of what some people have done at the corporate level. Now you see inside that dealings in corporate at corporate level, sometimes a vendor is bringing a product to you for, let's say, 1 million naira, and you that you want to do deal inside, you have access to that resources for 700. You know, when you do something like that, you understand, and you do it legally, you have upfront, you do all those stuff. You know, nobody will even raise eyebrow. Nobody will even raise eyebrow, because once auditors sit there, some old dogs they won't even care that, okay, this is inside that deal. Okay, we are saving money, bang, 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 they look away. But you now have some people that they will not carry, no, they won't only overbill 1 million. You will see someone that's okay, I can supply this in 1 million. They will just look away, they won't give that person. Someone will now say the same thing for 1 million, they will now carry it for 2 million. And they will not supply. They will not do everything. That's exactly what, that's a clear fraud with that. So that is exactly what we are talking about here. You understand? We know people steal, but when to bat so shall we to get the argument will divide people.
I think what
but this argument is not even
worse,
dividing people now. Everybody is almost agreeing now that everybody is almost agreeing now that this Bagabia Mila is bringing Tinubu down, and it's going to be shameful and it's going to be embarrassing if Tinubu cannot do something about this man.
Yeah, exactly. I totally
Except
agree
there's a secret between them.
I think the worst part of it is that decision making as chief of staff is not good enough, and he also putting his head into unnecessary fraud and allegation of fraud and criminality. You are chief of staff, for God's grace.
Talo Bayi Buhari gets you Bashi Mama Daura, but how many people mention Mama Daura today? How many
Mama
people?
Daura it's not the chief of staff to Buhari now. It's not.
But let me tell you one thing. But everybody knows that time, if Buhari signs something, if Mama Daura said that thing is not flying, it will not fly.
I think he's going to resign soon. That is the end.
It shouldn't even start this debate. Immediately that thing up. Okay, now look at this.
I think that guy has ruined his political career.
Yes.
Because that office that Tinubu gave to him, he didn't manage it well.
Yes.
He didn't manage it well.
He didn't manage it very well, and I think I think he will resign. It's quite unfortunate towards the tail end of election. What?
Ola, your college boys, where did you even get all the player where they play for Canada now? Are they school boys?
Gao. What happened?
Why are you talk again?
Are they talking now? What happened?
There are 3 Nigerians playing for them.
Simba,
let me be honest.
I said the college boy.
I know they hear you that your microphone will be my own.
They don't take it.
Let me be honest with you.
They play for Canada.
I don't like this 48 team. I think it's kind of what I sport a little bit. Let's go back to our 32. This one is the quality is not there.
No, it's not about money.
They just knock them out. So Algeria is also out this morning.
The quality is not there. Look at the complete.
The quality it will never be there because 46 countries you are bringing Kakara or what do you call it?
All this mushroom countries. Waiting hate
you see Congo that defeated us at that World Cup. See what they are playing. You are playing against a team. You just go and pack your bus. This is World Cup, for God's sake. You just pack the bus for the whole 90 minutes.
And they were the better team. They were the better team. The way they were playing.
Packing boxes is part of this thing now. Your master
here to
okay.
When they now pack the box, everyone
you have scored more now. They are hitting posts now.
DRC were supposed to even beat them because they were not
they're supposed to came out forcefully against them.
Ola and BT. I think we have this inferiority complex. That's what is worrying the African team. Look at DR Congo. Look at Senegal. All of them, they are. Look at Senegal was leading until 86 minutes. 2-0.
2 goals up. 2 goals. For God's sake. 2 goals up.
The number 9 for DR Congo, they could not stop him. The guy with the dark dread. Nobody could stop him. He was just, that guy was too fast for the defense. So why would
I
you
think
pull him
I
back?
think the problem. I think the African teams are good, but the problem is the mentality. The mentality is very wrong.
No,
They were
you see
better
what
players.
I
And
see against that DRC,
they
sir.
were,
When you score,
Remy,
The
listen.
when you
the teams that are not good is Tunisia and Nigeria. Yes, they are not good in this competition.
Haiti
I
was not a
can see
good
that.
team.
But eh?
Haiti, what did Haiti they do for World Cup? Haiti
No,
and
no, I'm not talking about
Haiti or
Haiti. Waiting concern. I'm
is
talking
it
about
Haiti or
African teams.
Haiti? How they even pronounce them?
I
Let
don't
me
care.
just know today.
My point
Is it
is,
Haiti or Haiti?
DR Congo's offense, they were punishing the defense for there was no way you should have changed the tactics because your
Yes.
defense was still okay. Why would you just then go back to your own half and start defending when you are leading?
Anyway, at the end of the day, I have three teams in mind that I think can win the World Cup. Because I have not seen a situation where Europe win the World Cup on the American soil, whether South America or this. Maybe I'm missing
Are
this.
you
I
kidding
don't know.
yourself? The one they host in Brazil, you not spend that one it.
Olak, if you put money on it, let me help your bet though. There's one thing that is always constant in the history of World Cup that will help you. Are you ready? No team in the history of the World Cup has ever won with a foreign coach.
Wow.
Go and look it up. Any country that win, they always win with their home base coach. Nobody has ever won the World Cup with a foreign coach. So
are you saying I should not expect America to win it?
Forget.
Because
why should you be thinking that America will win?
What are you talking about now? This
Hold on. America is capable of winning it. Just forget that story.
America capable of winning.
Argentina. Look, Argentina. No, I would have said Canada, but I don't want to be unrealistic there. But Argentina, I'm expecting Argentina.
Even with America, how can you be realistic with America? What is America?
America has a good team.
They have a team, but
America has a good team.
I think this World Cup is between Ola. Let me say my own. Is between Spain, France, and Argentina.
That's it.
Apart from that of Spain, it's uncommon for European to win on the soil of America.
When Brazil holds the competition, who won it?
Is it not Germany that won it?
Is it not Spain?
Use of English.
How many times has another continent hosted it?
Well, what do you mean by another continent? Mexico,
Most time is between Europe and South America.
Okay, who won Atlanta '94?
It is
Atlanta '96. That's an Olympic now.
94 World Cup. 96. Is it Italy? Yes. I don't even know what he's talking about.
Don't mind him.
Okay.
Okay.
Difference is by
don't
okay, it's true.
Don't go and gamble your mortgage money. Sorry, your mortgage.
Olodo ni koro ti gbagbe.
Motika's okay.
Actually, let's go back.
Mo rántí ní 98 yẹn, tádẹ̀ sọ pé gẹ̀dígẹ̀dí ń ṣe Ronaldo.
No, wọ́n ṣe ló converse ni now. They said he converse shortly before the final now.
France ọdún yẹn ti good.
Mo drug nìyẹn.
What Zidane played that year, that guy was a crazy guy. That's Zidane. That crazy
was
guy.
That was 2002 World Cup.
98, you know that during that 98,
that was the era. That was the first.
That was the time Abiola Pai now. That was the time Abiola
They won everything. France won everything in the world that time.
I think Netherlands who they play. Was it Netherlands and France they play when they say Abiola Pai?
Ola, let me agree with Simba because I've been struggling with this for a while. And let me agree with Simba tonight. Simba, you are right all along. The quality of football has gone down.
Me,
let
if you
me,
right to,
let me.
I don't want to
They're
be
gonna
the
say
right.
before money running, but right now, I'm honest with you, the quality is not the same.
Can't you see
It's
the way
just
they are
you
playing
can't
this
even
World Cup is bad.
Remy. They can't even finish just to shoot the ball. Gone, they are struggling. Like what is all? I don't know
Yeah, they
what
are
it is.
struggling.
It's
Do
just
you
What is
watch
going on?
BT as we are having the program today? I watched 2 matches. I watch Portugal and then just now finish
Croatia,
the what is the name of this one now? No,
Switzerland,
Algeria and
Switzerland,
Switzerland that they beat Algeria
yes,
like a monkey.
yes.
Even Portugal, look at all those players that they have. They were just lucky to have escaped Croatia.
I mean,
In
see that.
fact, Portugal
Where
is
is
going
the?
now.
Where is
I
their?
think they are
No.
meeting Spain now.
You know, there is style to game now. Where is the Figo? Where is the Carlos?
That is the end of
Where is the
football.
Beckham? No, everybody had their own style of shooting. The way they shoot the ball now is we had the curve, we had the
Even
wave. Everybody
Babati.
had their no. I mean that
watched.
no. Back in the day, everybody had their way of shooting the ball. You had the curve, you had the banana shots, you had the way. Even Raul had their own style of play. Right now, nobody can shoot.
No, yeah, I know. Contrary to this is where I see it. I've heard that this football quality have gone down over time, but I think I've always been on the other side of it. I think it is more of that improvement in football, or is actually containing all those excesses. Those days. It's just like
really?
that. Yeah.
No,
yeah.
Look at Remy, hold on.
I even watched.
Hold on now. Hold on.
Remy, let him talk now. Let's hear him.
Hold on.
Hold
Let's even go to Pep Guardiola. Let's even go to Pep Guardiola.
Prince Daddy want to come in. We are not discussing basketball here now.
Soccer. Watch the free kick of
USA.
Okay, let's go to the background. Yeah. Anybody that want to join, let me put something on the link.
Okay. Look at the free kick of USA now. That was bad goalkeeping. It wasn't a fantastic free kick now. That was just bad goalkeeping.
Okay, I get you because I understand what you are saying. But what I'm saying is this: I can prove it to you. I can prove it to you that the quality of players and awareness, training facility.
I agree.